Hello everyone, and welcome back to Terrifying Tales. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Story 1. It was a crisp autumn morning when I awoke to a chilling realization. The sunlight filtered through the curtains of my bedroom, casting a warm glow over the room, but something felt off. As I rolled over in bed, I noticed an unusual draft. The cold air that greeted me was a stark contrast to the cozy warmth I had felt just hours earlier. My heart raced as I pushed back the covers and stepped out of bed. It was then that I saw my front door stood wide open, its metal frame creaking slightly as it swayed in the breeze. Panic surged through me as I quickly crossed the room, my mind racing with the possibilities of what could have happened. My phone, which I always kept on the nightstand, was nowhere to be found. It had vanished, along with its familiar, reassuring presence. I rushed to the door and peered out into the hallway. The corridor was empty and eerily quiet. I glanced back at my apartment, taking in the disarray drawers slightly open, cushions askew on the sofa. It was clear that someone had been here, and the thought made my skin crawl. My immediate concern was to ensure my safety. I pulled the door closed and locked it, securing the entry before making my way to the kitchen to collect my thoughts. My first instinct was to call the police, but with my phone missing, I had to use a landline in the building's lobby. I dialed the emergency number, trying to keep my voice steady as I explained the situation to the dispatcher. They assured me that officers would be sent immediately to investigate. As I hung up, I felt a surge of anxiety. There was no telling what had transpired while I slept. While waiting for the police, I remembered that my apartment was equipped with security cameras. The system was designed to monitor the entrance in a few key areas within my home. The footage could offer crucial information about the intruder's identity and actions. I hurried to the small room where the security system's monitor was located and began reviewing the footage from the previous night. The footage started at midnight, showing me sleeping soundly in my bed. For the first few hours, the video was uneventful, simply capturing the serene and silent interior of my apartment. My heart pounded as I fast-forwarded through the hours, searching for any sign of disturbance. Suddenly, at around 3 a.m., a shadowy figure appeared in the frame. The intruder moved with deliberate caution, their form obscured by the dim lighting. I watched in stunned silence as the figure approached my front door, which had been left slightly ajar. The intruder slipped inside, barely making a sound. The footage showed them moving quietly through my apartment. They paused for a moment near the entrance, as if assessing their surroundings, before making their way to my bedroom. My pulse quickened as I saw the intruder hovering over my sleeping form, their presence menacing and intrusive. The camera's poor resolution made it difficult to discern any facial features, but the figure's movements were deliberate and unsettling. The intruder then seemed to locate my phone on the nightstand. With swift efficiency, they grabbed the device and slipped it into their pocket before retreating towards the front door. The entire intrusion lasted less than 15 minutes, but the sense of violation it left behind was profound. As the police arrived, I shared the footage with them, hoping it would provide some leads. The officers reviewed the video with a mix of concern and professionalism. They took note of the timestamps, the intruder's movements, and the missing phone. They assured me they would do everything in their power to track down the perpetrator and recover my belongings. In the meantime, I was advised to secure my apartment thoroughly. The officers helped me check the locks and reinforced the importance of changing any compromised passwords or personal information that might be accessible through my stolen phone. I followed their advice, making sure to contact my phone provider to report the theft and suspend any services linked to the device. The days that followed were a blur of anxiety and uncertainty. The intrusion had left me feeling vulnerable and unsafe in my own home. I took extra precautions, installing additional security measures and ensuring that every entry point was secure. Despite the police's efforts, there were no immediate breakthroughs in the investigation. I tried to go about my daily routine, but the fear of another intrusion lingered. Every noise, every shadow felt magnified, and I found myself constantly on edge. The once comforting familiarity of my apartment now felt foreign and threatening. I began to avoid being alone at home whenever possible, staying with friends or family for added security. As the weeks passed, the investigation continued without any significant developments. The missing phone was never recovered, and the intruder remained unidentified. While the immediate danger seemed to have passed, the psychological impact of the experience was lasting. I had become acutely aware of the vulnerability of my personal space and the potential risks of everyday life. The ordeal taught me valuable lessons about personal security and the importance of vigilance. It also highlighted the need for effective measures to protect one's privacy and belongings. Despite the unsettling experience, I tried to find solace in the steps I had taken to enhance my security and the support I received from loved ones and law enforcement. Though the intrusion had been a harrowing ordeal, it ultimately reinforced the need for proactive measures and heightened awareness of one's surroundings. The shadowy figure who had entered my home left behind a legacy of fear, but it also served as a reminder of the importance of resilience and the commitment to ensuring one's safety and security in an unpredictable world. Story 2. It was a bright and sunny Saturday afternoon when I decided to take a break from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. I had planned a relaxing day at the local park, a place I frequently visited for its peaceful atmosphere and scenic beauty. The park was lush and green, with sprawling lawns, picturesque walking paths, and shaded areas perfect for unwinding. I packed a light picnic and set out to enjoy a well-deserved escape from work and daily routines. Upon arrival, I found a quiet spot under a large oak tree where I could lay out my blanket and enjoy the warm sun and gentle breeze. I spread out my picnic items, some sandwiches, fruit, and a good book, and settled in with a sense of contentment. The park was fairly busy with families, joggers, and children playing, but my spot was secluded enough to provide the solitude I was seeking. As I started to relax, I noticed the sounds of the park children laughing, birds chirping, and the distant hum of traffic. Everything seemed perfect until, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted something odd. A glint of metal caught my attention from the bushes that lined the edge of my picnic area. I initially thought it was just a piece of litter or some forgotten item, but my curiosity got the better of me. I decided to investigate and walked over to the bushes. Pushing aside some branches, I discovered a small, inconspicuous device nestled among the foliage. It was a hidden camera, the kind often used for surveillance or security purposes. The camera was angled directly at the spot where I had been sitting. My heart began to race as the realization of what I had found sank in. The camera was well camouflaged, blending in with the surrounding vegetation. It was small and unobtrusive, making it almost impossible to detect unless you were looking for it specifically. I took a few deep breaths, trying to steady my nerves. The thought that someone had been watching me, and possibly others in the park, was deeply unsettling. I took out my phone and snapped several photos of the camera and its placement. I then quickly gathered my belongings, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease. I knew I needed to report this, but my mind was racing with questions. Who had placed the camera there? Why? And how long had it been recording? As I walked back to the park entrance, I tried to remain calm. I approached the park ranger's office and explained the situation, showing them the photos I had taken. The ranger listened intently and assured me that they would handle the matter immediately. They promised to investigate the situation and remove the camera if it was indeed a violation of privacy. While waiting for the ranger's report, I sat on a bench near the entrance, my thoughts swirling. The peaceful day I had anticipated was now marred by the discovery of the hidden camera. I worried about the implications and the potential invasion of privacy that could affect not just me but other park goers as well. The thought of someone watching people in such a private and personal setting was deeply disturbing. After what felt like an eternity, the ranger returned with an update. They confirmed that the camera had been removed and that it was indeed a security camera placed without authorization. They also assured me that they would review the footage to determine if any laws had been broken and to identify the person responsible. The ranger took down my contact information and said they would follow up with me once the investigation was complete. I thanked them for their prompt action and left the park, feeling a mix of relief and continued anxiety. The knowledge that someone had been surveilling the park was unsettling, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The following days were filled with apprehension. I received a call from the park authorities, who informed me that the investigation had revealed that the camera was part of a larger network of unauthorized surveillance devices set up by an individual with a history of such behavior. The authorities were working to track down the person responsible and ensure that similar incidents would not occur in the future. The revelation brought a sense of relief, but the experience had a lasting impact on me. I became more conscious of my surroundings and more aware of the potential for privacy violations in public spaces. The incident prompted me to think more critically about the security and privacy issues associated with modern technology. In the end, the discovery of the hidden camera was a stark reminder of the importance of vigilance and the need to protect personal privacy, even in seemingly safe and ordinary settings. The experience underscored the potential risks of surveillance and the need for increased awareness and safeguards to ensure that personal spaces remain private and secure. Although the situation was unsettling, it also served as a catalyst for change, prompting me to advocate for greater privacy protections and to raise awareness about the risks of unauthorized surveillance. The ordeal, while distressing, reinforced the value of remaining vigilant and proactive in safeguarding one's privacy in an increasingly connected and monitored world. Story 3. It was a sunny Saturday morning when I first met my new neighbor. The move had been a whirlwind, and the chance to finally settle into the new house was a relief. The neighborhood was quiet and friendly, and I was optimistic about getting to know the people living around me. My new neighbor, who introduced herself as Lisa, seemed particularly warm and welcoming. She had a broad smile, an easy demeanor, and offered to help with the unpacking. Lisa lived next door in a quaint, well-maintained house. We exchanged pleasantries, and she invited me over for coffee once I was settled in. I accepted the offer with gratitude, eager to build a connection in my new community. Over the next few weeks, we shared several pleasant conversations and casual chats over the fence. Lisa often inquired about my daily routine, asking questions that seemed friendly but sometimes felt a bit probing. One afternoon, after a particularly busy week, I decided to tackle the overgrown backyard. I was excited about transforming it into a small garden space, envisioning weekends filled with planting and enjoying the outdoors. As I started clearing the clutter, I stumbled upon an old, weathered diary buried under a pile of leaves near the edge of the yard. Its cover was tattered, and the pages were yellowed with age. Curious, I picked it up and noticed that it had clearly been there for a while, but it was intriguing enough to take a closer look. Flipping through the pages, I quickly realized the diary was filled with detailed entries about my daily life. The notes were meticulously written, describing my routines, habits, and even personal moments I had considered private. The entries included information about the time I left for work, what I did during the day, and details about my interactions with friends and family. Some passages even mentioned specific conversations I'd had, the kinds of groceries I bought, and the hours I kept. The realization hit me like a cold wave. The diary was clearly an invasion of privacy. The detailed observations indicated that someone had been monitoring my daily activities. As I read further, I found notes that described not just my routines but also personal aspects of my life that I had only shared with close friends and family. It was as though my every move was being tracked and recorded. My heart raced as I pieced together the implications. The diary's contents were disturbing, and I couldn't help but think about my friendly neighbor, Lisa. The timeline of the diary entries coincided with the period when I had been getting to know her. She had seemed so friendly and genuinely interested in my life, but now I couldn't ignore the unsettling feeling that she might have been the one documenting my every move. I decided to confront the situation with caution. I needed to ensure that I had all the facts before making any accusations. I began by reviewing my interactions with Lisa more critically, trying to remember if there had been any indications that she was more interested in my life than she had let on. The more I thought about it, the more I recalled moments when her questions seemed unusually specific or intrusive. To gather more information, I decided to discuss the matter with a trusted friend. I wanted to get a second opinion and ensure I was not jumping to conclusions. My friend was shocked by the details I shared and advised me to document everything I had found in the diary. We agreed that it was crucial to gather evidence and consider the best course of action. I contacted a local private investigator, explaining the situation and showing them the diary. The investigator conducted a thorough background check on Lisa and confirmed that she had no known history of such behavior. However, they did uncover that Lisa had a history of boundary issues in previous neighborhoods, which added a layer of complexity to the situation. Feeling increasingly uneasy, I decided to have a frank conversation with Lisa. I approached her with the diary in hand, trying to maintain a calm and composed demeanor. I expressed my concerns about the diary and asked her directly if she had been keeping track of my activities. Lisa's reaction was a mix of surprise and discomfort. She denied any involvement and insisted that she had no knowledge of the diary. Despite her denial, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I decided to enhance the security around my home, installing motion detectors and cameras to ensure that I could monitor any unusual activity. I also began to limit the personal information I shared, both with Lisa and with other acquaintances, to protect my privacy. As the weeks went by, Lisa's behavior became more erratic. She avoided eye contact and seemed increasingly withdrawn whenever we interacted. It was as if the confrontation had made her uncomfortable, and the once friendly exchanges turned into strained pleasantries. I continued to monitor my surroundings, taking precautions to ensure my privacy and safety. The situation eventually settled down, with Lisa becoming less involved in my life. The diary remained a haunting reminder of the invasion of my privacy. While I never received a clear explanation or resolution to the situation, I took the experience as a stark lesson in the importance of safeguarding personal information and being vigilant about who has access to it. In the end, the ordeal left me more cautious and aware of the need to protect my privacy. The friendly neighbor who had once seemed so welcoming became a symbol of the complexities and potential risks of personal boundaries. The experience reinforced the importance of trust and the need to be vigilant about who we let into our lives. Though the immediate threat seemed to have subsided, the impact of the invasion lingered, shaping my approach to privacy and interpersonal relationships in the future. Story 4. It all started one quiet night in early spring. The moonlight was gently filtering through the curtains, casting a soft glow in my bedroom as I drifted off to sleep. I had been feeling unusually relaxed, having wrapped up a particularly demanding week at work. Just as I was about to fall into a deep sleep, the shrill sound of my phone ringing pierced the silence. Groggily, I fumbled for my phone, squinting at the screen. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. I hesitated for a moment, but curiosity got the better of me, and I answered. A deep, distorted voice on the other end was the first thing I heard. The voice was laden with an unsettling calmness, and the words it spoke were even more disturbing. "I see you're watching your favorite show right now," the voice said. "It must be nice to unwind after such a long day." I was stunned into silence. At that hour, I was indeed watching TV, catching up on a show I enjoyed. I hadn't mentioned this routine to anyone recently, not even my closest friends. The eerie specificity of the caller's knowledge made my skin crawl. I tried to respond, but before I could say anything, the line went dead. Heart racing, I tried to shake off the disquieting call, telling myself it was a wrong number or a prank. I went back to sleep, but the peace didn't last long. The phone rang again, and again it was the same distorted voice, now discussing more personal details. It knew about my recent argument with a colleague, the upcoming family gathering, and even my car's make and model. The caller's familiarity with my life was deeply unsettling, and I found it hard to ignore. The next few nights followed a similar pattern. Each time, the calls came at odd hours, always in the dead of night. The voice seemed to know intimate details about my life, my weekend plans, the restaurant I was thinking of trying, and even private conversations I had with family members. Each call left me increasingly unnerved and on edge. Determined to get to the bottom of it, I decided to take action. I contacted my phone service provider to see if they could trace the calls. They assured me they would look into it, but warned that it might take some time. In the meantime, I began documenting every call, noting down the time, the content of the conversations, and the caller's distorted voice. As days passed, the phone calls continued, and their content grew even more personal. The caller began referencing my past experiences, my childhood home, an old friend I hadn't seen in years, and even my recent job change. It felt as though my entire life was being scrutinized by someone who had an unnervingly detailed knowledge of my every move. I decided to enhance my personal security. I installed additional locks on my doors, set up security cameras around my home, and changed my phone number. I even consulted with a security expert to ensure that there were no vulnerabilities in my home or digital life that could be exploited. Despite these precautions, the calls persisted, and the caller's access to my personal information remained a mystery. In an effort to find out who was behind the disturbing calls, I contacted the police. They took the matter seriously and began an investigation. The detectives were able to obtain a court order to trace the calls, and after a few weeks of intense scrutiny, they managed to track the source to a local area. However, the breakthrough didn't immediately lead to an arrest. The investigation revealed that the calls were being made from a public payphone, a location that was nearly impossible to trace back to a specific individual without further clues. The anonymity of the payphone made it challenging to identify the caller, but the police continued to investigate. As the weeks turned into months, the frequency of the calls began to diminish, and eventually they stopped altogether. The investigation continued, but the trail had gone cold. The unsettling experience had left a significant impact on me, and I struggled to reclaim a sense of normalcy in my life. The sense of violation and fear lingered long after the calls ceased. I continued to take precautions to safeguard my privacy, remaining vigilant about my personal security and aware of my surroundings. I also sought counseling to help process the emotional toll of the experience and to regain a sense of control. The calls had been a disturbing reminder of how vulnerable one's personal life can be, and the lengths to which someone might go to invade that privacy. The experience had taught me the importance of taking proactive steps to protect oneself and to remain vigilant against potential threats. Though the calls eventually stopped, the impact of the experience was profound. I became more cautious about sharing personal information and more aware of the potential risks associated with modern technology. The ordeal underscored the importance of safeguarding personal privacy and the need to seek help and support when faced with such invasions. In the end, while the immediate danger had passed, the experience had left a lasting imprint on my sense of security. It served as a stark reminder of the complexities of modern life and the critical need to remain vigilant and proactive in protecting one's personal boundaries. Story 5. It started subtly. I had always prided myself on maintaining an organized and orderly apartment. Everything had its place, and I took comfort in the neatness of my surroundings. However, over the past few weeks, I began to notice something peculiar. Whenever I returned home, there were small but noticeable changes in the way my belongings were arranged. At first, it was minor. An item slightly shifted from its usual spot, a drawer that wasn't closed all the way. I brushed it off as my own forgetfulness. Perhaps I had moved something without realizing it or hadn't closed a drawer properly. But as the days went by, these changes became more frequent and noticeable. I started to wonder if my apartment was somehow less secure than I had thought. One evening, I returned home after a long day at work, feeling particularly exhausted. I noticed that my desk chair was out of place, facing a different direction than usual. I shrugged it off, attributing it to my own absent-mindedness. I put my keys in the bowl by the door, kicked off my shoes, and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. It wasn't until later that night, while I was searching for a specific document in my desk drawer, that I made a chilling discovery. Nestled among my papers was a small, folded note. The handwriting was neat and precise, written in a way that sent an immediate shiver down my spine. The note read, "I know when you're gone." My heart raced as I read the message, each word feeling like a chilling accusation. Who could have written this? The note was unnervingly specific, suggesting that someone had been monitoring my comings and goings with a level of detail that was deeply unsettling. I immediately began to review the recent changes in my apartment. I checked the locks on the doors and windows, ensuring they were secure. I rifled through my belongings, trying to see if anything was missing or tampered with. Everything seemed to be in place, but the feeling of unease lingered. I knew I had to take action. The next morning, I contacted a locksmith to upgrade the security on my apartment. I had new, more secure locks installed on all the doors and windows. I also added a few extra security measures, such as a peephole camera and a motion detector for the front entrance. I hoped these changes would provide some peace of mind and deter any potential intruders. Despite these efforts, the anxiety continued to gnaw at me. I found myself constantly second-guessing my routine. I would double-check the locks before leaving, and I started to question every unfamiliar noise or shadow in the hallway. The sense of being watched was ever present, and the small changes in my apartment only heightened my paranoia. The situation escalated when I discovered another note in a different drawer, tucked behind a stack of papers. This note was more detailed and even more unsettling than the first. "I see you've made some changes. It's not enough. I know when you leave and when you return. I'm always watching." The realization that someone had been observing me so closely, even noting the changes I had made to improve my security, left me feeling helpless and terrified. It was clear that the person responsible was not only intruding into my space, but was also thoroughly familiar with my habits and responses. I decided to involve the authorities. I reported the notes and the suspicious activity to the local police, providing them with the evidence I had gathered. The officers took the notes for analysis and began an investigation. They conducted a thorough examination of my apartment and spoke with my neighbors to see if they had noticed anything unusual. The police reassured me that they would do their best to find out who was responsible for the intrusion. They suggested that I continue to be vigilant and to document any further incidents. The investigation, however, seemed to move slowly, and the constant uncertainty left me on edge. I also took steps to improve my own awareness and security. I began keeping a detailed log of my activities, noting when I left and returned home. I started paying closer attention to my surroundings, trying to identify any patterns or suspicious behavior. I even reached out to a private security consultant for additional advice on how to safeguard my apartment. Weeks passed, and the sense of violation continued to weigh heavily on me. I had become hyper-aware of every detail in my environment, constantly on the lookout for any sign of intrusion. Despite my efforts to enhance security and monitor my surroundings, the psychological toll of the situation was significant. The notes had not only breached my physical space, but had also deeply affected my sense of safety and comfort. One night, after returning from a brief trip, I noticed something different. The front door was slightly ajar, just enough to make my heart race. I stepped inside cautiously, my mind racing with fear and dread. As I surveyed the apartment, I found nothing missing or out of place. The locks were still secure, and the security system was intact. In the days that followed, I received no new notes, and the police continued their investigation without any new leads. The situation had become a tense waiting game, with the feeling of being watched lingering in the background. Though the immediate threat seemed to have receded, the experience had left a lasting impact on my sense of security and well-being. The intrusion had exposed vulnerabilities I had never imagined, and the note served as a constant reminder of the fragility of personal privacy. Despite the efforts to restore a sense of normalcy, the fear and anxiety remained, a testament to the deep and unsettling impact of having one's private space so profoundly violated. Story 6. It was an ordinary Saturday morning, and I had decided to spend the day organizing the attic. The space had become a catch-all for old furniture, forgotten boxes, and various knickknacks that had accumulated over the years. I had been putting off this task for too long, and with a free weekend ahead, I figured it was finally time to tackle it. The attic was a dusty, dimly lit space with low beams and uneven flooring. I pulled down a stepladder and climbed up to reach some of the higher shelves. As I moved a particularly heavy box marked old clothes, I noticed a loose panel in the wall behind it. Curious, I pried the panel open, revealing a small, hidden compartment that had clearly been concealed for some time. My heart quickened as I peered inside. The compartment was surprisingly spacious and lined with an old, faded wallpaper. I reached in and pulled out a few items, my mind racing with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The first item I retrieved was a stack of photographs, carefully arranged and secured with a rubber band. As I examined them, a sense of dread began to creep over me. The photos were of myself and my family, taken from various angles and at different times. There were pictures of us in our backyard, at local parks, and even some taken inside our home. Each photo was a candid shot, capturing moments that were supposed to be private. The images were clear and well composed, suggesting that whoever had taken them had used a decent camera and had been quite methodical. I flipped through the stack, my hands trembling. The more I looked, the more unsettling it became. There were pictures of us celebrating birthdays, attending family gatherings, and even a few snapshots of mundane activities like sitting at the kitchen table or watching TV. It was as if someone had been following us, documenting our lives without our knowledge. In addition to the photographs, the compartment contained a small notebook. The cover was worn and the pages were yellowed with age. I opened it cautiously, and inside I found detailed notes about our daily routines. The notes described specific times when we left the house, who visited us, and even mentioned our interactions with neighbors. The level of detail was meticulous, and it was clear that someone had been monitoring us closely. I felt a wave of nausea. The realization that someone had been watching and recording our private lives was deeply disturbing. I quickly gathered the photographs and notebook and decided to confront the situation head-on. I needed to understand who had been responsible for this invasion of privacy and why they had done it. I called my family together, and with a sense of dread, I explained what I had discovered. Their reactions were a mix of shock, fear, and disbelief. We all sat together, trying to piece together the implications of the hidden compartment and the photos. My wife was particularly distressed, struggling to comprehend how someone could have accessed our home and taken such intimate pictures. We decided to contact the authorities. The police arrived at our home and carefully examined the compartment, taking the photographs and notebook into evidence. They conducted a thorough search of the attic to ensure that there were no other hidden compartments or signs of tampering. The officer in charge assured us that they would investigate the matter thoroughly and attempt to trace the source of the photos and send notes. As we waited for the investigation to unfold, we took additional measures to secure our home. We installed new locks on all doors and windows and added motion-activated security cameras around the property. The sense of violation was profound, and we wanted to ensure that our home was once again a safe and secure place for our family. The police interviewed us about any potential suspects or recent interactions that might explain the intrusion. We provided them with as much information as we could, but we were at a loss as to who could have been responsible. The investigation involved examining the photos for any identifiable clues, analyzing the notebook for patterns, and trying to determine how someone could have gained access to our home without our knowledge. Weeks passed, and while the police kept us updated on their progress, no significant leads emerged. The investigation continued, but the trail remained cold. We were left with a lingering sense of unease and a heightened awareness of our surroundings. The experience had fundamentally altered our perception of privacy and safety. Despite the lack of concrete answers, the ordeal had strengthened our resolve to protect our personal space and to remain vigilant. We became more cautious about who we allowed into our home and took extra precautions to safeguard our privacy. The incident had served as a stark reminder of the importance of being proactive in securing one's environment and being aware of potential threats. As time went on, we gradually began to rebuild our sense of normalcy. We learned to cope with the lingering anxiety and worked to restore our confidence in our home. The experience had been traumatic, but it had also brought us closer as a family, reinforcing our commitment to each other and to ensuring our safety. The hidden compartment in the photographs remained a haunting memory, a reminder of the vulnerability that can accompany modern life. While the investigation had not yielded the answers we had hoped for, the support of friends, family, and law enforcement had helped us navigate the difficult situation. In the end, the experience taught us valuable lessons about resilience and the importance of safeguarding one's privacy. We continued to be vigilant and proactive, always aware of the need to protect ourselves and our loved ones from unforeseen threats. The ordeal had been a challenging and unsettling chapter in our lives, but it had ultimately strengthened our resolve to face adversity with courage and determination. Story 7. The road trip had started with the excitement of adventure and the freedom of the open road. I had planned this trip for months, mapping out scenic routes, choosing interesting stops, and imagining the thrill of exploration. The journey was supposed to be a relaxing escape from the daily grind, a chance to recharge and find inspiration. The first few days of the trip had gone smoothly. I reveled in the picturesque landscapes, quaint towns, and the simple joy of being on the move. But as I ventured deeper into less populated areas, the road grew quieter and the scenery more rugged. I felt a sense of isolation, but it was a peaceful solitude that I had anticipated. On the fourth day, as I drove through a particularly remote stretch of highway, my car began to sputter and lose power. I pulled over to the side of the road, hoping it was a minor issue that I could resolve with a quick fix. After checking under the hood and inspecting the engine, I realized that the problem was more serious than I had hoped. The engine had overheated, and it was clear that I wouldn't be able to continue driving. With no cell phone signal and no immediate help in sight, I set up my car as best as I could. I put out my emergency warning triangles and attempted to call for roadside assistance, but the lack of signal rendered those efforts futile. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the remote area was engulfed in darkness. The isolation became more palpable as the temperature dropped, and the peaceful solitude transformed into a feeling of vulnerability. I tried to keep my spirits up, knowing that help would eventually arrive. I took out a flashlight, checked the car's manual again, and prepared to wait. The silence of the night was occasionally broken by the distant sound of wildlife, but otherwise it was eerily quiet. I decided to sit in the car to stay warm, and I pulled out my phone to see if there was any chance of a signal. Just as I was starting to lose hope, my phone buzzed with a new text message. I had been receiving sporadic messages throughout the trip, mostly from friends and family checking in, but this one was different. The message was from an unknown number, and as I opened it, a chill ran down my spine. The message contained a single image and a brief, unsettling text. The photo showed my car, broken down on the side of the road, taken from an angle that suggested the sender was nearby, but not visible in the image. The text accompanying the photo was terse and menacing. "You shouldn't have come here. You're not alone. Leave the car and start walking if you want to survive the night." My heart raced as I processed the message. The realization that someone had been watching me, and possibly even following me, was terrifying. My immediate instinct was to lock the car doors and scan the surroundings for any signs of movement. The darkness outside was impenetrable, and the dense trees and underbrush seemed to conceal unknown threats. I considered my options. The idea of leaving the car and walking in the dark without any clear destination or knowledge of the area was fraught with dangers. On the other hand, staying put might leave me vulnerable if the sender was indeed nearby and had sinister intentions. Desperation set in as I tried to think through the situation. I attempted to call 911, but again, the lack of signal rendered this effort useless. I weighed my options and decided that my best course of action was to stay in the car and wait for morning, hoping that daylight would bring a sense of safety and potentially a signal for help. In the meantime, I considered reaching out to local authorities through any online channels available. I used my phone to draft a message to the nearest police department, describing my location and the nature of the threat. I hoped that someone might receive the message and dispatch a search party or send help. As the night dragged on, the fear and anxiety became almost unbearable. I stayed vigilant, periodically checking the area outside the car and scanning for any signs of movement. The shadows of the trees seemed to shift, and every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. Eventually, I tried to keep my mind occupied by focusing on the positive aspects of the situation. I reminded myself that I had taken all the necessary precautions for safety, and that the likelihood of someone actually being out there to harm me was low. Still, the fear lingered, and the isolation felt more intense with each passing hour. With the first light of dawn, I felt a small sense of relief. I could see the surrounding landscape more clearly and hoped that the visibility would make it easier to spot any potential threats or passing vehicles. I used the daylight to assess the car's condition once more, but it was clear that it would need professional help to be repaired. At around mid-morning, a vehicle finally appeared on the horizon. The sight of another car approaching was a beacon of hope. I flagged it down, and the driver stopped to offer assistance. The driver was a local who was familiar with the area and kindly agreed to help me get the car towed to a nearby service station. I explained the situation to the driver, including the threatening message I had received. He listened attentively and assured me that he would report the incident to the local authorities. The police were notified, and a patrol was dispatched to investigate the area where I had been stranded. The authorities took the threatening message seriously and conducted a thorough investigation. They were able to find no immediate signs of a person lurking in the vicinity, but they increased patrols in the area and advised me to be cautious in the future. The entire experience left a lasting impact on me. It was a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities associated with traveling in remote areas and the potential dangers that can arise. I was grateful for the help I received and the resolution of the immediate threat, but the fear of being watched and the unsettling message continued to haunt me. In the end, the road trip that was supposed to be a relaxing getaway became an ordeal of fear and anxiety. It taught me the importance of staying vigilant and prepared, even in seemingly peaceful and remote locations. The sense of isolation and vulnerability had been overwhelming, but the kindness of strangers and the support of authorities provided a glimmer of hope in a frightening situation. Story 8. The excitement of moving into a new house was quickly overshadowed by an unsettling discovery. It was supposed to be a fresh start, a chance to put down roots and create a home filled with new memories. But as I settled into my new surroundings, I stumbled upon something that would cast a long shadow over my sense of security. The attic had always been a bit of a mystery. It was a large, dusty space filled with old boxes and forgotten belongings from previous occupants. On the day of the move, I had decided to explore the attic, thinking it would be a good idea to clear out the clutter before I started organizing my own things. I had barely made it up the creaky wooden stairs when a peculiar feeling of unease settled over me. I tried to shake it off, attributing it to the stress of the move. As I began sorting through the boxes, I came across a stack of old letters, their edges yellowed with age. The envelopes were unmarked, but they were bound together with a frayed piece of twine. Curious, I carefully untied the string and began to read the letters. The first few letters were written in neat, looping handwriting, but the content was anything but ordinary. The letters detailed the previous owner's obsession with the house, and more disturbingly, with the people who lived in it. The writer had meticulously documented every aspect of their observations. They described watching from hidden vantage points, noting the times the occupants came and went, and even detailing their private conversations. As I read through the letters, a sense of dread began to creep in. The writer had clearly gone to great lengths to monitor the previous occupants' lives. They had described the comings and goings of people with an unsettling precision, referencing specific details such as the exact times when the house was empty or when certain activities took place. There were references to hidden cameras and secret viewing spots in the house, adding a new layer of horror to the already disturbing content. One letter detailed the writer's fascination with the occupants' daily routines. They described how they would wait until the house was quiet before sneaking around and observing. There were mentions of hidden compartments and secret notes, suggesting that the writer had created a complex system for tracking their subjects. The tone of the letters was both obsessive and sinister, reflecting a deep-seated fixation on the idea of surveillance. My heart raced as I continued reading. The letters were filled with unnerving details about the previous occupants' personal lives. They included descriptions of private moments, from family gatherings to personal conversations that had clearly been overheard. The writer's fascination with their subjects bordered on the pathological, and their obsession was palpable in every word. One letter was particularly chilling. It described a plan to continue the surveillance with the new occupants of the house. The writer expressed excitement about the prospect of observing a new family, detailing how they had prepared hidden cameras and other equipment to ensure they could continue their intrusive monitoring. The letter concluded with a disquieting message: "I can't wait to see what secrets you'll reveal." The more I read, the more my sense of security eroded. The idea that someone had gone to such lengths to invade the privacy of the house's previous occupants was deeply disturbing. It made me question everything about the house. Had I unknowingly walked into a situation where my own privacy would be compromised? I decided to contact the police, hoping they could offer some assistance. I showed them the letters and explained my concerns. The officers were concerned but also skeptical. They conducted an initial investigation, but with no immediate evidence of ongoing surveillance or any indication that the previous owner had left behind any monitoring equipment. They were unable to take further action. They advised me to be vigilant and to continue checking for any unusual activity. In the meantime, I took steps to ensure my privacy and security. I had a professional security company come to the house to check for hidden cameras or any other surveillance. The inspection revealed nothing out of the ordinary, but the process did little to ease my anxiety. I changed the locks, installed security cameras, and made sure all windows and doors were securely locked at all times. Despite these measures, the sense of unease lingered. The letters had left an indelible mark on my sense of safety. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, constantly on edge and worried about the possibility of someone watching or listening. I avoided discussing personal matters within the house and became more cautious about who I allowed inside. As weeks went by, the fear that had taken root began to fade, but the impact of the discovery remained. The letters had served as a stark reminder of the potential for invasion of privacy and the lengths to which people might go to satisfy their obsessions. I had learned to live with a heightened sense of vigilance, but I also sought to reclaim my sense of normalcy. I focused on making the house my home, finding comfort in creating a space that was both secure and welcoming. The experience had been a harrowing one, but it also reinforced my resolve to protect my privacy and security. The unsettling discovery in the attic had tested my resilience, but it also strengthened my awareness and preparedness for safeguarding my personal space. In the end, the letters served as a chilling reminder of the vulnerabilities we face in our own homes. They had revealed a disturbing chapter in the house's history, but they also highlighted the importance of remaining vigilant and proactive in protecting our personal privacy. The ordeal had been unsettling, but it had ultimately reinforced my commitment to creating a safe and secure environment for myself and my family. Story 9. It was a crisp autumn morning, and I decided to treat myself to a coffee from a local cafe I had heard good things about. The place was known for its artisanal brews and cozy atmosphere, perfect for unwinding and enjoying a quiet moment. I had passed by it numerous times, but had never stopped in until that day. The cafe had a warm, inviting charm with its rustic wooden furniture and the rich aroma of freshly ground coffee beans filling the air. I entered with a sense of anticipation, looking forward to a relaxing coffee break. The cafe wasn't crowded, and I chose a seat by the window where I could watch the world outside while enjoying my drink. I noticed a few other patrons scattered around, lost in their own worlds with books or laptops. As I settled into my seat, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. My instincts were on high alert for reasons I couldn't quite pinpoint. Perhaps it was the sensation of being watched, or the unusual quiet that seemed to envelop the space. But I brushed it off as paranoia and focused on ordering my coffee. After placing my order, I waited near the counter. The barista, a young woman with a friendly demeanor, called out my name when my drink was ready. I picked it up and thanked her, noting that she seemed to be working with a brisk efficiency, but nothing out of the ordinary. I took my coffee back to my seat, hoping to lose myself in the comfort of the cafe's ambience. As I sipped my coffee and glanced around the room, I noticed someone sitting in a corner, partially obscured by shadows. They seemed to be watching me intently. I couldn't make out their face clearly, but their presence was disconcerting. I tried to ignore the feeling and concentrate on my coffee, but the sense of being observed persisted. When it was time to leave, I made my way to the counter to settle the bill. The barista was behind the register, and I handed her my credit card. As she processed the payment, I glanced around the cafe once more, catching sight of the figure in the corner who now seemed to be observing me even more intently. The disquiet I felt was now a full-blown sense of unease. The barista handed me my receipt with a small smile. As I took it, my eyes fell on the printed message, and a shiver ran down my spine. Scrawled in neat handwriting beneath the total was a note that read, "I've been waiting for you." My name was also printed at the top of the receipt, confirming that the message was directed specifically at me. I felt a rush of anxiety and confusion. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of the message. Who could have sent it? What did it mean? I looked back at the figure in the corner, but they were no longer there. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to piece together the situation. I quickly left the cafe, my mind still reeling from the encounter. Outside, the crisp air did little to calm my nerves. I walked briskly to my car, feeling a growing sense of urgency to get away from the area. As I drove home, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, although every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. When I arrived home, I locked the door behind me and sat down to collect my thoughts. The receipt was still in my hand, and I stared at the message, trying to decipher its meaning. I wasn't expecting any visitors or have any known issues with anyone that would warrant such a message. The whole experience was unnerving, and I struggled to make sense of it. I decided to contact the local authorities and report the incident, sharing the details of what had happened and providing them with the receipt. They took my report seriously and assured me they would look into it. They advised me to be cautious and to report any further unusual behavior or messages. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling of paranoia. I kept my windows and doors securely locked and was extra vigilant about my surroundings. I avoided going back to the cafe, opting instead for other places where I felt safer. The cafe's cozy charm had been replaced by an unsettling sense of dread. The authorities conducted a follow-up investigation, checking the security footage from the cafe and interviewing the staff. They also spoke to other patrons who had been there around the same time. The investigation was thorough but yielded no immediate answers. The figure in the corner had left no trace, and the barista's explanation provided little insight into who might have sent the message. As the weeks went by, the mystery of the message remained unsolved. I continued to be cautious and made a point to keep a low profile. The experience had left me with a heightened sense of awareness and an understanding of the importance of trusting one's instincts. Although the authorities were unable to resolve the case completely, their investigation reassured me that the matter had been taken seriously. I learned to approach unfamiliar situations with a greater degree of caution and to be mindful of the potential for unexpected encounters. The incident at the cafe had a lasting impact on me, serving as a reminder of the need to remain vigilant and the importance of taking precautionary measures when faced with unsettling or ambiguous situations. While the exact reason behind the message remained a mystery, the experience taught me to value personal safety and the importance of being aware of one's surroundings. Story 10. It began on an ordinary Tuesday, with the usual flurry of mail and packages arriving at my doorstep. I had just returned from work, carrying a heavy briefcase and a stack of papers. As I fumbled with my keys, I noticed a small, unmarked package resting on the doormat. It was plain brown, with no return address or identifying marks, just my name typed neatly on the label. A chill ran down my spine as I picked it up. The simplicity of the package contrasted sharply with the feeling of unease it provoked. I shrugged off the discomfort, attributing it to the stress of a long day. I set the package on the kitchen counter and decided to open it later. After dinner, I finally found the courage to investigate. With a sense of trepidation, I sliced through the tape and peeled away the brown paper. Inside was a collection of items that left me both confused and unsettled. Among them were a pair of vintage sunglasses, a small ornate box containing what looked like a piece of costume jewelry, and an old photograph of a couple I did not recognize. The photograph was faded and sepia-toned, depicting two people standing in front of a house that was unfamiliar to me. I scanned the contents again, hoping to find something that might explain the origins of these items, but there was nothing. No note, no explanation, just these strange objects. I felt a growing sense of discomfort. Where had these items come from, and why had they been sent to me? I placed the items aside and tried to focus on my work, but the mystery of the package lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched or that someone knew something about me that I didn't understand. I reported the package to the local police, explaining that I had received it without a return address and that the items inside were unfamiliar. The officer assured me that they would look into it, but cautioned me that, unless there was a direct threat, it might be difficult to trace the package's origins. Days passed, and the odd deliveries continued. Each new package was different, containing more items that I didn't recognize. A collection of old postcards from a city I had never visited, a worn-out diary with entries in a language I didn't understand, and a set of keys with a label that didn't match any locks in my house. Every package arrived with the same lack of return address and the same unnerving sense of mystery. One package contained an old-fashioned locket with a photograph of a child inside. The child's face was vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place where I had seen it before. Another package held a stack of handwritten letters in a script that seemed oddly familiar but was in a language I couldn't identify. The letters were filled with personal details that seemed too specific to be random. They mentioned events and places I had no connection to. The recurring theme of these items, their personal nature, and the absence of any explanation left me increasingly on edge. I began to worry that someone was trying to send me a message or was playing some kind of game with me. I also began to worry about my own safety, fearing that this was an elaborate ruse to get me to lower my guard. In addition to my calls to the police, I started conducting my own investigation. I reached out to local antique shops, asking if anyone had recognized the items I had received. I also contacted friends and family, showing them the items in the photograph, hoping someone might have information or insight. One evening, while reviewing the contents of a particularly troubling package, a collection of old keys, a rusty lock, and a small notebook with cryptic notes, I stumbled upon a clue that made my blood run cold. The notebook contained a list of addresses, one of which was eerily close to my own. Next to the address was a scrawled note, "The final piece is near." The note was disjointed and unsettling, adding a new layer of anxiety to the mystery. I showed the note to the police, who took it seriously and promised to investigate further. They began checking the addresses listed in the notebook and conducting interviews with anyone who might have information about the packages. Meanwhile, I took additional security measures, installing more locks and security cameras around my home. I also kept a detailed log of each package and its contents, hoping to find a pattern or clue that might help in identifying the sender. As the investigation continued, the frequency of the packages slowed down, but the sense of unease remained. The police were able to trace the packages to a shipping center in a neighboring city, but the trail grew cold there. The sender's identity remained a mystery, and the motivation behind the packages was unclear. The packages eventually stopped arriving, but the impact of the experience lingered. I had been forced to confront the vulnerability of my personal space and the unsettling reality of being watched and manipulated. The items, while eventually deemed harmless, had left me with a deep sense of discomfort and a heightened awareness of my surroundings. In the aftermath, I took steps to reclaim a sense of normalcy. I focused on strengthening my home security and became more cautious about my interactions and privacy. The experience had served as a stark reminder of the importance of vigilance and the need to protect oneself from potential threats. The mystery of the packages remained unsolved, a haunting reminder of the unknown forces that can intrude into our lives. While the immediate danger had passed, the experience had left an indelible mark on my sense of security and trust. The unsettling mystery of the packages had revealed the fragile boundaries of personal privacy and the lengths to which someone could go to breach those boundaries. Story 11. The snowfall began gently, covering the suburban streets in a pristine white blanket that made everything seem serene and calm. It was the kind of snowfall that turned the mundane into something magical, as if the world had been dipped in a layer of purity. For Laura, however, the enchantment quickly faded into something sinner. It all started with the footprints. They appeared one morning, crisscrossing through her front yard and extending up to her porch. Laura initially brushed it off as the work of neighborhood kids. But as the days went on, she began to notice other oddities. Whispers floated through the cold air, barely audible but unmistakably present. They seemed to swirl around her house, weaving through the trees and settling uncomfortably near her windows. Laura tried to convince herself it was her imagination, or perhaps the wind playing tricks. But then she noticed that the footprints continued to appear in the same patterns, and the whispers grew more distinct, as if someone was trying to communicate with her. The sense of being watched became almost palpable. One evening, Laura found herself unable to sleep, tossing and turning under the heavy weight of unease. She decided to take a walk around her property to clear her mind. The snow crunched softly beneath her boots as she stepped outside. The moonlight cast long shadows, making the night seem even more eerie. She was almost at peace with the stillness when she heard a faint, yet unmistakable sound of a door creaking open. Her heart pounded as she glanced towards her neighbor's house, a modest, two-story home that had always seemed unremarkable. It was dark, with no lights on. Laura's gut told her that something was wrong. The whispers were now accompanied by a low, unsettling hum that seemed to emanate from that direction. The next day, Laura decided she had had enough. She called the police and reported her concerns. They took down her statement with polite skepticism, but they agreed to check things out. It wasn't long before they returned with troubling news. "We've done some digging into your neighbor's background," one of the officers said, his face grave. "It turns out he has a history of disturbing behavior. He's been under surveillance for a while due to previous incidents." Laura's blood ran cold. "What kind of incidents?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Various offenses," the officer continued. "But what's most concerning is that he's been known to stalk and intimidate people before. There's evidence suggesting he might have been involved in more serious activities, but it's all under investigation." Laura felt a shiver run down her spine. Everything began to make sense in a horrifying way. The footprints, the whispers, they were all part of a pattern she hadn't fully understood until now. The police advised her to stay alert and to contact them immediately if she noticed anything else unusual. Determined to uncover the full extent of her neighbor's activities, Laura began to delve deeper. She observed the neighbor's house from her window, noting every movement. There were times when she saw him standing in the dark, watching her house with an intensity that made her skin crawl. One night, as the snow continued to fall, Laura heard the whispers again, this time louder and more urgent. She decided to investigate further, feeling a strange mixture of fear and resolve. Armed with a flashlight and her phone, she approached her neighbor's house, treading carefully through the snow. The front door was slightly ajar, and a sense of dread settled over her. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. The house was dark and silent, save for the occasional creak of the floorboards. Her flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing unsettling details, a collection of photographs pinned to the wall, showing her own house from various angles. It was clear that her neighbor had been watching her for some time. Laura's hand shook as she took photos of the evidence, determined to use them to protect herself. Just then, she heard a noise behind her. Turning swiftly, she saw her neighbor standing in the doorway, his expression a mix of anger and surprise. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, his voice cold and menacing. Laura's heart raced, but she managed to stay composed. "I'm calling the police," she said, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her. She turned and fled, racing back to her house with adrenaline surging through her veins. The police arrived quickly, arresting the neighbor and securing the scene. Laura felt a mixture of relief and lingering dread. The house was now under investigation, and the neighbor would face charges for his actions. Laura's life slowly returned to normal, but the experience had left a lasting impact. The whispers and footprints were gone, replaced by a cautious vigilance. The ultimate lesson she learned was the importance of trust and awareness. The neighbor's unsettling presence was a harsh reminder of the dark undercurrents that can lurk behind seemingly ordinary facades. Story 12. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the dilapidated landscape, we gathered outside the rusted gates of the abandoned hospital. Our group of four had always been drawn to the thrill of the unknown, and tonight was no different. The hospital had been closed for decades, its darkened windows and crumbling facade whispering tales of a bygone era. Despite the warnings from locals about strange occurrences, our curiosity pushed us forward. The gate creaked open with a groan, and we stepped into the overgrown courtyard. The once pristine garden was now a tangled mess of weeds and vines. We exchanged nervous glances but pressed on, the promise of adventure outweighing our trepidation. The main entrance was boarded up, but a side door, barely hanging on its hinges, beckoned us. Inside, the hospital was a labyrinth of decay. Dust hung thick in the air, and the stench of mold was overpowering. Our flashlights pierced the darkness, revealing peeling wallpaper and broken furniture scattered haphazardly. We joked to mask our unease, but the oppressive silence was unnerving. Each room we entered seemed to be a snapshot of the past: old wheelchairs abandoned mid-use, faded medical charts, and rusting surgical tools. The atmosphere was thick with the weight of forgotten memories. We decided to split up to cover more ground. I wandered into what appeared to be an old patient ward. Rows of empty beds lined the room, and I could almost hear the echoes of hospital staff and patients from long ago. As I approached a corner where a large, dusty mirror hung crookedly on the wall, I noticed something strange. The reflection seemed slightly off, as though the room behind me was distorted. Shaking off the eerie feeling, I moved on, but the image lingered in my mind. Meanwhile, my friends had discovered a staircase leading to the basement. Their voices echoed through the halls, their excitement palpable. I joined them, feeling an odd sense of foreboding. The stairs creaked under our weight, and the air grew colder with each step. The basement was a stark contrast to the upper floors. The walls were lined with old storage shelves, filled with forgotten medical supplies and dusty records. In the dim light, we noticed a door at the far end of the basement. It was partially ajar, revealing a dimly lit room beyond. We hesitated before pushing the door open. Inside, the room was filled with old, rusted equipment and strange contraptions. But what caught our attention was a single, large, dusty book lying on a table in the center of the room. The book's cover was worn, and it looked as though it hadn't been touched in years. Curiosity got the better of us, and we carefully opened the book. The pages were filled with handwritten notes, diagrams, and what appeared to be patient records. The more we delved into it, the more unsettling it became. Some of the entries described experiments that seemed to cross ethical boundaries. One entry, in particular, stood out. It mentioned an experimental procedure involving mind perception intended to explore altered states of consciousness. A cold shiver ran down my spine. The atmosphere in the room seemed to shift. I glanced at my friends, their faces pale and wide-eyed. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the basement. We all jumped, our hearts racing. The door we had entered through slammed shut with a force that rattled the walls. Panic set in as we realized we were trapped. Desperation drove us to search for another exit. We pounded on the door, shouting for help, but the sound of our voices was swallowed by the oppressive silence. The temperature dropped further, and a strange, whispering noise seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. The shadows around us twisted and danced, making it difficult to distinguish reality from illusion. As we huddled together, trying to stay calm, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. The mirror-like distortion I had seen earlier seemed to be reappearing in the basement. It was as though the room itself was warping and shifting. My friends were visibly shaken, their fear palpable. We tried to make sense of what was happening, but it felt as though the very fabric of reality was unraveling. After what felt like an eternity, the door creaked open on its own. We stumbled out, our nerves frayed and our minds racing. The basement was no longer as we had left it. It seemed even more decrepit and unsettling. We hurried up the stairs, the oppressive atmosphere lifting slightly with each step. The main entrance was still accessible, and we burst through the door into the cool night air. We didn't speak much as we made our way back to the car. The experience had left us questioning our own sanity. The abandoned hospital was no longer just a place of decay. It had become a tangible reminder of the unknown and the unsettling. Our once thrilling adventure had turned into a haunting experience that none of us would forget. As we drove away, the hospital loomed in the distance, its dark windows seeming to watch us, holding on to the secrets we had barely begun to uncover. Story 13. I was always the type of person who valued my privacy deeply, yet I found myself grappling with a creeping sense of unease that I couldn't quite place. It began subtly, a feeling that something was slightly off whenever I walked through my front door. My home, once my sanctuary, began to feel like a space invaded by unseen eyes. The usual comfort of my living space was now marred by an inexplicable tension. At first, I brushed it off as paranoia. Maybe it was just the stress of a hectic job or the strain of personal issues that were making me overly sensitive. As the weeks passed, however, my unease grew. It wasn't just the small, inexplicable noises I heard at odd hours, or the way objects seemed to be slightly out of place. It was more than that. I started to notice that my routine seemed to be subtly altered. My favorite coffee cup would be in a different spot, or the TV remote would be on the opposite side of the couch. The little changes were innocuous on their own, but when they piled up, they formed an unsettling pattern that gnawed at me. Determined to get to the bottom of my disquiet, I began to scrutinize my surroundings more closely. I started with the obvious places under the couch, behind picture frames, and inside light fixtures, but found nothing unusual. My search seemed fruitless, and with each day, my discomfort intensified. It felt like living under a perpetual cloud of suspicion and dread, and I was desperate for relief. One particularly dreary afternoon, as I was dusting off some shelves in the living room, my hand brushed against something cold and metallic behind a stack of books. I pulled back the books and found a small, inconspicuous device wedged between them. My heart raced as I turned it over in my hands. It was a tiny camera, one I recognized from tech blogs as a high-definition model designed for covert surveillance. My stomach dropped. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. My home was being monitored, and someone I trusted had planted these cameras. I felt a whirlwind of emotion: shock, anger, betrayal. Who could have done this? I searched the house with newfound urgency, tearing through rooms and inspecting every nook and cranny. Hidden cameras were in the most unlikely places: behind vents, inside wall sconces, and even embedded in smoke detectors. Each discovery felt like another stab of betrayal. The very idea that my private moments were being watched and recorded was both horrifying and dehumanizing. The realization that I was under surveillance was only compounded by the fact that someone close to me was behind it. I spent the next few days trying to piece together who could have had the motive and opportunity to invade my privacy so egregiously. It was a process that involved revisiting old relationships and interactions with people who had once been a part of my life. I questioned friends, family, and acquaintances, but no one seemed to offer any plausible explanations. The web of suspicion grew ever more tangled. In the midst of this emotional turmoil, I sought solace in law enforcement. When I reported the invasion of privacy and presented the evidence I had gathered, the police took my case seriously. They conducted their own investigation, which involved tracing the origins of the cameras and analyzing their data. It was a nerve-wracking process, waiting for answers that felt like they might never come. Days turned into weeks, and as the investigation progressed, I found myself grappling with the psychological impact of the invasion. My trust in others was shattered, and I felt like I was living in a world where nothing was as it seemed. The ultimate betrayal had come from someone I once trusted implicitly, and the emotional scars from this experience were deep and lasting. Eventually, the investigation revealed that the cameras had been placed by a former friend who had harbored hidden grievances. Their motives were complex and rooted in a mix of jealousy and unresolved conflicts. The revelation was both a relief and a source of deeper pain. It was a reminder of how betrayal can come from the most unexpected places and how fragile trust can be. The journey to reclaim my sense of safety and normalcy was a long one. I had to rebuild not just my physical space, but also my emotional resilience. Each day was an exercise in learning to trust again, in both myself and others. Though the immediate threat was gone, the experience left an indelible mark on my psyche. My home, once again a place of refuge, now stood as a testament to the ultimate violation of trust and the profound impact of betrayal. Story 14. I had been searching for weeks for the right place to call home, my budget tight and my patience running thin. One evening, after a particularly grueling day at work, I stumbled upon a Craigslist listing that seemed to check all my boxes: affordable rent, decent neighborhood, and a charming little apartment with hardwood floors and a view of the park. I contacted the landlord, who turned out to be a warm and personable woman named Mrs. Sullivan. She was eager to show me the place and mentioned that it had recently become available because the previous tenant had moved out unexpectedly. When I arrived at the apartment, Mrs. Sullivan greeted me with a bright smile and a set of keys. The apartment was as lovely as advertised, with sunlit rooms and a cozy kitchen. The walls were freshly painted, and everything seemed in good order. We went through the standard paperwork, and within a few days I was moving in, thrilled to finally have a space to call my own. The first few weeks were blissful. The apartment was quiet and I was settling into a comfortable routine. Then, as I was unpacking some boxes in the bedroom closet, I found something unusual: a small, dusty box hidden behind the built-in shelves. The box was old, with a worn leather exterior and brass clasps. Curiosity got the better of me and I opened it. Inside, I discovered a collection of old photographs, letters, and various trinkets. The photographs were of a young woman, her face radiating joy and vitality. There were pictures of her in different settings: at the beach, at family gatherings, and with friends. The letters were written in a delicate, flowing script, filled with affectionate messages and personal anecdotes. As I sifted through these items, I noticed that they all had one thing in common: they were addressed to someone named Elizabeth. At first, I thought little of it. Perhaps Elizabeth had just left behind some personal belongings. But then, I found a small journal at the bottom of the box. The leather cover was embossed with intricate designs, and as I opened it, I was struck by the sense of intimacy within its pages. The journal was filled with entries about Elizabeth's life, her hopes, dreams, and fears. She wrote about her struggles with her family, her career aspirations, and a mysterious, unnamed person who seemed to be the love of her life. One entry stood out among the rest. It described an argument Elizabeth had with someone she loved dearly, a fight that seemed to have deeply affected her. She wrote about feeling betrayed and conflicted, and the entry ended abruptly with a sentence that read, "I hope this decision will be the right one." The more I read, the more I felt a pang of unease. There was something hauntingly poignant about the way Elizabeth poured her soul into these pages. It was as if she had left behind a piece of her spirit in this apartment. Days turned into weeks, and my curiosity about Elizabeth's story grew. I asked Mrs. Sullivan about the previous tenant, but she was vague and seemed uncomfortable with the questions. She mentioned only that Elizabeth had been a wonderful tenant who had left in a hurry. I tried to dismiss my growing unease, but the sense that something was amiss lingered. One night, I decided to explore the apartment's old closet, hoping to find some clue about Elizabeth's sudden departure. Behind the stack of boxes and old furniture, I discovered a small door leading to a narrow, hidden space. It was dusty and cramped, but I managed to squeeze inside. In the dim light of my phone, I saw something chilling. The walls of the hidden room were covered in newspaper clippings, photos, and strange symbols. The clippings were mostly about missing persons and unsolved crimes. The photos included a mix of ordinary scenes and disturbing images. Some of them appeared to be taken inside the apartment. As I examined the clippings, I came across a particularly unsettling one, a newspaper article about Elizabeth, reporting her as a missing person. The article was dated several months before she had supposedly moved out. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. How could this be? I returned to the journal, rereading the entries with a growing sense of dread. One entry described Elizabeth's fear of someone stalking her, someone she felt was always watching her. She wrote about finding hidden cameras in her apartment and feeling trapped. The last entry was a desperate plea for help, but it ended with a chilling line, "I don't think I'm safe here anymore." My heart raced as I realized the magnitude of what I had uncovered. The apartment, which had seemed like such a perfect place, now felt like a prison. I contacted the authorities, sharing what I had found. The police investigation that followed revealed that Elizabeth's disappearance was indeed linked to the apartment, and that there had been an ongoing investigation into a series of related incidents. It turned out that Elizabeth had been a victim of a disturbing stalker, someone who had been watching her closely. The hidden room and the newspaper clippings were all part of a twisted game of control and intimidation. I moved out of the apartment as soon as I could, unable to shake the feeling of violation and dread that had settled over me. The experience left me deeply unsettled, and I often think about Elizabeth and the life she had lived in that space. Her story serves as a haunting reminder of the dark undercurrents that can lurk beneath seemingly perfect surfaces. Story 15. The night had settled over the rolling hills like a heavy, oppressive blanket, muffling the distant hum of the city and casting shadows that danced on the edges of my headlights. I had been driving for hours, aiming to escape the familiar confines of urban life and find some solace in the solitude of the countryside. It was supposed to be a quiet getaway, a chance to clear my mind and reconnect with nature. Instead, it became a journey into something far darker than I ever anticipated. The map on my phone had been my guide, though the signal had dwindled to nothingness long before I lost the asphalt and found myself on a narrow, winding road that seemed to have no end. I glanced at the dashboard clock and sighed, realizing that I should have reached my destination by now. The road, barely wide enough for my car, twisted and turned through dense forest, the trees pressing in so close that their branches seemed to reach out and claw at the vehicle. The air inside the car was thick with the scent of pine, mingled with the musty aroma of the old leather seats. At one particularly sharp bend, I noticed a sign partially obscured by overgrowth. The faded letters were barely legible, but they seemed to spell out dead end. I was about to turn back when a flash of something white caught my eye, something out of place amidst the darkness and the trees. It was a rickety wooden sign hanging askew, barely visible in the dim light. Curiosity got the better of me, and I slowed to read it. "Rest stop," it said, though it was clear this was anything but a regular rest stop. There was no indication of any amenities or services, just a crude arrow pointing further into the forest. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow the arrow. The road narrowed even further, the trees seeming to close in around me like a suffocating embrace. The darkness outside was so complete that it felt almost tangible, as if the forest was alive and watching. My headlights revealed twisted branches and underbrush that seemed to writhe and shift as if alive. After what felt like an eternity, the road opened up into a small clearing. At the center stood a dilapidated cabin, its wooden exterior weathered and decaying. The roof sagged under the weight of time and neglect, and the windows were dark, their glass long shattered or missing entirely. The place had an air of abandonment, yet something about it gave me the unsettling feeling that I was not alone. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I slowly approached the cabin, my headlights casting long, eerie shadows that danced across the ground. I parked the car and stepped out, the gravel crunching beneath my feet. The night was silent except for the occasional rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. I walked up to the cabin, my footsteps hesitant, my senses on high alert. As I drew closer, I noticed strange markings on the doorframe, symbols etched deeply into the wood, worn by time and weather, but still visible enough to send a shiver down my spine. I reached for the door, but before I could touch it, I heard a noise behind me, a faint, almost imperceptible rustling. I spun around, my flashlight beam slicing through the darkness, but there was nothing there, just the shadowy silhouettes of trees. My pulse quickened, and I felt a sudden urge to leave, but my curiosity pushed me forward. I needed to understand what this place was and why it felt so unnervingly wrong. With a deep breath, I opened the door, which creaked loudly as it swung on its hinges. The interior was dimly lit by the moonlight filtering through the broken windows, revealing a space that was as decrepit as the exterior. Dust hung thick in the air, and old furniture lay scattered around an overturned chair, a broken table, and a sofa that seemed to have been there for decades. In one corner, an old fireplace stood cold and empty, its hearth covered in cobwebs. As I stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind me with a thunderous bang, making me jump. I fumbled for my flashlight, shining it around the room to find the source of the noise, but all I saw were the shadows of the derelict cabin. I tried the door, but it was stuck fast. Panic began to set in as I realized I was trapped. I turned my attention to the fireplace, hoping to find a way to pry open the door, or at least something that could help me escape. That's when I noticed something odd, a faint, flickering light coming from behind a loose brick in the fireplace. I carefully removed the brick and discovered a small, hidden compartment. Inside was an old, leather-bound journal. The cover was cracked and worn, and as I opened it, I found pages filled with frantic, scrawled handwriting. The entries were fragmented and incoherent, describing a sense of being watched and hunted, of voices whispering in the darkness, and of people disappearing without a trace. The final entry was particularly chilling, written in a shaky hand. "They're coming for me. I can hear them. Please, someone help me." Before I could process the implications, I heard a noise outside, a soft, dragging sound followed by a low, guttural murmur. My heart raced as I strained to listen, and the unmistakable feeling of eyes watching me grew stronger. I rushed to the window, but the darkness outside was impenetrable. I could see nothing but the endless void of the forest. The dragging sound grew louder, closer. I pounded on the door, shouting for help, but the cabin remained eerily silent, as if it was holding its breath. The journal fell from my hands as I frantically searched for another way out. Just when I felt like I could no longer bear the fear, the door creaked open slowly, revealing the empty night outside. I bolted for the car, my heart pounding in my chest, and sped down the road without looking back. The sense of dread never left me, and as I emerged from the forest and back onto the main road, I glanced in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see something or someone following me. To this day, I can't explain what happened that night or what I encountered in that forsaken cabin. The memory still haunts me, and the image of those cryptic journal entries and the oppressive silence of the forest remain etched in my mind. Sometimes, when the night is particularly dark and quiet, I wonder if the forest is still watching, waiting for the next unwary traveler to take the wrong turn. Story 16. The apartment building on Elm Street had always been a quiet place, a little island of calm in the bustling city. But when the first break-in occurred, it was so out of character that it barely registered. It was only when the second and third break-ins followed, with no clear pattern, that the residents began to feel a creeping unease. For months, I had enjoyed a comfortable, predictable life in my modest apartment. I was an artist, content with my daily routine of painting and sipping coffee. The sudden intrusion into my sanctuary was disorienting. The first time it happened, I chalked it up to a fluke. Nothing was stolen, and the only evidence was a broken lock in a disheveled living room. I didn't think much of it until it happened again. By the third incident, I was on edge. The pattern was random, almost as if the intruder was testing different units to see what they could find. I started to notice small changes. A book moved on my shelf, the kitchen drawer slightly ajar. It was as if someone was rummaging through my life, but leaving everything in its place. The sensation was more unsettling than if things had been outright stolen. It was during the fourth break-in that the situation took a disturbing turn. I was out for the evening when it happened. I returned to find a message scrawled on the wall in what looked like red ink. It was simple: "Your next panic set in." I called the police, but their response was frustratingly slow and their investigations yielded nothing. The residents began to speculate. Was it an inside job? Someone who knew the building's layout intimately? We held meetings, discussed theories, but nothing seemed to fit. Some thought it was a prank. Others feared it was a more sinister plot. The unease grew as the break-ins continued, with each new incident further eroding our sense of security. One evening, as I was sitting alone in my apartment, I decided to delve deeper into the situation. I reviewed my security footage, hoping for some clue. As I watched, something peculiar caught my eye, a fleeting shadow in the hallway, just outside my door. It was too quick to identify, but it was enough to spark a new line of thinking. Could the intruder be someone who had access to the security system? I started keeping a journal of every strange occurrence, every sighting, and every feeling of discomfort. The more I wrote, the more patterns began to emerge. The break-ins seemed to follow a schedule, albeit irregular. I noticed that the intruder always struck when certain people were away, but who could be orchestrating this? My suspicion eventually fell on an unlikely source, the building's handyman. He was a quiet, unassuming man named George, who had always seemed friendly enough. He was the one who fixed locks, repaired leaks, and generally kept the building in order, but something about him didn't sit right with me. I began to observe him more closely, watching for any signs of suspicious behavior. One afternoon, I saw George in the basement, working on something near the security panel. He was usually quite private about his tasks, but this time he was fumbling with wires and muttering to himself. It was an odd sight. I managed to catch a glimpse of a small device in his hand, a device I recognized from my research as a security system bypass tool. My heart raced. I needed to confront him, but I had to be cautious. I decided to gather more evidence before making any accusations. I checked the security system logs and found that the times of the break-ins coincided with moments when George had been working on the system. It wasn't conclusive, but it was enough to make me suspicious. One evening, I confronted George in the building's basement. He was visibly startled when I mentioned my observations. His reaction was defensive, but not overtly incriminating. I pressed on, suggesting that perhaps he should have the security system inspected by a professional. George's response was a mix of irritation and nervousness, which only deepened my concerns. I took my findings to the building's management, but without concrete proof, they were reluctant to take action. Desperation led me to speak directly with the police again, presenting my observations and theories. They agreed to investigate further, focusing on George. It wasn't long before they discovered a hidden cache of stolen items in his apartment and a set of tools that matched the ones I had seen. The ultimate resolution came when George was arrested and confessed. He had been using his access to the building's security system to disable alarms and locks, targeting apartments in a seemingly random pattern to avoid suspicion. His motivation was financial. He needed money to cover debts and had thought he could get away with it by keeping the thefts subtle and spread out. The break-ins stopped immediately after his arrest. The building returned to its peaceful state, but the impact of the events lingered. The revelation about George was a shock to everyone. He had been trusted, and his betrayal left a mark on the community. It was a reminder that sometimes the ultimate threat can come from the most unexpected places, and that vigilance and scrutiny are crucial in protecting what we hold dear. Story 17. When I first started exploring online communities, I was excited by the idea of connecting with people who shared my interests. I'd always been a bit of a loner, and the anonymity of the internet offered a safe space where I could express myself without fear of judgment. It wasn't long before I joined a popular forum dedicated to my favorite hobby, gaming. One day, while scrolling through threads about a new release, I came across a user named NexusX who seemed to share my enthusiasm for the game. Their posts were insightful and well-written, and their passion for the subject was evident. I decided to send them a private message, introducing myself and expressing my appreciation for their contributions to the forum. To my surprise, NexusX responded almost immediately. Our conversation flowed effortlessly. We talked about game strategies, upcoming releases, and even shared personal anecdotes. It felt refreshing to find someone who understood me so well. Over the next few weeks, NexusX and I continued chatting regularly. Our conversations expanded beyond gaming as we started discussing movies, books, and our daily lives. They seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me, and I found myself looking forward to our exchanges. I was cautious, though. My parents had always warned me about online strangers, and I was careful not to share too much personal information. One evening, NexusX asked if we could exchange phone numbers. They suggested it would be more convenient than relying on the forum's messaging system. I hesitated, but they assured me that it was merely to facilitate our conversations. They even offered to give me their number first to prove their sincerity. I reluctantly agreed and gave them my number. Our text conversations began to mirror the easy flow of our online chats. The months went by, and I noticed something odd. NexusX seemed to know a bit too much about my life. They'd mentioned things I'd only shared in passing, details about my work schedule, the places I liked to visit, and even the names of some of my friends. I chalked it up to coincidence, or maybe the fact that I'd mentioned these things in our conversations without realizing it. Still, a nagging sense of discomfort lingered at the back of my mind. One day, while I was out running errands, I received a text from Nexus X saying they had accidentally met me at a local cafe. They expressed surprise at how close we were geographically and asked if they could join me next time I visited. I felt a chill run down my spine. I had never shared my exact location with them, and the idea that they had seen me without my knowledge unsettled me. I began to distance myself, slowly pulling back from our conversations. I would take longer to reply, and would often find excuses to avoid engaging in deep conversations. Nexus X noticed my change in behavior and began to question me, asking if I was upset or if I had met someone else. Their persistence made me uneasy, but I didn't want to cause a confrontation, so I continued to keep my distance. Then, one evening, I received a text that made my heart race. It was a photo of me, taken from a distance, at a park I frequented. The message accompanying the photo read, "Just thinking of you and hoping to catch you on one of your walks." I was horrified. The realization that Nexus X had been tracking my movements hit me like a ton of bricks. I knew I had to take action, but I wasn't sure where to start. I immediately blocked Nexus X on all platforms and changed my phone number. I also reported the incidents to the forum administrators, but their response was dismissive, suggesting I should have been more cautious online. Feeling frustrated and vulnerable, I reached out to the local authorities to report the stalking. The police took my case seriously and conducted an investigation, but because Nexus X had been careful not to break any laws directly, they couldn't take immediate action against them. Despite the lack of immediate results, the police offered advice on how to protect myself further. They suggested changing my routines, securing my online accounts, and being vigilant about my surroundings. I took their advice to heart and implemented as many of their recommendations as possible. Over time, the feeling of being constantly watched began to fade, and I gradually started to reclaim my sense of security. I joined support groups for people who had experienced similar situations, and talking with others who had gone through similar ordeals helped me process my feelings and regain my confidence. Looking back, I can't help but feel a mix of relief and regret. I regret not recognizing the red flags sooner and for not taking stronger precautions from the beginning. However, I'm grateful that I took steps to protect myself and eventually managed to escape the situation. I've learned to be more cautious online, but I also try not to let fear dominate my life. The experience was a harsh reminder of the dangers that can lurk behind the screens of our devices, and it reinforced the importance of remaining vigilant, even in spaces where we expect to find comfort and connection. Story 18. Living with a roommate seemed like a great idea at first. After all, it promised to make college life more affordable and hopefully a bit more social. When I first met Julia, I was struck by her calm demeanor and unassuming nature. She had a warm smile and spoke with a soothing tone, which in hindsight was a bit too smooth for comfort. But I was eager to make a good impression and secure a pleasant living arrangement, so I brushed aside any lingering doubts. At first, everything appeared perfect. Julia was always courteous, never left a mess, and seemed genuinely interested in making our shared space comfortable. She'd greet me with a friendly smile every morning and made an effort to remember the little things, like asking about my weekend plans or inquiring about my exams. It was the kind of roommate experience one could only hope for, and I found myself appreciating her company more and more as the days passed. However, as time went on, I began to notice some odd behaviors. There was a pattern to Julia's calmness that struck me as strange. She would never get upset, never seem irritated, no matter what. If I was running late with rent, she didn't bat an eye. When I accidentally spilled coffee on the couch, she simply cleaned it up without a hint of frustration. Her ability to stay unflappable in all situations was, I thought, a sign of remarkable maturity. Yet there was something unsettling about it. One evening, as I sat at my desk studying, I overheard Julia talking on the phone. It wasn't the content of the conversation that was disturbing, but rather the way she spoke. She had a voice that was almost hypnotic, too controlled, and too smooth. She was speaking to someone about keeping up appearances and maintaining the facade. The conversation ended with her saying, "I know what's expected of me, and I will deliver." This exchange left me feeling uneasy, and I couldn't shake off the feeling that there was something I wasn't being told. Over the following weeks, I started paying closer attention to Julia's interactions and habits. Her social circle seemed unusually small, and she rarely had visitors. When she did, they were always impeccably dressed and carried an air of formality that seemed out of place in our otherwise casual dorm. I began to wonder if there was something behind Julia's facade of perfection. I decided to do a little digging. My opportunity came one night when Julia left her laptop unattended while taking a phone call. My curiosity got the better of me, and I opened it, not knowing what to expect. What I found was chilling. Her laptop was filled with files detailing extensive research on psychological manipulation techniques. There were also drafts of emails that detailed strategies for maintaining control and appearances in various social settings. Julia was a master at presenting a flawless image, but it was becoming increasingly clear that this was a carefully crafted facade. As I delved deeper into her digital world, I discovered a folder labeled Emergencies. Inside were a series of documents outlining various contingency plans for different scenarios, from financial crises to personal disputes. Each plan was meticulously detailed, outlining how Julia would manage and resolve issues while keeping up her perfect, serene exterior. Realizing that Julia's calmness was not just a personal trait but a meticulously constructed strategy was disorienting. The more I learned, the more I understood that Julia was not just a person with an unusual level of self-control. She was an expert in creating and maintaining an image of perfection at all costs. It was as if her entire existence was a performance. One evening I confronted Julia about what I had discovered. She listened to me with the same calm demeanor she always exhibited. Her eyes, however, had a coldness that I hadn't noticed before. "I understand you're confused," she said, her voice as smooth and measured as ever. "But you must understand that appearances are important. It's how people perceive us that truly matters." The conversation that followed was surreal. Julia explained that she had been trained in various techniques of emotional control and image management from a young age. Her family had invested heavily in her ability to present a perfect image to the world. She spoke of this as if it were simply a professional skill, like mastering a craft. In that moment, I realized that Julia's calmness was not a sign of her inner peace, but a meticulous and deliberate act. She wasn't genuinely serene, she was performing. Living with someone who was so expertly adept at masking their true self was unsettling. It was as if the very foundation of our roommate relationship was based on an illusion. The realization left me feeling both shaken and liberated. I had to come to terms with the fact that my ideal roommate experience had been tainted by a facade. Yet, it also made me appreciate the value of authenticity and the importance of knowing and accepting people for who they truly are, not just who they appear to be. I moved out shortly after that conversation, and while I never truly understood the extent of Julia's motivations, the experience was a profound lesson. It reminded me that behind every facade, no matter how perfect, there's always a deeper reality waiting to be uncovered. Story 19. When Jordan's best friend, Max, vanished without a trace, it felt like the world had shifted beneath his feet. The two had been inseparable since childhood, sharing countless adventures and dreams. Max's disappearance was sudden, and the police investigation yielded no leads, leaving Jordan to tackle the mystery on his own. Jordan's first step was to revisit Max's apartment, a modest space filled with their shared memories. The apartment was eerily untouched, every book and photograph in its place, as if Max had stepped out for a brief moment. Yet, the absence of Max's favorite books and the sudden disarray of personal items sent a shiver down Jordan's spine. He knew Max well enough to recognize that something was off. Diving deeper, Jordan began to sift through Max's social media accounts, hoping for a clue. It was here that he encountered the first unsettling detail. Max had been unusually active in the weeks leading up to his disappearance, posting cryptic messages about feeling watched and uneasy. These messages were accompanied by a series of photographs of unfamiliar places and people, each more disturbing than the last. One particular photo stood out, an image of a dark alley with a caption, "Sometimes the shadows are too close." Jordan's next move was to interview people Max had been in contact with recently. He reached out to Max's colleagues, acquaintances, and even old friends, piecing together snippets of Max's last days. Many described Max as increasingly withdrawn and anxious. A former coworker mentioned that Max had been receiving strange phone calls, though he never divulged any details. Determined to uncover more, Jordan followed a lead to Max's favorite cafe, a cozy little place with vintage decor and a warm atmosphere. The barista, a young woman named Emma, recalled Max's frequent visits, She mentioned that Max had recently grown quiet and secretive, often leaving the cafe in a hurry. Emma also mentioned a man who had been seen talking to Max on several occasions, a figure she described as unsettling. Jordan decided to track down this mysterious man, whose description led him to a small, unremarkable apartment building on the edge of town. After some inquiry, he discovered that the man's name was Thomas, and he had a reputation for dubious activities. Jordan managed to arrange a meeting with Thomas under the guise of seeking information about Max. During their conversation, Thomas was evasive and defensive. He claimed to have known Max only casually, but his discomfort was palpable. Jordan noticed a small notebook on Thomas's desk, filled with sketches and notes. One sketch depicted an intricate maze with symbols that resembled those found in Max's recent photos. This discovery only deepened the mystery. Jordan's investigation led him to a small, obscure bookstore where Max had been a frequent customer. The owner, an elderly man named Mr. Harper, revealed that Max had been researching esoteric subjects, particularly those related to ancient symbols and hidden knowledge. Mr. Harper mentioned a book Max had been reading obsessively before his disappearance, a rare volume about secret societies and occult practices. Jordan managed to acquire a copy of the book, and its contents were as disturbing as they were perplexing. The book detailed various secret rituals and hidden places associated with a clandestine group known as the Veil. According to the text, members of the Veil were believed to possess knowledge of hidden realms and could manipulate reality in ways unknown to the general public. The more Jordan delved into Max's research, the clearer it became that Max had been exploring dangerous territory. The connections between the esoteric symbols, the eerie photographs, and the secretive behavior suggested that Max had stumbled upon something far beyond his understanding. It seemed that he had been drawn into a world that promised ultimate knowledge, but at a perilous cost. Jordan's investigation took him to a remote location that matched the descriptions in Max's notes. The area was desolate, shrouded in mist, and eerily silent. He found a hidden entrance to an underground chamber, its walls covered in the same symbols Max had studied. The chamber was empty, except for an old, weathered chest. Opening the chest, Jordan found a series of documents and artifacts related to the Veil. Among them was a letter from Max, written in a shaky hand. The letter revealed that Max had discovered a hidden society with the ability to alter perceptions and reality. Max had been attempting to uncover their secrets, but he had become fearful of the consequences. The final line of the letter read, "I'm not sure if I can escape their grasp. If I disappear, know that I tried to find the ultimate truth." Jordan was left with more questions than answers. The evidence suggested that Max had been entangled in something far more complex and dangerous than he had anticipated. His disappearance was no longer a simple case of a missing person, but rather a journey into the unknown, a search for truths that were meant to remain hidden. As Jordan emerged from the chamber, the weight of Max's quest and the dark implications of the Veil's secrets hung heavily over him. Max's ultimate fate remained a mystery, but Jordan knew that his friend's search for knowledge had led him to the edge of an abyss that few could comprehend. Story 20. Curiosity had always been a driving force in Jake's life. When he stumbled across a forum discussing the dark web, he was intrigued. It was a place he had heard about in whispers and shadowy tales, a realm of digital secrets and forbidden goods. Despite his better judgment, Jake decided to explore it, driven by a desire to understand what lay behind the veil of anonymity. Navigating through the encrypted sites was like stepping into an alternate universe. The web pages were littered with cryptic messages and dubious offers. He scrolled past illicit drugs, counterfeit currencies, and bizarre items, each more unsettling than the last. As he delved deeper, his eyes fell upon an ad for what was described as a mystery box, a package that promised to contain rare and unique items, each chosen to provide a thrill. The description was vague and sensational, designed to ignite curiosity. It was cheap, a tempting factor for someone who was both financially cautious and adventurous. Jake's heartbeat quickened as he made the purchase. The transaction was seamless, conducted through anonymous channels that shielded the seller's identity. The process was quick, and within days, a small, nondescript package arrived at his doorstep. It was unmarked, save for a barely noticeable emblem on the wrapping, a symbol Jake didn't recognize. He hesitated before opening it, a part of him sensing that this was a step into unknown territory. But the allure of the mystery was too powerful. He peeled away the layers of packaging, revealing a plain black box. Inside, the contents were a jumble of seemingly random items: an old, tarnished key, a faded photograph of a building he didn't recognize, and a small, peculiar device with an assortment of dials and switches. Jake's initial excitement began to wane as he examined the items. The key was old and rusted, the photograph was too blurry to provide any real clues, and the device was a mystery. His gut feeling of unease grew stronger, but he decided to investigate further. He took the device apart, only to find a hidden compartment inside, containing a flash drive. His curiosity overpowered his apprehension. Jake plugged the flash drive into his computer, unaware that he was unlocking a Pandora's box. The drive contained encrypted files, which he attempted to open using various methods. It wasn't long before his computer was bombarded with a series of alerts and warnings. The screen flashed with disturbing images, and a message appeared: "You shouldn't have looked." Panic set in. Jake realized he had inadvertently accessed something much more dangerous than he could have imagined. The images and messages were increasingly sinister, and he felt a chilling realization that he had exposed himself to something beyond his control. He disconnected the flash drive and attempted to shut down his computer, but it was too late. His system was already compromised. The immediate danger escalated when he noticed unfamiliar activity on his bank accounts and social media profiles. It became clear that his personal information had been accessed. Fear gripped him as he realized that the mystery box was not just a harmless curiosity, but a catalyst for a much more dire situation. Jake quickly sought help from a cybersecurity expert, who informed him that his computer had been infected with malware designed to extract personal data. The expert advised him to contact the authorities, but Jake was hesitant. He was deeply embarrassed and fearful of the legal consequences of his dark web escapade. Despite his reluctance, Jake followed the expert's advice and reported the incident. The authorities began an investigation, but Jake was left to deal with the fallout. He had to change all his passwords, secure his financial accounts, and take steps to protect his identity. The entire experience left him shaken and wary of his own curiosity. As he reflected on the events, Jake realized the ultimate lesson: some mysteries are better left unexplored. The dark web, with its promises of hidden wonders and excitement, had led him down a path fraught with danger and consequences. What he had initially perceived as a harmless adventure had exposed him to real threats and fear. The aftermath was a sobering reminder of the risks associated with curiosity in the dark corners of the internet. Jake had learned the hard way that some doors, once opened, reveal more than just answers. They unveil dangers that can have lasting repercussions. Story 21. The town of Crestwood was small, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else, and secrets were hard to keep. When Julia Adams went missing, the entire community was thrown into disarray. Julia was a vibrant 25-year-old with a bright smile and a reputation for kindness. Her disappearance felt like a cruel twist of fate, casting a shadow over the usually serene town. I had known Julia for years. We had been childhood friends, and though we had drifted apart over time, hearing about her disappearance struck a chord deep within me. When the police first announced the case, I felt compelled to help in any way I could. It was clear that the entire town was rallying to find her, and I wanted to be a part of that effort. The search began with a flurry of activity. Volunteers combed through the woods, distributed flyers, and questioned anyone who might have seen Julia recently. I joined the search parties, hoping to find even the smallest clue that might lead us to her. But as days turned into weeks, the initial hopefulness gave way to a more somber atmosphere. The media's coverage became increasingly desperate, and the town's mood shifted from hopeful to anxious. During the search, I noticed something strange. There were moments when I would catch glimpses of a man lurking at the edge of the search area. He was always at a distance, blending into the background, but there was something about his demeanor that unsettled me. His presence was subtle but persistent, and it made me uneasy. One evening, while reviewing some of the footage from the town's security cameras that the police had collected, I saw the man again. He was seen walking along a secluded path that led deep into the woods, a path that had been largely overlooked in the initial search efforts. The footage was grainy and unclear, but the man's face was recognizable. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized that I knew him. His name was Evan Cole, a former classmate of mine from high school. We hadn't spoken in years, but I remembered him clearly. Evan had always been a bit of an enigma, quiet, reserved, and somewhat brooding. Back then, he had a reputation for being a loner, and though I had never had a personal issue with him, I always sensed an undercurrent of unpredictability about him. I contacted the police immediately, relaying my concerns and sharing what I had seen. They took my report seriously and began to investigate Evan's connection to the case. They discovered that he had recently moved back to town after a lengthy absence, and his return coincided with Julia's disappearance. The investigation into Evan quickly revealed troubling information. He had been in trouble with the law before, but the offenses were relatively minor vandalism, petty theft. However, it seemed that his recent return to Crestwood had involved more sinister activities. The police found evidence suggesting that he had been obsessively following Julia, a detail that made the situation all the more disturbing. One night, the police decided to confront Evan. They obtained a search warrant for his property, and after hours of questioning, found incriminating evidence in his home, personal items belonging to Julia, and a collection of disturbing notes detailing his thoughts and feelings about her. The discovery painted a chilling picture of Evan's obsession. As the police worked to piece together the evidence, I found myself in a state of disbelief. The realization that someone I knew, or at least someone I had been acquainted with, could be capable of such horror was both shocking and surreal. Evan's involvement in Julia's disappearance was confirmed, and he was taken into custody. The community was left grappling with the aftermath. Julia was still missing, and the search continued with renewed urgency. Despite the evidence against Evan, he remained tight-lipped about her whereabouts. The darkness of the case seemed to grow deeper with every passing day. Eventually, Julia's body was discovered in a remote area of the woods, not far from where Evan had been seen on the security footage. The discovery brought a tragic sense of closure to the case, but it also left the town in mourning. The horror of what had happened was a heavy weight that settled over Crestwood, changing it forever. In the wake of Julia's death and Evan's arrest, I found it difficult to reconcile the person I had known with the one who had committed such unspeakable acts. The case left a deep scar on me and the entire community. It was a stark reminder of how the dark undercurrents of human nature can emerge in the most unexpected ways. As I tried to process everything, I realized that the shadows of the past can often conceal the darkest truths. The experience left me with a profound understanding of the fragility of trust and the haunting possibility that the people we think we know can harbor the most sinister intentions. Story 22. When I moved to the small town of Greenwood, I was thrilled by the prospect of a fresh start. The rent was affordable, the neighborhood seemed quaint, and the locals were friendly. It was exactly the kind of peaceful retreat I'd been seeking after years of living in bustling cities. Little did I know, my excitement was about to be overshadowed by a grim reality. The first few weeks in Greenwood were idyllic. I spent my days exploring the picturesque streets, and evenings were filled with pleasant conversations with my new neighbors. The town had an old-world charm, with its vintage shops and historic homes. It wasn't until I began to notice a few peculiarities that I started to feel uneasy. The local residents seemed unusually tired, and were often plagued by persistent coughs and skin rashes. I chalked it up to seasonal allergies or perhaps a flu strain that was going around. As time went on, my curiosity grew. I started digging into the history of the town, hoping to understand why it was so cheap to live there. My inquiries led me to a local library where I stumbled upon old town records and newspapers. I noticed several articles mentioning an old waste dump situated just on the outskirts of town. The articles were brief but hinted at environmental issues related to the site. My heart sank as I connected the dots. The once seemingly charming town had a hidden dark side. One evening, I decided to investigate the area near the dump. I drove to the edge of town, where overgrown vegetation concealed a fenced-off plot of land. The fence was old and rusted, and the no trespassing sign was barely legible. I carefully climbed over the fence, the air thick with an acrid smell that made my throat itch. I could see remnants of old barrels and machinery scattered about. The ground was stained with odd-colored patches, and the once green grass was now a sickly yellow. As I walked through the site, I noticed several other signs of contamination: discolored puddles, strange residue, and a general feeling of decay that seemed to permeate the air. I knew that I needed to find out more about the nature of the toxic waste that had been dumped here, and how it might be affecting the residents of Greenwood. The next day, I went to Town Hall to request more information about the waste site. The clerk, An older woman with a weary expression reluctantly handed over a file after much hesitation. The documents revealed that the town had been built over an old industrial waste dump from the 1950s. The waste contained various hazardous chemicals, and over time it had leached into the groundwater and soil. The town had supposedly undergone remediation efforts in the past, but it seemed that they were insufficient or poorly managed. The records indicated that there had been numerous complaints from residents about health issues, but the town officials had downplayed the severity of the severity. Then, it was clear that the affordable housing was directly linked to the hidden costs of environmental contamination. Armed with this knowledge, I began to notice more signs of the environmental impact. Many of my neighbors had unexplained health issues, frequent headaches, rashes, and persistent illnesses. Children played in the park, oblivious to the potential dangers beneath their feet. Conversations with locals revealed a general sense of resignation and acceptance, as if the residents had grown used to living with these problems and had little hope of change. Determined to make a difference, I reached out to environmental advocacy groups and local media. The response was cautious but supportive. A journalist from a regional newspaper agreed to cover the story, and soon enough, the issue gained wider attention. Public pressure mounted, and the town council was forced to address the situation more openly. In the weeks that followed, the town initiated more comprehensive cleanup efforts, and there were talks about relocating affected families and providing medical assistance. The process was slow and fraught with bureaucratic hurdles, but it was a start. Residents were cautiously hopeful that improvements would be made, and there was a renewed sense of vigilance about environmental policies and safety. The experience left me with a profound sense of unease, but also a renewed commitment to advocacy. The quaint town of Greenwood, with its charming facade, had hidden a toxic truth beneath its surface. It served as a stark reminder that sometimes the price of affordability comes with hidden costs that are far more than monetary. As I moved forward, I carried with me the lesson that awareness and action are crucial in confronting and addressing the dangers that lurk in the shadows of seemingly perfect places. Story 23. The day I moved into my new home was a whirlwind of excitement and exhaustion. The boxes were still stacked haphazardly in the living room, and the scent of fresh paint lingered in the air. I was eager to settle into my new space and start this new chapter in my life. The house, an old Victorian with charming details and a sense of history, had captivated me from the moment I saw it. Its quirks and age only added to its allure. It was late in the afternoon when I finally finished arranging the basics and decided to take a break. I stepped outside to stretch my legs and breathe in the crisp, autumn air. The neighborhood was quiet, with the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant chatter of children playing. I was beginning to feel a sense of belonging. As I strolled down the street, I noticed a small group of neighbors gathered near a house a few doors down. They were speaking in hushed tones, their faces etched with concern and curiosity. I approached cautiously, not wanting to intrude but feeling a pang of curiosity. I struck up a conversation with a woman who seemed to be the most approachable of the group. "I'm new to the neighborhood," I said, trying to sound casual. "Is everything okay?" Her face fell, and she looked at me with a mixture of sympathy and apprehension. "Oh dear, I didn't realize you were new. I suppose you haven't heard yet. There's been a terrible tragedy." Her words sent a chill down my spine. I asked for more details, and she hesitated before continuing. "The house just down the street," she pointed to the residence that was barely visible from where we stood, "was the scene of a horrific crime. A young woman was murdered there just last night." The news hit me like a cold wave. I tried to process the gravity of what I was hearing. A murder? But how? Why, I stammered, feeling both shocked and disoriented. The woman, whose name was Lisa, explained that the previous occupants of the house had been a young couple. They had been friendly and well-liked in the neighborhood. According to the news, the woman's name was Emily, and she had been found dead in her home. The police were still investigating, but there were no leads on the perpetrator at that time. Lisa's voice trembled as she described the aftermath. Emily's death had sent shockwaves through the community. The house had been cordoned off by the police, and the once lively home was now a crime scene. The sight of police cars and flashing lights had disrupted the quiet suburban routine, leaving everyone on edge. I felt a wave of dread wash over me. The idea that such a violent crime had occurred so close to my new home was unsettling. My thoughts raced as I struggled to imagine what might have transpired within those walls. I thanked Lisa for the information and returned to my house, my mind a whirlwind of anxiety and fear. That evening, as darkness enveloped the neighborhood, I found myself unable to shake the sense of foreboding. The house where the murder had occurred seemed to loom larger in my imagination, its silhouette casting long shadows across the street. I tried to distract myself by unpacking more boxes, but the effort felt hollow against the backdrop of the grim news. The next day, the story continued to dominate the local news. I read articles online and watched the coverage, piecing together what little information was available. The police were tight-lipped about details, but rumors and speculation swirled through the community. People whispered about potential suspects and motives, though nothing concrete emerged. The sense of unease grew with each passing day. The once charming neighborhood now felt tainted by the shadow of violence. I began to feel a disconnect between the idyllic image I had of my new home and the reality of the situation. The house that had seemed so inviting now felt like a haunted relic of a tragic event. Despite the growing tension, I decided to reach out to the neighbors to try and forge connections and understand the community better. Many were sympathetic but were still grappling with the shock of the murder. They were hesitant to discuss the details, and conversations often turned somber quickly. I appreciated their attempts to be friendly but couldn't help feeling like an outsider intruding on their shared grief. Weeks turned into months, and while the investigation continued, the initial intensity of the media coverage waned. The house where the murder occurred remained empty, a constant reminder of the tragedy. The neighborhood slowly began to find its rhythm again, but the impact of the event lingered like a dark cloud. Living in the shadow of such a traumatic event had a profound effect on me. I struggled with sleepless nights and a persistent sense of unease. The house itself, despite its beauty, became a symbol of fear rather than comfort. I found myself checking locks and windows obsessively and jumping at every little noise. My excitement about the new home had been overshadowed by the dark history it now held. Eventually, the house was sold to a new owner, and life in the neighborhood began to return to a semblance of normalcy. Yet, the memory of that chilling aftermath and the violence that once occurred within those walls stayed with me. It served as a stark reminder of how quickly a place of comfort could become a site of deep-seated fear, forever altering the way one perceives home and safety. Story 24. After the breakup, everything seemed to settle into a quiet routine. I had hoped for peace, but instead I found myself facing an unsettling obsession from my ex. It began with a seemingly innocent phone call, a request for closure. I agreed, wanting to make things clear and move on. But soon the calls became frequent and increasingly desperate, each message laced with accusations and pleas for reconciliation. I tried to ignore it, but their persistence was relentless. They would show up at my favorite coffee shop, pretending to be a casual customer but always hovering near my table. It was unnerving. The encounters escalated from chance sightings to deliberate confrontations. One evening, as I was leaving work, I noticed their car parked outside my apartment. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. One day, as I walked to my car after grocery shopping, I saw them standing by the entrance. I froze, unsure of what to do. They approached me with a forced smile, trying to engage me in conversation. I quickly got into my car and drove away, feeling a wave of relief and fear. That night, my phone buzzed with a flood of texts and missed calls. They were angry and desperate, demanding to know why I was avoiding them. The situation took a darker turn when I started receiving unwanted gifts. First, it was a bouquet of flowers, left at my doorstep. Then came a box of my favorite chocolates, accompanied by a note expressing their undying love. I felt a mix of fear and frustration. I didn't know how far they were willing to go. I decided to take action and changed my phone number, hoping it would be a clear signal that I needed space. But the harassment continued. They found new ways to contact me, leaving messages on social media or through mutual friends. Their behavior became increasingly erratic, and I began to fear for my safety. One night, after a particularly disturbing message, I decided to go to the police. I reported the situation, showing them the evidence of the unwanted contact and the gifts. They took my case seriously, advising me to document everything and to stay vigilant. Their advice provided some comfort, but the anxiety remained. Despite the police involvement, my ex's obsession didn't wane. I started noticing strange things around my apartment, a misplaced item here, a door left slightly ajar there. It felt like they were trying to invade my personal space, and it was terrifying. One evening, as I was coming home from work, I saw my ex waiting outside my building. They were agitated, pacing back and forth. I quickly called the police, But before they arrived, my ex noticed me and approached with a frantic look in their eyes. The encounter was tense, and I felt a surge of fear as they demanded to talk to me one last time. The police arrived just in time, and after a brief confrontation, my ex was escorted away. Despite the intervention, the feeling of being watched lingered. I took additional security measures, installing cameras around my apartment and changing the locks. It was exhausting to live in such constant fear, but I tried to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Over time, the frequency of their attempts to contact me diminished. It was as if they had finally accepted that I was not coming back and that their actions were futile. Yet the psychological impact of their obsession remained. I had to work through my fears and anxieties, seeking therapy to help me regain a sense of security and control over my life. In the end, the ordeal taught me a lot about personal boundaries and the importance of taking threats seriously. My ex's obsession had turned my world upside down, but with time, support from friends, and professional help, I began to rebuild my sense of safety and peace. Story 25. I'd always been fascinated by my family's history, drawn to the stories and secrets that seemed to lie buried in the past. It started as a hobby, searching through old records, collecting photographs, and piecing together the fragmented tales of my ancestors. The more I delved into my family's genealogy, the more I felt connected to those who came before me. Little did I know that this innocent curiosity would unravel a mystery that would shake my understanding of my own heritage. It all began one rainy afternoon as I was combing through old newspaper archives online. I was looking for articles about my great-grandfather, a figure shrouded in both admiration and whispers of controversy. I came across a series of articles from the 1920s about a crime that immediately caught my attention. The headlines were sensational: local man found dead under suspicious circumstances, and family scandal, the mysterious dapper Dilly Weissor. Charles Winslow was my great-grandfather. The articles detailed his sudden and untimely death, described as a tragic accident but surrounded by rumors of foul play. According to the reports, Charles had been found dead in his study, a single gunshot wound to the head, with no signs of forced entry or struggle. The case was quickly closed as a suicide, but whispers of a darker story persisted in the community. Intrigued, I began digging deeper, accessing court records and speaking with distant relatives who might remember something about that time. The more I uncovered, the more inconsistencies emerged. The official story was that Charles had been deeply depressed, but those who knew him described him as upbeat and optimistic. There were rumors that he had been involved in a bitter dispute over his estate with his business partner, Harold Davis, who had been seen arguing with Charles shortly before his death. The records also revealed that Harold had been questioned but never charged, and his subsequent silence only fueled speculation. I reached out to Harold's descendants, hoping to get their perspective, but they were evasive and reluctant to discuss the past. Each conversation only added layers to the complexity of the story. One evening, while reviewing old letters and family diaries, I found an envelope marked with my great-grandmother's initials. Inside was a collection of letters, many of which were written by Charles himself. They were filled with mundane observations and personal reflections, but one letter stood out. It was addressed to an unknown recipient and was never sent. In it, Charles mentioned receiving threatening notes and feeling increasingly paranoid about his safety. The more I investigated, the clearer it became that there was more to this story than met the eye. I spoke to local historians and former police officers who had been involved in the case, but most had long since retired and had little to add. It seemed that the investigation had been hastily concluded, possibly due to the influence of wealthy and powerful people who had a stake in keeping the case quiet. As I pieced together the fragments, I discovered a disturbing pattern. Harold Davis was not only Charles's business partner, but also had significant financial interests in Charles's estate. Several legal documents revealed that Harold had been poised to gain control of a substantial portion of Charles's wealth in the event of his death. The final piece of the puzzle came from an unexpected source. During a conversation with a distant cousin who was a local historian, I was told about a diary kept by my great-grandmother. This diary had been stored away in an old trunk in the attic of a relative's house. My cousin managed to locate it and agreed to share it with me. The diary offered a harrowing perspective on the events leading up to Charles's death. It detailed the tension and fear my great-grandmother felt as she watched her husband become increasingly isolated and paranoid. She had written about her own fears that Harold Davis might be involved in something nefarious. One entry stood out. I overheard Harold speaking with someone about a solution to our financial troubles. I fear for Charles's life. Armed with this new evidence, I decided to revisit the case files and re-examine the available evidence with fresh eyes. The more I looked, the more apparent it became that Charles's death had been a carefully orchestrated crime. The inconsistencies in the investigation and the lack of follow-up on critical leads pointed to a cover-up. It was clear that Harold had played a significant role, but the exact nature of his involvement remained elusive. In the end, the crime remained officially unsolved, but my research had uncovered a narrative of deception and betrayal that had been hidden for decades. The revelation altered my perception of my family's legacy, casting a shadow over the stories of valor and virtue that I had once cherished. It also left me with a profound sense of unease, knowing that the truth about Charles's death was buried beneath layers of secrecy and lies. The case had become more than just a historical curiosity. It was a reminder of the complex and often dark nature of human motives and relationships. The mystery of my great-grandfather's death was a stark reminder that history is not always what it seems, and that sometimes the past holds secrets that are best left undisturbed. Story 26. I was always an adventurous soul, but nothing could have prepared me for the night I stumbled into the underground fight club. It started innocently enough. I had been out with friends, enjoying a night of bar hopping, when we ended up in a part of town I didn't recognize. The streets grew narrower, and the buildings older. We passed a nondescript door tucked between two warehouses, and I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something intriguing behind it. My friends were ready to call it a night, but I was curious. I convinced them to let me check it out, promising I'd be quick. As I approached the door, a sense of excitement mingled with unease. I hesitated before knocking. When the door creaked open, I found myself face to face with a burly doorman. He eyed me suspiciously, but eventually let me in after I offered a $100 bill, claiming I was there to watch a private fight. Inside, the space was dimly lit, with a makeshift ring set up in the center of a large, dingy room. The walls were adorned with faded posters of past fights, and the air was thick with the smell of sweat and desperation. The crowd was a mix of rough-looking characters and well-dressed individuals, all fixated on the fighters in the ring. I slipped into a corner, blending in with the crowd. The fights were brutal, a display of raw aggression and skill. The participants fought with an intensity that left me breathless. The stakes were high, and it was clear that this wasn't just about money. There was a primal, almost existential energy in the air. As the night went on, I noticed a pattern. The fights were not only violent, but seemed to be about survival. The winners walked away with large sums of cash, but the losers, well, they were carried out of the ring, often injured or worse. It was a spectacle I wasn't sure I should be witnessing, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. I stayed for several rounds, my curiosity growing. During a break between fights, I wandered to the back of the room where I found a narrow hallway. Drawn by a sense of intrigue, I followed it to a door marked no entry. Ignoring the warning, I pushed it open and stepped into a dimly lit office. The room was cluttered with stacks of money, betting slips, and files detailing fighter statistics. As I sifted through the papers, I realized that this wasn't just an underground fight club, it was an organized operation with extensive records. The seriousness of it all sank in. I had stumbled upon something much darker than I had anticipated. Suddenly, the door behind me swung open, and I spun around to find a man in a sharp suit standing there. His demeanor was cold, and his eyes were calculating. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice a low growl. I tried to back away, but he stepped closer, his gaze never wavering. "How did you get in?" he asked, though it was more of a statement than a question. I stammered an excuse, but he wasn't interested in hearing it. His presence was intimidating, and the realization of my precarious situation hit me hard. Just then, the sound of shouting from the main room made him pause. He glanced toward the noise, then back at me with a look of frustration. "You need to leave now," he said, his tone brooking no argument. He escorted me back to the main room, his grip firm but not rough. I stumbled out of the building, my heart racing. The night air felt like a cold splash of reality. I had seen things that went far beyond a simple underground fight club. There were lives at stake, and the operation was more sinister than I had imagined. The next morning, I tried to put the events of the previous night behind me, but the experience haunted me. I couldn't shake the images of the fighters, the blood, and the sheer desperation. I knew I had witnessed something deeply troubling, but I was unsure how to deal with it. Weeks later, A news report confirmed my worst fears. Authorities had uncovered a major illegal fight ring, complete with evidence of extortion, illegal betting, and even human trafficking. It was a relief to know that the operation was being dismantled, but the fact that I had been so close to it all made my skin crawl. Reflecting on that night, I realized how close I had come to becoming a part of something far darker than I had anticipated. The thrill of curiosity had led me into a dangerous world where the line between spectator and participant was perilously thin. The experience left a lasting impact, a reminder of how easily one can stumble into the shadows and how critical it is to heed the warning signs before it's too late. Story 27. When I first met Dr. Lydia Harper, she struck me as a model of professionalism and compassion. The soft-spoken demeanor, the reassuring smile, and the well-organized office all contributed to an air of confidence and trustworthiness. My previous doctor had retired, and I needed a new primary care physician. Dr. Harper came highly recommended, and after a brief search, I decided to schedule my routine checkup with her. The initial visit was unremarkable. She asked the usual questions about my health history, took my vitals, and conducted a physical examination. Everything seemed normal. She was attentive, asked follow-up questions, and explained each procedure and test with a calm assurance that made me feel at ease. When the appointment concluded, she assured me that my health appeared to be in good shape and scheduled a follow-up for a few months later. As time went on, I grew more accustomed to her methods. Each visit followed a similar pattern: thorough examinations, detailed discussions about my health, and what felt like a genuine interest in my well-being. It wasn't until the third visit that I noticed something peculiar. Dr. Harper began to suggest more and more tests, each more invasive than the last. At first, I didn't think much of it. She had explained that these tests were precautionary, given my family history of certain conditions. But the frequency of these tests started to raise concerns. The appointments became longer, and Dr. Harper seemed increasingly focused on my medical issues, often expressing grave concern over minor abnormalities. I began to feel overwhelmed by the sheer volume of procedures and tests she was recommending. Friends and family, noticing my growing anxiety, urged me to get a second opinion, but I hesitated. Dr. Harper's demeanor was so convincingly earnest that I couldn't shake the feeling that I was simply being overly cautious. It wasn't until I experienced a sudden and unexplained spike in medical bills that I began to question the legitimacy of the treatments I was receiving. The bills were far higher than I had anticipated, and many of the charges were for tests and procedures I hadn't fully understood or remembered consenting to. Out of frustration and concern, I decided to consult another doctor for a second opinion. Dr. Jameson, the new physician, was a stark contrast to Dr. Harper. His approach was straightforward and less emotionally driven. After reviewing my medical records and conducting a brief examination, he was visibly troubled. He explained that many of the tests Dr. Harper had ordered were unnecessary for my condition, and that some of the procedures had been misrepresented as essential when they were not. Confused and alarmed, I pressed him for details. Dr. Jameson revealed that Dr. Harper's clinic had been under investigation for a pattern of unethical practices. It appeared that she had been exploiting patients by ordering excessive and often fraudulent tests to bill insurance companies for unnecessary procedures. The severity of her actions became even clearer when Dr. Jameson explained that some of these tests had put patients at risk without any genuine benefit. The realization was both horrifying and surreal. The trust I had placed in Dr. Harper was shattered. It felt like a betrayal not only of my personal health but also of the very institution that was supposed to protect it. I was faced with the grim task of untangling the web of deceit she had woven, including dealing with the financial fallout of her exploitation. Dr. Jameson assisted me in contacting my insurance company to dispute the dubious charges. With their help, I was able to have many of the erroneous bills corrected. Meanwhile, a formal investigation into Dr. Harper's practice was launched, leading to her suspension and a thorough review of her patient records. The investigation uncovered a disturbing pattern of abuse and led to legal actions against her. For me, the aftermath was emotionally and financially draining. It took months to recover from the stress and confusion wrought by Dr. Harper's manipulations. The betrayal left me wary of medical professionals, even though most in the field are honest and dedicated. Rebuilding trust in the healthcare system became an uphill battle, and I learned to approach medical care with heightened skepticism and diligence. Eventually, I found a new doctor who restored my faith in the profession. The experience with Dr. Harper was a harsh lesson in vigilance and the importance of questioning even seemingly benign recommendations. Though the ordeal left scars, it also instilled a deeper appreciation for the ethical standards and the need for transparency in healthcare. Story 28. After months of enduring a dull and monotonous job, I was enticed by a charismatic stranger who promised me a surefire way to make substantial returns on my savings. This stranger, a suave individual named Victor, appeared to be a financial genius, spinning tales of high-yield investments that seemed too good to be true. His confidence and the polished veneer of his presentations were mesmerizing, almost hypnotic. Victor's charm was infectious, and he made the complex world of investing seem simple and accessible. He spoke in a calm, reassuring manner, and his stories of past successes were delivered with such conviction that doubt never had a chance to take root. I had been searching for a break from the rut of my 9-to-5 job, and Victor's proposition was a beacon of hope. He showed me slick brochures and elaborate financial projections that painted a picture of immense wealth. He emphasized that this was a limited-time opportunity, which only added to the sense of urgency. My initial skepticism was quickly overshadowed by the allure of easy money and the fear of missing out on a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Victor's pitch involved investing in a series of high-risk ventures, which he assured me were backed by extensive research and expert analysis. He talked about the potential returns with such enthusiasm that I couldn't help but be swept away by the prospect of a luxurious future. To solidify his credibility, Victor introduced me to a network of individuals who appeared to be successful investors themselves, further reinforcing his credibility. With each passing meeting, my initial reservations eroded. Victor's ability to answer my questions with ease and his willingness to share detailed reports only deepened my trust in him. He encouraged me to invest a significant portion of my savings, assuring me that this was a prudent decision. Despite the mounting pressure, I found it hard to resist the temptation of financial freedom and the promise of a life unburdened by financial constraints. The investment began smoothly, with regular updates and positive reports that seemed to validate Victor's claims. For a while, everything appeared to be going according to plan. I began to envision a brighter future, one filled with travel, new experiences, and a more comfortable lifestyle. Victor maintained his facade of professionalism and continued to offer reassurances, keeping me on the hook with frequent communications and updates that painted an optimistic picture. However, as time passed, cracks in the facade started to appear. The updates became less frequent, and when they did come, they were filled with vague jargon and excuses. Victor's once smooth demeanor began to show signs of strain, and the glossy veneer of his operation began to peel away. My attempts to contact him directly became increasingly difficult, with messages going unanswered and phone calls falling into voicemail. The situation took a dark turn when I received a series of threatening phone calls from individuals claiming to be involved in the investment scheme. They were demanding more money and using aggressive tactics to pressure me into complying. The realization hit me like a freight train. I had been drawn into a web of deceit orchestrated by a skilled con artist. The charming facade that had initially lured me in was nothing more than a carefully crafted illusion designed to manipulate and exploit. As the true nature of the scam became apparent, I found myself entangled in a dangerous and precarious situation. The more I tried to extricate myself, the more threats and intimidation I faced. The individuals involved in the scheme were ruthless, and their tactics were designed to keep me in line and extract as much money as possible before abandoning me to my fate. Desperation set in as I realized the gravity of my situation. I sought help from law enforcement, but the trail was cold and the perpetrators had covered their tracks well. The financial and emotional toll of the experience was immense. The sense of betrayal and loss was compounded by the fear of further repercussions from those involved in the scheme. In the end, I was left with a shattered sense of trust and a significant financial setback. The allure of quick and easy money had led me into a nightmare that took considerable time and effort to resolve. The experience served as a harsh lesson in the importance of due diligence and skepticism, especially when dealing with individuals who present themselves as too good to be true. Victor vanished as quickly as he had appeared, leaving behind a trail of broken dreams and financial ruin. The aftermath of the scam left me grappling with the harsh reality of the situation and the lingering effects of having been deceived by a master manipulator. The ultimate lesson was clear in the world of investments and opportunities. Caution and critical thinking are paramount, and the seductive allure of easy wealth can often mask the most dangerous of schemes. Story 29. When I first took the job at the warehouse, I was desperate for any form of employment. The place was located on the outskirts of town, far from the bustling streets I was used to. From the outside, the warehouse looked like any other large industrial and weathered by years of use. However, as soon as I walked through the doors, a sense of unease settled over me. The air was thick and musty, and the fluorescent lights flickered intermittently, casting erratic shadows on the concrete floor. My first day was uneventful, save for the strange, almost oppressive silence that pervaded the warehouse. The few employees I met were standoffish, offering little in the way of conversation or comfort. Their eyes seemed to dart around nervously, avoiding direct contact. I brushed it off as typical workplace shyness and focused on learning the ropes. The task assigned to me was simple sorting and cataloging various boxes of items that had been delivered. Yet the more I delved into the contents of these boxes, the more I felt a creeping sense of dread. Many of the items were peculiar old medical equipment, worn-out clothing, and strange, dusty artifacts that seemed out of place in a warehouse. As the days went by, I started to notice a pattern. The boxes were not filled with ordinary goods, but with items that seemed to have a story of their own, each one laden with a peculiar sense of history, and often something darker. One evening, while sorting through a particularly large box marked confidential, I found something that sent chills down my spine. Among the dust-covered items was a series of photographs, all depicting the same group of people in various settings. Their faces were eerily familiar, but it was the setting that disturbed me. The images were taken within the very warehouse where I worked. The photos showed the same dilapidated corners and narrow aisles I walked through daily, but the people in them appeared to be in some sort of trance or daze, their expressions vacant and unsettling. I decided to investigate further. Late at night, when the warehouse was empty and silent, I began to explore the building's nooks and crannies. The deeper I went, the more I felt like I was uncovering layers of a dark secret. I found hidden rooms behind false walls, rooms that seemed to have been abandoned in a hurry. Old machinery lay scattered, covered in grime, and dusty furniture was strewn about as if left in a moment of panic. One room in particular caught my attention. It was a small office, cluttered with files and old papers. As I sifted through the documents, I discovered records detailing the warehouse's past operations. The papers revealed a series of unsettling practices, unauthorized experiments, missing persons reports, and cryptic notes about subjects and tests. The more I read, the clearer it became that the warehouse had once been a covert research facility, conducting dubious experiments on people who had mysteriously vanished. The ultimate revelation came when I stumbled upon a diary tucked away in a drawer. The diary belonged to a former employee, and its entries detailed the gradual descent into madness that had overtaken the staff. The final entries were particularly disturbing. They described eerie phenomena, including disembodied voices and the inexplicable feeling of being watched. The writer had become increasingly paranoid, convinced that the warehouse itself was alive and malevolent. As I pieced together the diary's fragmented accounts, I realized that the warehouse's strange atmosphere was no accident. It was as if the building was designed to disorient and unsettle its occupants. I began to see the warehouse for what it truly was, a labyrinthine structure designed to hide its sinister operations and to exert a psychological grip on those who entered. The final straw came when I saw a new shipment being delivered late one night, large crates marked with the same confidential label that I had seen before. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to investigate. I followed the delivery men as they unloaded the crates and saw them being taken into a restricted area of the warehouse, a place I had never been allowed to enter. Unable to contain my fear and curiosity, I tried to sneak into the restricted area. As I approached the entrance, I heard muffled voices and the sound of something being dragged. My heart pounded in my chest as I peered through a small window and saw something I will never forget. A dark ritual was taking place, with figures in hooded robes surrounding a large, ominous object. The scene was so surreal and horrifying that I couldn't process what I was seeing. In a panic, I fled the warehouse, leaving behind my job and my sense of normalcy. I never returned, and I've kept the details of what I uncovered a secret, knowing that few would believe me. The warehouse, with its dark history and disturbing practices, remains a chilling reminder of the hidden horrors that can exist behind seemingly ordinary facades. The ultimate truth is that some places are better left unexplored, their secrets buried, and their shadows left undisturbed. Story 30. It was a typical Tuesday at the office for Emma, a mid-level manager at a bustling marketing firm. The company was in the midst of a major project, and the usual hum of activity filled the space. Emma was busy reviewing campaign analytics and planning strategy meetings when the unexpected happened. The morning had been uneventful, the kind that lulled you into a false sense of security. Emma was just about to head to the break room for a cup of coffee when a sudden, loud bang echoed through the office. Her heart raced as the noise startled her and her colleagues. Moments later, the main entrance to their floor burst open, and a group of masked men armed with guns stormed in. Panic spread like wildfire through the office. Employees screamed and ducked under desks, scrambling for cover. Emma's instincts kicked in as she dove beneath her desk, her mind racing with fear and confusion. The intruders, dressed in dark clothing and wearing ski masks, moved with alarming efficiency. They barked orders, demanding everyone to stay silent and not make any sudden moves. Emma's pulse pounded in her ears as she tried to make sense of the situation. Her heart sank as she saw one of the intruders grab her friend and colleague, Daniel, pulling him out from under his desk. Daniel, a senior executive known for his calm demeanor, was visibly shaken. The intruders dragged him to the center of the office, their guns trained on him. Emma's mind raced as she wondered why they had targeted Daniel. She glanced around and saw the same fear reflected in the eyes of her colleagues. The intruders began to issue demands, their voices cold and commanding. They wanted access to the company's financial records and were threatening to harm their hostages if their demands were not met. As the minutes ticked by, Emma realized that the situation was more than a simple robbery. The intruders seemed to know precisely where to go and what to demand, suggesting they had inside information. The office, usually a place of collaboration and camaraderie, had turned into a tense environment of fear and uncertainty. Emma noticed that one of the intruders was behaving differently from the others. While the others were focused on maintaining control, this one appeared to be observing the room, his gaze lingering on various employees. His movements were calculated, and his expression was unreadable. Emma's anxiety grew as she realized this intruder was not only directing the situation but seemed to be taking a personal interest in her and her colleagues. The minutes stretched into what felt like hours. Emma's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Why was Daniel being targeted? What did they want with the financial records? And who was this person who seemed to be watching them so closely? The tension was palpable, and every creak of the office seemed magnified in the silence that followed the intruder's demands. Just when Emma thought the situation could not get any worse, she noticed something unsettling. One of the intruders, the one who had been watching, appeared to exchange a subtle nod with Daniel. It was a fleeting moment, but it was enough to make Emma's heart sink further. Was Daniel involved in this somehow? Emma's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the office door opening again. This time, it wasn't another intruder but the police. The SWAT team, following a tip-off about a possible hostage situation, had arrived. The tension escalated as the police began negotiating with the intruders through a loudspeaker. As the negotiations continued, Emma overheard snippets of conversation that painted a darker picture. The intruders were not just demanding money, they were seeking something much more specific and personal. They wanted sensitive information that could expose secrets about several employees, including Daniel. The revelation hit Emma hard. Daniel, whom she had always seen as a reliable colleague, was at the center of this crisis. The intruders were clearly after something that went beyond mere financial gain. Emma's fear intensified as she realized that the entire office might be caught in a web of deceit and betrayal. The situation reached a critical point when the intruders grew increasingly agitated. Their demands were not being met quickly enough, and their threats became more severe. Emma could see the desperation in their eyes, and the danger was becoming more immediate. The police continued to negotiate, trying to buy time and ensure everyone's safety. Finally, the standoff ended in a burst of activity. The SWAT team launched a coordinated assault, and within moments, the intruders were subdued and taken into custody. The office, which had been a scene of chaos and fear, was now filled with the sounds of relief in the aftermath of the crisis. In the days that followed, Emma and her colleagues were debriefed and offered counseling to help them cope with the traumatic experience. The truth about the hostage situation came to light. It turned out that Daniel had been coerced into cooperating with the intruders due to personal threats and blackmail. The intruders had exploited vulnerabilities within the company, targeting employees whose secrets could be used for leverage. Emma's view of her colleagues had shifted dramatically. The office, once a place of professional interaction, now felt like a landscape of hidden agendas and concealed truths. The incident had revealed the fragility of trust, and the complexities of human motives, Emma, though grateful for her safety, was left with a lingering sense of unease and a deeper understanding of the dark undercurrents that can exist in seemingly ordinary settings. Story 31. When I first moved into the apartment on Elm Street, I was struck by how charming and seemingly genuine Mr. Thompson, the landlord, appeared. He was a middle-aged man with an affable smile, always ready with a friendly wave or a pleasant chat. The building itself was well maintained, and he seemed genuinely invested in ensuring that everything was perfect for his tenants. It was a refreshing change from the often impersonal and neglectful experiences many people have with landlords. Mr. Thompson's professionalism extended to every aspect of his management style. Rent was collected punctually, maintenance requests were addressed swiftly, and the building was impeccably clean. He was known around the neighborhood as someone who took great pride in his properties. Little did I know, this facade was concealing a much darker reality. Everything began to change when I noticed unusual activities in the building. At first, it was minor strange visitors coming and going at odd hours and a series of locked doors that were typically off limits to tenants. Mr. Thompson had always been cautious about security, but these peculiarities seemed excessive and out of character. One evening, as I was heading to my apartment, I overheard a heated conversation between Mr. Thompson and a man I didn't recognize. Their discussion was conducted in hushed, urgent tones, but I caught a few alarming snippets: shipment, product, and delivery. The conversation ended abruptly when they saw me approaching, and Mr. Thompson quickly ushered the man out of the building. Intrigued and concerned, I decided to do a little digging. I started by talking to some of the other tenants, hoping to uncover if they had noticed anything out of the ordinary. To my surprise, many were aware of the odd behavior but seemed reluctant to discuss it further. It was clear that they, too, felt something was amiss, but didn't want to stir trouble. Determined to get to the bottom of things, I decided to investigate further. I began by discreetly observing the comings and goings of the building. I noticed that certain apartments had frequent visitors who seemed to be involved in shady transactions. One apartment, in particular, had a steady stream of people visiting at all hours, often carrying large, unmarked packages. It was around this time that I discovered something truly unsettling. I managed to get a glimpse inside one of the restricted areas of the building thanks to an improperly locked door I had accidentally encountered. What I saw shocked me. The room was filled with crates of various products, each meticulously labeled and organized. It wasn't the contents that frightened me initially, but the fact that these products seemed to be from various manufacturers, none of which had any legitimate ties to the business. My suspicion grew as I pieced together the puzzle. Mr. Thompson's behavior began to make sense. The building wasn't just a place of residence, but a front for a criminal operation. The restricted areas and the shady transactions were all part of a larger, more sinister enterprise. One evening, I decided to confront Mr. Thompson. With my findings in hand, I went to his office, which was conveniently located on the ground floor. My heart raced as I prepared to confront him. When I brought up the strange activities and asked him about the restricted areas, he grew visibly tense. At first, Mr. Thompson tried to brush off my concerns with vague excuses, but as I pressed further, his demeanor shifted from uneasy to defensive. It was clear that my questions had struck a nerve. He attempted to placate me, offering reassurances that everything was above board, but his forced calmness only deepened my unease. Realizing that my confrontation was getting nowhere, I decided to take a different approach. I contacted the local authorities, sharing my observations and the evidence I had gathered. The police were initially skeptical, but after I provided them with the information and access to the restricted areas, they agreed to investigate. The investigation that followed was thorough and extensive. The authorities discovered that Mr. Thompson was indeed involved in a criminal enterprise that used the apartment building as a front for trafficking stolen goods. The restricted areas contained stolen electronics, luxury items, and counterfeit products, all neatly cataloged and prepared for distribution. Mr. Thompson was arrested and charged with multiple offenses, including theft, fecking, and conspiracy. The building was seized, and the tenants were relocated while the investigation continued. The entire ordeal left a mark on the community, and the once trusted landlord became a symbol of betrayal. In the aftermath, the building was cleaned up, and a new management company took over. The transition was smooth, but the shadow of Mr. Thompson's deception lingered. For me, the experience was a jarring reminder of how appearances can be deceiving. Even the most seemingly reliable and trustworthy individuals can hide a dark side behind a carefully maintained facade. The process of coming to terms with what had happened was challenging. It took time for me to feel comfortable and safe again, but the support from friends, family, and the community helped me heal. Through it all, I learned a valuable lesson about vigilance and the importance of trusting one's instincts, no matter how convincing the exterior may seem. Story 32. The pain had been persistent for months, a dull ache that turned sharper with every passing day. After countless visits to my primary doctor and a slew of tests, the conclusion was clear: I needed surgery. My insurance, as it turned out, was woefully inadequate for the procedure I required. The out-of-pocket costs were astronomical, far beyond what I could manage on my own. Desperate for relief and without other options, I found myself drawn to the grimy underbelly of the medical world. A friend, who had his own share of financial struggles, mentioned an underground clinic operating out of a nondescript building in a rundown part of town. The clinic was known among those in the know for offering procedures at a fraction of the cost, though its reputation was marred by whispers of questionable practices. With no other options, I made the fateful decision to investigate. The building was a dilapidated structure, its exterior marred by peeling paint and broken windows. I felt a shiver as I pushed open the heavy metal door, the creak echoing through the empty hallway. The interior was stark and uninviting. Flickering fluorescent lights barely illuminated the grimy floors and walls stained with age. I was met by a receptionist who barely looked up from her desk, her demeanor as cold and clinical as the surroundings. My consultation with the doctor was brief and disconcerting. He was a middle-aged man with a perpetually furrowed brow and a cigarette constantly dangling from his lips. He barely spoke and offered no reassuring words. Instead, he handed me a stack of forms, each one detailing risks and disclaimers, but in a language that felt oddly clinical and detached. The whole experience felt off, but I was too desperate to back out now. The procedure was scheduled for a week later. The day of the surgery was shrouded in an unsettling calm. The clinic seemed emptier than before, and the few staff members I encountered wore expressions of disinterest. The operating room was nothing like I had imagined. It was stark and sterile, but it lacked the reassuring cleanliness of a legitimate hospital. The surgical table was a grim metal slab, and the tools laid out were old and rusted. The anesthesia, when administered, was not the smooth induction I had hoped for. Instead, I felt a disorienting fog descend over me, but not enough to fully block out the sounds and sensations. I could hear muffled voices and the clinking of metal instruments, and I was acutely aware of the cold, harsh touch of hands on my skin. The procedure, though supposedly routine, was excruciatingly painful. The anesthesia seemed inadequate, leaving me fully conscious and aware of every agonizing moment. When I finally emerged from the haze of semi-consciousness, I was in a dimly lit recovery room, my body aching and my head pounding. I felt disoriented and confused, the experience having left me deeply unsettled. The recovery area was sparse, with only a worn-out cot and a threadbare blanket. There were no monitors or comforting beeps, just a heavy silence. Over the next few days, my recovery was anything but smooth. The pain intensified, and there were troubling signs of infection at the surgical site. The staff seemed indifferent to my suffering, offering little in the way of support or medical care. I was left to fend for myself, navigating the complexities of post-surgery care without any guidance. The lack of follow-up appointments and proper medical advice was deeply troubling. Eventually, I realized I couldn't handle it on my own. I sought help from a legitimate medical facility, where I was horrified to discover the extent of the damage. The procedure had been poorly performed, leading to complications that required further surgery to correct. The legitimate medical team was baffled by the shoddy work and the risk of severe complications that had been introduced. The aftermath of the ordeal left me with both physical and emotional scars. The recovery from the second surgery was long and grueling, and the trauma of the experience haunted me. I was plagued by nightmares and flashbacks of the underground clinic. The pain and suffering were a constant reminder of the risks I had taken in seeking help from an unregulated, dangerous source. In the end, the ordeal taught me a harrowing lesson about the dangers of cutting corners, especially when it comes to something as critical as medical care. The desire for a cheaper solution had led me into a nightmarish situation that could have been avoided with proper planning and research. It was a painful and deeply personal experience, one that left me with a profound understanding of the importance of safety and legitimacy in medical procedures. I now carry with me the awareness of just how precarious and perilous the world of underground medicine can be. It's a harsh reminder of the lengths to which people might go when faced with financial barriers, and the severe consequences that can result from choosing shortcuts over proper, regulated care. The scars, both physical and mental, serve as a constant reminder of the importance of seeking help through legitimate and trusted channels. Story 33. The day I met Natalie, I was immediately struck by her charisma. She had an energy that was almost magnetic, drawing people in with her infectious laugh and boundless enthusiasm. We were both newcomers to the same office, and her vivacious personality quickly made her the center of attention. I found myself gravitating towards her, charmed by her apparent confidence and the way she seemed to light up a room. Our friendship developed rapidly. We started spending time together outside of work, exploring the city and sharing our dreams and fears. Natalie seemed to have an endless well of stories and experiences that she was eager to share. At first, it felt exhilarating to be so close to someone who appeared to have it all together. Her life was a whirlwind of glamorous parties, high-profile contacts, and adventures that seemed almost too good to be true. However, as the months passed, I began to notice cracks in the facade. Natalie's stories often involved manipulative tactics and dubious ethics. She would speak casually about bending rules and exploiting opportunities to her advantage, all while presenting herself as a victim of circumstances. Her casual disregard for boundaries started to unsettle me, but I pushed my concerns aside, rationalizing them as quirks of her larger-than-life personality. The real trouble began when Natalie started involving me in her schemes. It started innocently enough, with minor favors, picking up items from questionable sources or covering for her in situations where she had overstepped her bounds. I was eager to help, partly because I wanted to maintain our friendship, and partly because Natalie made me feel special by including me in her world. The first serious red flag appeared when Natalie convinced me to accompany her to a high-stakes social event under the guise of it being a harmless networking opportunity. She had a way of convincing people to trust her, and I was no exception. The event was held in a lavish private club, and I quickly realized that the company Natalie was keeping was far from reputable. The guests were a mix of shady business figures and individuals with dubious backgrounds. The atmosphere was charged, and I felt out of place. Natalie, however, seemed perfectly at ease. She navigated the room with practiced ease, and I was swept along in her wake. That night, I witnessed Natalie engaging in activities that made me profoundly uncomfortable: discussions about financial schemes and under-the-table deals, all while she maintained a facade of charming socialite. I was deeply disturbed but unsure how to address it without jeopardizing our friendship. The situation escalated when Natalie persuaded me to invest in a business venture that she claimed was a sure thing. The pitch was compelling promises of high returns and success stories that seemed plausible. I was hesitant but was reassured by Natalie's confident assurances and the seemingly professional presentation. Against my better judgment, I invested a significant amount of money. It wasn't long before things began to unravel. The business venture turned out to be a front for a fraudulent scheme. I started receiving harassing phone calls from aggressive individuals demanding repayment for non-existent loans and investments. My name was being dragged into a mess that I had been foolishly lured into by Natalie's deceitful charm. When I confronted Natalie, her demeanor shifted from friendly to cold and defensive. She dismissed my concerns with a wave of her hand, insisting that I must have misunderstood or that I was being overly sensitive. Her ability to deflect blame and manipulate the situation was both impressive and terrifying. She continued to portray herself as a victim of circumstances, playing on my sympathies and confusing me further. As the situation grew increasingly dire, I began to investigate on my own. My search led me to uncover disturbing truths about Natalie's background. It became clear that her charming exterior was a carefully constructed mask designed to manipulate those around her. Her history was littered with failed schemes and broken relationships, all orchestrated to advance her own interests at the expense of others. The final straw came when I learned that Natalie had been involved in even darker activities. Her schemes included exploiting vulnerable individuals and orchestrating illegal operations under the guise of legitimate businesses. I realized with horror that her seemingly glamorous lifestyle was built on a foundation of deceit and manipulation. Feeling betrayed and disillusioned, I cut off all contact with Natalie. The process of disentangling myself from her schemes was arduous and emotionally draining. I had to deal with the fallout of my investment, work to clear my name, and confront the financial and personal damage she had caused. The experience left a profound impact on me. I was forced to reevaluate my judgment and the nature of trust in relationships. The allure of Natalie's charismatic personality had masked her toxic behavior and sinister motives. I had been swept up in her charm and failed to see the warning signs until it was almost too late. In the aftermath, I took time to rebuild my life and regain my sense of self. The betrayal had shaken me deeply, but it also led to valuable lessons about the importance of discerning genuine connections from manipulative facades. I learned to trust my instincts and approach relationships with a more cautious and discerning eye. Natalie eventually faded from my life, but her impact lingered. The experience served as a stark reminder of how easily trust can be exploited and how important it is to protect oneself from toxic influences. Moving forward, I became more vigilant about the people I allowed into my life, ensuring that they aligned with my values and treated me with the respect and integrity that everyone deserves. Story 34. It all began on a crisp autumn day when I wandered into a neighborhood I didn't usually frequent. As I strolled past a quaint, ivy-clad building, a handwritten sign caught my eye: "Open House, discover your true self." Curiosity got the better of me, so I decided to step inside. The interior was unlike anything I'd seen before, dimly lit with candles and adorned with intricate symbols. Soft, ambient music played in the background, and the atmosphere was oddly calming. I was greeted by a warm, charismatic woman named Ilara, who welcomed me with a soothing smile. She invited me to join a discussion group that was about to start. I agreed, intrigued by the promise of self-discovery. The discussion was led by a man named Gabriel, whose presence was magnetic. He spoke of enlightenment and personal transformation, using language that resonated deeply with me. The other attendees seemed genuinely enthusiastic, and the sense of community was palpable. By the end of the evening, I felt a strange but compelling connection to this group. Over the next few weeks, I attended more meetings. Each session grew more intense, focusing on deeper aspects of personal growth and spiritual awakening. Gabriel's teachings became increasingly esoteric, and the rituals more elaborate. We began participating in meditative practices that involved chanting and visualization. While some of it felt unconventional, I was willing to embrace it in the name of personal development. Things took a darker turn when I was invited to a weekend retreat organized by the group. The location was a remote, picturesque estate surrounded by dense forest. It seemed like the perfect place for a retreat, away from the hustle of everyday life. Upon arrival, the atmosphere was serene, but a subtle sense of unease settled over me. The first night was filled with communal activities that seemed innocent enough: bonfires, storytelling, and guided meditations. However, as the retreat progressed, the activities grew increasingly unsettling. Gabriel introduced what he called ritualistic purification, which involved symbolic acts of surrender and sacrifice. It was explained as a way to rid oneself of negative energy and past traumas. During one of these rituals, we were asked to write down our deepest fears and then burn the papers in a ceremonial fire. I felt uneasy about the ritual's intensity, but was reassured by the group's unwavering commitment and Gabriel's assurances. I complied, but the experience left me feeling vulnerable and exposed. As the retreat continued, the rituals became more disturbing. One night, we were led to a hidden part of the estate where we were asked to participate in what Gabriel described as a transcendental awakening. Blindfolded, we were guided through a series of intense physical and emotional exercises designed to push us to our limits. The experience was disorienting, and I began to feel trapped, both physically and mentally. It was during one of these exercises that I noticed something odd. A few participants seemed to be acting strangely, almost trance-like. I overheard fragments of conversation suggesting that the group was engaging in practices beyond mere spiritual exploration. My concern grew as I observed Gabriel and Ilara discussing something in hushed tones, their expressions serious and intense. One evening, I discovered a hidden room in the estate. Inside, I found disturbing evidence of secretive and dangerous practices, ancient texts with ominous rituals, ceremonial tools, and disturbing imagery. It was clear that the group's activities went far beyond personal growth. I realized I had unwittingly become involved in something far more sinister. Panicking, I tried to leave the estate, but my attempts were thwarted by members of the group who insisted that I needed to complete the retreat to achieve enlightenment. They became increasingly aggressive, and I felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Desperate, I reached out to a friend outside the group, explaining the situation as best as I could. With my friend's help, I managed to escape the estate under the cover of night. The experience left me shaken and deeply disturbed. I reported the group's activities to the authorities, providing them with the evidence I had found. The investigation revealed that the group was indeed involved in illegal and dangerous practices, and several members were taken into custody. In the aftermath, I struggled with the psychological impact of my experience. The sense of betrayal and fear lingered, and I sought therapy to help process the trauma. Rebuilding my sense of safety and trust took time, but with support from loved ones and professionals, I began to heal. Looking back, I am grateful for the insight gained from this harrowing experience. It taught me to be cautious and discerning about where I place my trust, and to recognize the signs of manipulative and harmful behavior. The ordeal was a stark reminder of the dangers that can lurk behind seemingly benign facades and the importance of listening to one's instincts. Story 35. Moving to a new neighborhood had always been a source of excitement for me. The idea of starting fresh, meeting new people, and settling into a community was exhilarating. When I bought my house, the friendly greetings from my new neighbors only reinforced my enthusiasm. They were warm, inviting, and seemingly genuine, making me feel like I was part of a welcoming community from day one. Little did I know their friendliness was part of an elaborate ruse designed to ensnare me in a web of deception. It started subtly. At first, it was small acts of kindness, baked goods left on my doorstep, casual invitations to neighborhood barbecues, and friendly chit-chat over the fence. The neighbors seemed to genuinely care, and I felt a growing sense of belonging. There was John, the retired schoolteacher who always had a story to share, Martha, the aspiring baker who loved to bring over her latest creations, and the young couple, Sarah and Mark, who were always eager to help with anything I needed. One evening, as I was settling in after a long day at work, Martha knocked on my door with a concerned look on her face. She mentioned that she had heard of a new investment opportunity that was guaranteed to offer high returns with minimal risk. According to her, it was a fantastic chance to grow my savings, and she had already invested a substantial amount herself. The way she spoke about it was so convincing, filled with assurances of security and success, that I was intrigued. Despite my initial reservations, I found myself swayed by the persuasive arguments of Martha and the rest of the neighborhood. They spoke of a mysterious but reputable investment firm that supposedly had a track record of making profitable investments. It wasn't long before I found myself in a meeting with John and Sarah, who provided additional details and testimonials about the firm. Their endorsements were compelling, and their enthusiasm seemed genuine. I decided to take the plunge and invest a significant portion of my savings. The process seemed straightforward, a simple transfer of funds to what I was assured was a sure account. The investment firm, they claimed, would handle everything from there, promising regular updates and returns within a few months. Weeks turned into months, and as the promised update period approached, I eagerly anticipated news of my returns. However, when I reached out for an update, I was met with delays and vague responses. The once charming and attentive neighbors now seemed distant and evasive. The friendly visits and casual conversations dwindled, replaced by a cold, detached demeanor whenever I brought up the investment. The turning point came when I received a letter from what I believed was the investment firm, explaining that there had been a delay due to unforeseen circumstances. The letter was poorly written and filled with oddities that made me uneasy. My growing concern prompted me to start digging deeper, and what I discovered sent a chill down my spine. First, I found that the investment firm didn't exist. There were no official records, no legitimate business addresses, and no contact information beyond what had been provided by my neighbors. I traced the bank account details and found that the funds had been transferred to an offshore account with no clear ownership. The entire setup was an elaborate facade designed to look legitimate. Realizing I had been scammed, I confronted my neighbors. Their reaction was chillingly calm, as if they were prepared for this moment. They downplayed the situation, offering excuses and assurances that they were still working to resolve the issue. But their lack of genuine concern and the way they avoided direct answers made it clear that they were part of the scam from the beginning. I reported the scam to the authorities, but the trail was cold. The money was long gone, and with it, the chances of recovering it seemed slim. The investigation revealed that the scam was part of a larger operation involving multiple victims in several other communities. The culprits had expertly crafted their scheme to prey on unsuspecting individuals by leveraging the false sense of community and trust. In the aftermath, I felt a profound sense of betrayal. The neighbors who had once seemed like friends had manipulated me for their gain, using their charm and friendliness as tools for deception. It was a painful lesson in the fragility of trust and the lengths to which people will go for personal gain. The neighborhood, once a symbol of new beginnings, became a place I couldn't bear to stay. I moved away, leaving behind the house that had been tainted by deception. Though I found solace in a new community, the experience left a lasting mark. It served as a harsh reminder that appearances can be deceiving, and that even the most seemingly trustworthy individuals can harbor hidden agendas. The scars of the scam stayed with me, not just in the form of financial loss, but as a poignant reminder of the importance of skepticism and vigilance. As I rebuilt my life, I carried with me the understanding that true trust is earned and that, sometimes, the friendliest faces can hide the darkest intentions. Story 36. When I landed the job at Harper Company, I felt like I had finally made it. The company had a stellar reputation, and the position seemed like the perfect fit for my skills and aspirations. On my first day, the office buzzed with energy. The employees were dressed impeccably, and the workspace was modern and sleek. I was excited to start this new chapter of my career. The initial weeks were a whirlwind of orientation meetings and training sessions. I was eager to prove myself and took on every task with enthusiasm. My manager, Mr. Thompson, was charming and seemed genuinely supportive. The work was challenging but engaging, and I felt I was finally in a place where I could grow professionally. However, as time went on, small cracks began to appear in the company's polished facade. I noticed that despite the outward appearance of camaraderie, there was an undercurrent of tension. The staff often seemed on edge, and there was a constant sense of urgency that never seemed to let up. I began to overhear whispers of discontent, but no one seemed willing to discuss it openly. One evening, I stayed late to finish a project. As I worked in the quiet office, I overheard a conversation between Mr. Thompson and a senior executive. Their voices were low, but I could clearly hear the words unrealistic expectations and make them work harder. It was clear that they were discussing the pressure they placed on the staff, and it was unsettling. The following weeks brought a series of increasingly difficult assignments. The workload was heavy, and deadlines were moved up without warning. I found myself working late into the night, often skipping meals and sacrificing my personal time. Despite my efforts, the praise I had initially received started to dwindle, and the criticisms became more frequent. The real turning point came during a particularly grueling project. I was assigned a task that required hours of detailed work. When I submitted it, Mr. Thompson barely glanced at it before dismissing it as inadequate. He criticized my work harshly in front of my colleagues, undermining my confidence and morale. I was taken aback, but tried to shrug it off. I told myself it was a learning experience and that I needed to do better. But the abuse didn't stop there. I began to notice a pattern where employees who failed to meet unrealistic goals were subjected to public reprimands, or were handed even more demanding tasks as punishment. There was no room for error, and the constant pressure was taking a toll on everyone's mental health. People were becoming withdrawn and stressed, but speaking out seemed futile. The atmosphere grew increasingly toxic. My colleagues and I would have brief, hushed conversations in the break room, sharing our frustrations but feeling helpless to change anything. The culture was one of fear and exploitation. The company's management seemed to thrive on creating a high-stress environment, pushing employees beyond their limits to extract every ounce of productivity. One day, I found myself in a meeting with Mr. Thompson and the executive team. The discussion centered around maximizing output and cutting costs. I was horrified when they talked about reducing employee benefits and increasing work hours. It was clear that the company valued profit over people, and the well-being of the employees was secondary. As I grappled with the harsh reality, I realized I was trapped. Leaving wasn't an easy option. The job market was competitive, and I had invested so much into this position. I felt a growing sense of dread each day, knowing that my mental and physical health were deteriorating. Yet the fear of unemployment and financial instability kept me from making a move. The tipping point came when I witnessed a colleague, Sarah, being berated for a minor mistake. The tirade was cruel and humiliating, and Sarah broke down in tears. I saw her being escorted out of the office, and the incident left me shaken. It was clear that the company's abusive practices were not just a series of unfortunate events, but a systematic issue ingrained in their culture. That night, I made a difficult decision. I started searching for new job opportunities, updating my resume, and networking discreetly. It wasn't easy. I felt like I was betraying my commitment, but the toll the job was taking on me was unsustainable. My health and happiness were deteriorating, and I knew I had to prioritize them over my fear of leaving. Months passed, and after numerous applications and interviews, I finally received an offer from a company that genuinely valued its employees. The decision to leave Harper Company was both a relief and a bittersweet moment. I had endured a lot, but I was finally free from the oppressive work environment. Looking back, the experience was a harsh lesson in recognizing and confronting workplace abuse. The facade of a perfect job can often mask a toxic reality, and it's crucial to be vigilant about the signs of exploitation. I emerged from the ordeal stronger and more resilient, with a renewed appreciation for a healthy work environment. The scars of that time remain, but they serve as a reminder of the importance of standing up for oneself and seeking out workplaces that respect and value their employees. Story 37. The summer I turned 25, I was tasked with cleaning out my great-aunt Clara's house after her passing. She had lived alone in that old Victorian home for as long as I could remember, a place shrouded in family lore and whispered stories. Clara was always a mysterious figure in our family, known for her eccentricities and the way she seemed to guard her past with a fierce, almost secretive, protectiveness. The house itself was a labyrinth of clutter, each room filled with relics of a bygone era. Dusty furniture, yellowed newspapers, and an assortment of knick-knacks seemed to whisper the stories of decades past. It was during this painstaking process of sorting through her belongings that I stumbled upon something unexpected. It started innocently enough. I was going through old photo albums, their pages yellowed with age. Clara had meticulously labeled each photograph, but the faces seemed strangely familiar, though not quite right. There were numerous photos of people who weren't part of our family tree, or so I thought. Among these was a small, worn-out journal bound in leather. Curious, I opened it and began to read. The journal belonged to someone named Elizabeth, but the entries were dated long before Clara's time. They spoke of a young woman's life filled with tragedy and secrecy. Elizabeth described a family torn apart by scandal, a secret child, and a betrayal that led to a hidden legacy. The more I read, the more unsettling the story became. In the journal, Elizabeth wrote about a family member who had been disinherited and erased from the family history due to a grievous misdeed. As I delved deeper, I realized that the family member in question had connections to our own lineage. The descriptions matched my own family's past, but with a dark twist that I had never been told. It became evident that my great-aunt Clara had kept this journal hidden, perhaps as a means of safeguarding the truth or protecting our family's reputation. Intrigued and disturbed, I sought out additional evidence to confirm the journal's claims. In a locked drawer of Clara's antique desk, I found several old letters, faded but still legible. They were correspondence between Clara and a man named Thomas, whose name matched a significant figure in Elizabeth's story. These letters revealed a concealed relationship and further corroborated the disturbing details from the journal. The more I uncovered, the more it became clear that my family was entangled in a scandalous history involving deceit, abandonment, and betrayal. Clara had been part of a larger narrative of cover-ups and familial disintegration that had been hidden under layers of silence and denial. My great-aunt's role in this history was that of a guardian of secrets, perhaps even complicit in maintaining the facade of an ideal family life. One particular letter struck me with its bluntness. It was a heartfelt confession from Clara to Thomas, in which she revealed her role in perpetuating the family's lies. She expressed regret and guilt over the way the truth had been buried, indicating that she felt it was her duty to keep the past hidden to protect future generations from the shame and pain of knowing the full story. The revelation was jarring. It shattered my image of Clara as the benign, eccentric relative and replaced it with a picture of someone deeply involved in a painful family saga. The implications of this discovery were profound. It meant that the family narratives I had grown up with were based on lies and omissions. The very foundation of my understanding of our family's history was built on a lie. After processing the shock and horror of my findings, I faced the difficult task of deciding what to do with this knowledge. Revealing the truth could disrupt a fragile peace we had within the family and potentially damage relationships. Yet the weight of the deception was too great to ignore. In the end, I chose to confront my family with what I had discovered. The reactions were varied. Some were shocked and distressed, while others were eerily indifferent, perhaps already aware of some aspects of the hidden history. The revelations prompted a series of difficult conversations and soul-searching within the family. We had to come to terms with our shared past and navigate the complexities of our new understanding of our history. The experience was a profound upheaval, one that forced me to reevaluate my own identity and the narratives I had accepted without question. It was a sobering reminder that behind every family's facade might lie hidden truths, and that sometimes facing these truths is necessary to move forward with honesty and integrity. Story 38. It all began on an ordinary Tuesday morning when I received a phone call from an unfamiliar number. The voice on the other end was calm, but carried a tone of urgency. The caller, a detective from a local precinct, informed me that my name had come up in a series of investigations involving several serious crimes. My heart sank as he described the nature of the crimes: fraudulent transactions, theft, and even violent altercations, all committed under my name. Confusion and panic set in as I tried to make sense of the situation. How could this be happening? I had always been diligent about protecting my personal information, and I couldn't recall any recent incidents that might have compromised my identity. The detective's words felt surreal, as though I was trapped in a nightmare from which I couldn't wake. He urged me to visit the station to provide a statement and to start the process of clearing my name. When I arrived at the police station, the gravity of the situation became clearer. The officer in charge showed me a stack of documents, each linked to the crimes committed using my identity. My name was on bank statements, rental agreements, and even police reports, but none of these documents were authored by me. I felt an overwhelming sense of violation and helplessness. This wasn't just about stolen money, it was my very identity that had been hijacked. The detective explained that identity theft is often perpetrated by highly skilled criminals who use stolen personal information to evade capture and commit crimes. They typically operate in sophisticated networks, using various methods to disguise their activities and avoid detection. The realization that someone was using my identity with such malicious intent left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. My first step was to contact my bank and credit agencies to report the fraud and place a freeze on my accounts. I spent hours on the phone, filling out forms and providing documentation to prove my identity. Each call seemed to spiral into another maze of bureaucracy. The financial institutions were sympathetic but also cautious, and the process to untangle the mess was daunting. As days turned into weeks, the situation worsened. I received disturbing phone calls and letters from creditors and collection agencies demanding payments for debts I had never incurred. It was as though my life was spiraling out of control, with each new piece of correspondence adding to the chaos. The stress was unbearable, and I found myself constantly on edge, worrying about the next threat or inconvenience that might come my way. Determined to find answers, I began my own investigation into the identity thief. I scrutinized every detail of the fraudulent transactions and legal documents, searching for clues that might reveal the thief's whereabouts or identity. I discovered patterns and inconsistencies that pointed to a highly organized operation. It became clear that the thief was not acting alone but was part of a larger criminal network. My investigation led me to a network of online forums and social media groups where people discussed similar experiences. I connected with others who had been victims of identity theft and learned about their struggles. Many had faced similar issues and offered advice and support. It was through these connections that I found a sense of solidarity and shared experience. During this period, I also had to cope with the fear for my safety. The idea that someone had access to my personal information and could potentially use it for more sinister purposes was frightening. I increased my personal security measures, including changing passwords and installing security systems in my home. Despite these precautions, the feeling of being constantly watched lingered, contributing to my anxiety. As the months went by, I finally received some good news. Law enforcement had made significant progress in the investigation and had identified the main perpetrator, a highly skilled criminal with a long history of similar offenses. The thief had been arrested, and evidence was being gathered to build a case against them. Although this was a relief, the damage had already been done. Clearing my name and repairing my financial standing was a slow and arduous process. It involved constant communication with authorities, financial institutions, and credit bureaus. The emotional toll was immense, and the experience left me wary and cautious. The ordeal had tested my resilience and pushed me to the brink, but it also strengthened my resolve to advocate for stronger protections against identity theft. In the end, the identity thief's arrest brought some measure of justice, but the impact of their actions had left a lasting mark on my life. The ultimate lesson from this harrowing experience was the importance of vigilance and need for robust personal security measures. Identity theft is not just a crime of financial gain, it's a profound violation of personal security and trust. My quest for answers had been fraught with challenges, but it had also highlighted the resilience of the human spirit in the face of adversity. Story 39. When I signed up to volunteer at the refugee camp, I was driven by a deep desire to help those in need. The camp was set up in a remote area, away from the bustling city, and was meant to provide refuge for those fleeing war and persecution. The camp was a sprawling network of tents and makeshift shelters, surrounded by barbed wire and guarded by a small contingent of security personnel. The conditions were harsh, but the sense of community and shared hardship created an atmosphere of resilience among the refugees. Initially, my tasks were straightforward: distributing food, assisting with medical checkups, and helping to organize donations. The refugees, despite their hardships, were often warm and grateful. However, as I spent more time in the camp, I began to notice discrepancies and unsettling behaviors that didn't quite add up. One evening, while assisting with the distribution of supplies, I saw a group of men in suits and ties speaking with the camp's officials in hushed tones. They were not from any organization I recognized, and their presence seemed out of place in the camp. Curiosity piqued. I tried to overhear their conversation, but was quickly shooed away by a camp coordinator who seemed unusually nervous. Days went by, and my concern grew. I noticed that certain refugees, particularly those who were most vulnerable, seemed to have a different set of interactions with camp officials and these mysterious visitors. These individuals were often taken aside for private discussions and seemed to be given preferential treatment in terms of resources and accommodations. My suspicions led me to start discreetly documenting these observations. I noted down names, dates, and the nature of the interactions. It became increasingly apparent that something was amiss. The refugees who were supposedly being given special assistance were often the ones who were later seen leaving the camp in the company of these suited men. One night, unable to contain my growing anxiety, I followed one of these individuals, a young woman who had frequently been seen having private meetings with the men in suits. She left the camp under the cover of darkness, and I followed her discreetly. The journey led me to a nondescript building on the edge of town, one that appeared to be an abandoned warehouse. From a concealed vantage point, I watched as the young woman entered the building. Hours later, I saw her leaving, accompanied by the same men in suits. I decided to take a closer look. The building's door was slightly ajar, and I slipped inside, navigating through the shadows. What I found inside was nothing short of horrifying. The warehouse was a grim spectacle of exploitation. Rows of makeshift beds were set up in a dingy, poorly lit area. The space was filled with a mix of people, some of whom were refugees, others who appeared to be traffickers or handlers. The refugees were treated as commodities, with transactions occurring openly, as if their suffering was a mere business transaction. I observed a disturbing exchange where the suited men were negotiating over the price of human lives. The refugees were being sold for various purposes: forced labor, illegal adoptions, and worse. The desperation in their eyes was palpable, and the entire scene was a grim reminder of the depth of human cruelty. In a state of shock and horror, I managed to capture some photos of the transactions and the conditions within the warehouse. I fled the building, determined to expose the truth. I returned to the camp, my mind racing with what I had seen. I knew that if I were to reveal this information, I would be risking my own safety, but the exploitation of these vulnerable people was too grave to ignore. I contacted local authorities and presented them with the evidence I had gathered. The response was swift, but not without complications. Corruption and vested interests had deeply infiltrated the system, and it became clear that the network of exploitation extended beyond what I had initially uncovered. The investigation was met with resistance, and I faced threats and attempts to discredit me. Despite the obstacles, the authorities managed to raid the warehouse and rescue many of the refugees. The exposure of the exploitation network led to arrests and a wider investigation into the camp's operations. The authorities' efforts brought temporary relief, but the damage inflicted on the refugees was deep and lasting. The camp was restructured, and measures were taken to improve oversight and prevent further exploitation. The ultimate truth was that the camp, meant to be a sanctuary, had been marred by a dark underbelly of exploitation and greed. The experience left me deeply scarred but resolute. I continued to advocate for the rights of refugees and worked to shed light on the systemic issues that allowed such exploitation to occur. The journey had shown me the harsh reality of how vulnerability can be manipulated for profit, but it also reinforced my commitment to fighting for justice and humanity. Story 40. Tom had always enjoyed the occasional thrill of betting on sports, but he never considered himself a serious gambler. His friends had often talked about their experiences with high-stakes games, sharing stories of big wins and bigger losses, but Tom preferred to keep things light. That changed one fateful evening when he made an offhand comment about betting on an obscure game at a local bar. The bar was a dimly lit place with an air of faded grandeur. Tom was there with a few friends, watching a late-night soccer match from a small television mounted in the corner. The conversation turned to betting, and Tom jokingly mentioned he could win big if he knew where to place the right bets. To his surprise, a well-dressed man sitting alone at the bar, who had been quietly listening, turned and offered him a proposition. The man introduced himself as Victor, claiming he could get Tom access to an exclusive, high-stakes gambling ring. Tom was intrigued but remained skeptical. Victor's pitch was compelling. He promised enormous payouts and insider knowledge on games that were virtually untouchable by the public eye. Tom's curiosity got the better of him, and he agreed to meet Victor the following week. When Tom arrived at the upscale casino where Victor had arranged their meeting, he was struck by the opulence of the place. It was far removed from the dingy bars and smoky rooms he was used to. The casino was a high-end establishment, with chandeliers hanging from the ceiling and a crowd of wealthy patrons engaged in various forms of gambling. Victor greeted Tom warmly and led him to a private room in the back of the casino. Inside, a group of serious-looking individuals were gathered around a table. The atmosphere was charged with intensity, and the stakes were higher than anything Tom had ever experienced. Victor introduced Tom as a new participant, and despite Tom's nerves, he was soon drawn into the whirlwind of bets and strategies. Initially, the experience was exhilarating. Tom made a few bets, and to his surprise, won several of them. The thrill of winning money quickly turned into an obsession, and he found himself drawn deeper into the ring. The stakes were high, and so were the rewards, but Tom noticed something unsettling. The players were not only competitive, but also increasingly aggressive and secretive. It wasn't long before Tom began to feel the weight of the gambling ring's dangerous underbelly. Victor, who had seemed like a friendly guide, revealed a more ominous side of his personality. He began pressuring Tom to increase his bets, promising that bigger risks would lead to even greater rewards. The room's atmosphere shifted from one of excitement to one of palpable tension. Tom noticed that losing wasn't just about money, it seemed to have severe repercussions. One evening, the atmosphere in the private room became especially charged. A high-profile bet was about to be placed, and Tom was caught in the middle of a dispute between two major players. One of them, a man named Gregory, was known for his ruthlessness. He was unhappy with the outcome of a previous game, and it made it clear that he expected compensation. The stakes were so high that Tom could feel the pressure mounting as the argument escalated. Tom's unease turned to fear when Gregory, in a fit of rage, made veiled threats. It was clear that the stakes were not only financial but potentially dangerous. Tom realized he was in over his head, and that his involvement in the ring was drawing unwanted attention. The thought of losing everything, not just money but perhaps even his safety, began to gnaw at him. Victor continued to push Tom to gamble more aggressively. Despite Tom's increasing anxiety, Victor assured him that everything was under control and that the risks were manageable. But as Tom's losses began to mount, he saw Victor's demeanor shift from supportive to menacing. It became evident that Victor was not just a facilitator but a key player in a dangerous game. The situation reached a breaking point when Tom's losses led to a confrontation with Gregory and his associates. The altercation became physical, and Tom found himself in a dire situation, cornered by men who were not afraid to resort to violence. Victor's assurances turned hollow as Tom faced threats that went beyond mere financial ruin. In a desperate bid to escape the escalating danger, Tom sought help from law enforcement. He provided them with information about the gambling ring, but by then the ring had become highly secretive and elusive. The stakes had grown too high, and the players were too connected to easily dismantle the operation. The fallout from the gambling ring was severe. Tom faced intense scrutiny from law enforcement and a heavy financial burden due to his massive losses. His personal safety was compromised, and he was forced to relocate to avoid further retaliation from those involved in the ring. The thrill of high-stakes gambling had turned into a nightmare, revealing a darker side of human nature that Tom had never anticipated. The experience left Tom scarred and wiser. He had learned the ultimate lesson that some games are rigged from the start, and the price of involvement can be far higher than any monetary loss. The allure of high-stakes gambling had blinded him to the dangers lurking beneath the surface. and the consequences of his actions had proven to be life-threatening. Story 41. It all started one cold November evening. I was home alone, working on a freelance project in my small apartment, when the knock on the door came. The police informed me that I was being accused of embezzling funds from my employer, a financial consulting firm where I had worked for 5 years. They had evidence that purportedly linked me to several unauthorized transactions, but I knew with absolute certainty that I hadn't done anything wrong. The accusation was shocking, but the evidence was even more so. The documents presented in court appeared legitimate, showing detailed records of transactions and transfers supposedly made from my accounts. I was baffled. How could this happen? How could my name and personal details be so thoroughly implicated in something I had never done? Determined to clear my name, I hired a lawyer and began a thorough investigation into the supposed evidence. The more we dug, the more discrepancies we found. The transactions listed were bizarrely specific, with amounts and dates that didn't align with any of my financial records or known activities. It was as if someone had meticulously crafted a case against me. I decided to take matters into my own hands. One evening, while poring over the financial documents and records, I noticed a peculiar pattern in the timestamps and transaction logs. Certain documents seemed to have been edited or altered after the fact. It wasn't immediately obvious, but the changes suggested manipulation. As I investigated further, I discovered that some of the documents had been generated by an internal system at the consulting firm. I reached out to a former colleague, Sarah, who had once worked in the IT department. I hoped she could provide insight into how such documents could be manipulated. Sarah was reluctant at first, but agreed to meet me privately. She explained that the firm had recently upgraded its accounting software, and during the transition, there had been several security breaches. The breaches had been downplayed publicly, but internally they were a serious issue. Her comments pointed to a potential vulnerability in the system, which could have allowed someone to falsify documents. As Sarah and I dug deeper into the breach, we found that a small group of employees had been given access to sensitive system functions that could alter or fabricate transaction records. The more we explored, the more it became clear that there were internal conflicts within the firm and unresolved grievances that might have driven someone to frame me. I decided to follow up on a hunch and started researching employees who had recently left the company or were known to have had disputes with management. One name kept surfacing: Jason Walker, a former senior accountant with a history of conflicts with upper management and a known grudge against the firm. I arranged a meeting with Jason under the pretense of seeking his advice on financial matters. During our conversation, he seemed nervous and evasive, but he mentioned a few details about the internal system and recent changes that were oddly precise. It was clear he had insider knowledge. As the meeting ended, Jason slipped up and inadvertently revealed that he had access to the system during the crucial period when the evidence was supposedly falsified. Armed with this new information, I went back to Sarah and showed her the records we had uncovered about Jason's access. Together, we built a case showing that Jason had the means and opportunity to manipulate the financial records. We compiled evidence, including discrepancies in the transaction logs and Jason's unusual activities within the system. With this evidence in hand, I approached my lawyer and presented our findings. The lawyer agreed to bring this new evidence to court. The turning point came when Jason was called to testify. Under pressure, he confessed to tampering with the records and framing me as part of a larger scheme to discredit the firm and settle personal grievances. Jason's confession led to a complete exoneration on my part. The case against me was dropped, and I was cleared of all charges. The aftermath was a whirlwind of legal battles, media scrutiny, and personal reflection. The consulting firm faced its own repercussions, and a comprehensive audit was conducted to address the security breaches and restore integrity. The experience left me shaken and wary. I had always trusted the systems and institutions around me, but the ordeal exposed how easily they could be manipulated from within. I learned a valuable lesson about vigilance and the importance of questioning even seemingly solid evidence. The conspiracy involving falsified evidence had been a dark reminder of the lengths to which people could go to achieve their ends, and it left me with a heightened awareness of the fragile nature of trust. Story 42. The anticipation of reconnecting with my estranged cousin Alex had been building for years. Our families had been separated by a bitter dispute long ago, and though I had heard sporadic updates about Alex over the years, I had never seen him. When I received a message from him out of the blue, suggesting a reunion, I was both excited and apprehensive. The time seemed right to mend old wounds and bridge the gap that had kept us apart for so long. Alex had proposed meeting at an old family cabin in the mountains, a place that held fond memories from our childhood. It was a remote location, which seemed perfect for an intimate and private conversation. I arrived a day before Alex, eager to prepare and set up for our reunion. The cabin, though weathered, was cozy and filled with the nostalgic charm of our youth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cabin, I heard the crunch of gravel under tires. Alex had arrived. Seeing him again was a surreal experience. He looked older but still familiar. He greeted me with a warm hug, and we quickly fell into conversation, catching up on years of lost time. The initial awkwardness melted away as we shared stories and laughed about old memories. It wasn't long before the conversation turned deeper, and Alex began to share details about his life since we last spoke. He spoke of various jobs, relationships, and travels, but he seemed to avoid certain topics. When I pressed him about the gaps in his story, he deflected with casual comments and changed the subject. His evasiveness struck me as odd, but I dismissed it as a natural reluctance to discuss sensitive subjects. Late into the evening, after a hearty dinner and a few glasses of wine, Alex seemed to grow more introspective. He began to open up about his struggles, his voice trembling with a mix of shame and regret. He spoke of his involvement in a group of people he referred to only as the wrong crowd. The details were murky and vague, but it was clear that something troubling had occurred. As he spoke, I noticed the unease in his demeanor and the way he would glance around, as if fearing someone might overhear. The more Alex spoke, the more I felt a creeping sense of dread. He mentioned several incidents that sounded increasingly ominous. He described a series of shady dealings and a criminal enterprise that he had been entangled with. It became apparent that his involvement was more than just a passing phase. It was something deeply entrenched and far more dangerous than I had imagined. As the night wore on, Alex's revelations took a darker turn. He confessed that his involvement with this group had led to numerous illegal activities, including extortion and violence. My heart pounded as he described the dangerous individuals he had crossed paths with and the precarious situations he was sure and found himself in. It was clear that Alex had been living on the edge, and the weight of his choices was evident in his haunted eyes. The real shock came when Alex revealed that his past actions had unintended consequences for those around him. He told me that his criminal activities had inadvertently put several innocent people at risk, including our own family. My mind raced as I tried to piece together the implications of his words. The sense of betrayal and fear was overwhelming. As dawn approached, I struggled to process what I had learned. Alex seemed to sense my growing anxiety and tried to reassure me, but his words fell flat. The fear of the unknown and the potential danger we might be in began to gnaw at me. I was torn between my familial bond and the undeniable reality of the risks associated with his past. The next morning, I was unable to shake the feeling of unease. I decided to leave the cabin earlier than planned, unable to stay in the presence of the looming danger that Alex's revelations had unearthed. I packed my belongings quickly, my thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and fear. Alex seemed to understand my sudden departure, but he offered no explanation or further assurances. As I drove away from the cabin, I couldn't help but reflect on how our reunion had turned into a nightmare. The family bond that I had hoped to rekindle was overshadowed by a dark and dangerous reality. The impact of Alex's past on my life was a chilling reminder of how deeply our choices can affect those around us. The danger he had been involved in had now become a threat to my own sense of security. In the weeks that followed, I distanced myself from Alex and the situation. I sought guidance from professionals on how to manage the anxiety and fear that had taken hold of me. Though I had hoped for a reunion that would heal old wounds, the reality was far more complicated and fraught with danger than I had anticipated. The experience left me with a profound sense of caution and a renewed awareness of the shadows that can lurk behind even the most well-intentioned reconnections. The reunion with Alex, which I had once seen as a chance for reconciliation, had instead become a stark reminder of the hidden consequences of our actions and the far-reaching impacts they can have on the lives of others. Story 43. The morning started like any other. I shuffled into the kitchen to make my coffee, still half asleep, when I noticed an envelope sticking out from under the door. It was a plain, white envelope with no return address, which struck me as odd. I picked it up, my curiosity piqued, and tore it open. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a chilling message: "We know what you've done. Pay us $10,000 by the end of the week, or the consequences will be severe." The letter had no specifics about what I was supposedly guilty of, nor did it provide any clues about the sender. My heart raced as I read the message again, trying to make sense of it. I had done nothing that would warrant blackmail. I wasn't involved in any shady dealings or secrets that anyone could exploit. I felt a wave of panic and confusion wash over me. I took a deep breath and decided to report the letter to the police. When they arrived, they seemed skeptical but took the letter and promised to investigate. They advised me not to pay the money and to be cautious about any further communication from the blackmailers. It was disconcerting, but I followed their advice, trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy in my life. The next few days were a blur of anxiety. I stayed vigilant, locking my doors and windows more carefully than usual. I scrutinized every stranger I encountered, every car that drove past my house. My work was suffering. I couldn't focus on anything other than the looming threat. The idea that someone was watching me or knew something about me that I wasn't aware of made every sound and shadow feel menacing. On the fourth day, I received another letter. This one was more explicit and threatening. It contained a photograph of me entering my home, taken from a distance. There was no direct mention of what I was being accused of, but the implication was clear. They were watching me, and they knew where I lived. The letter demanded an additional $20,000 and warned that failure to comply would lead to dire consequences, including harm to my loved ones. The second letter pushed me into full-blown panic. I contacted the police again, but their response was no different. They assured me they were investigating and advised me to keep a low profile. I felt helpless and vulnerable, and the constant fear began to take a toll on my mental health. I decided to consult a private investigator, hoping that a professional might be able to find leads that the police had missed. The investigator, a grizzled man named Joe, took a keen interest in the case. He started by examining the letters for fingerprints or any other forensic evidence. He also interviewed neighbors and reviewed security footage from nearby surveillance cameras. Despite his efforts, there were no clear leads. The trail seemed to grow colder, and the blackmailer's tactics became increasingly sophisticated. As the deadline approached, I was forced to take additional precautions. I began changing my routine, taking different routes to and from work and avoiding predictable patterns. I even considered temporarily staying with friends to avoid being an easy target. The stress was overwhelming, and my daily life felt like a series of calculated moves to avoid a shadowy threat. On the day the blackmailer's deadline expired, I received another letter. This time it contained a cutout article from a newspaper, detailing a local crime where the victim had been harmed after failing to meet similar demands. The letter was a grim reminder that they were serious about their threats. It also contained a new demand for payment, an amount that was now exorbitant and beyond my means. Desperate and feeling cornered, I reached out to the police and the private investigator once more. The stakes were now personal and urgent. Joe, who had been working tirelessly on the case, proposed a plan to catch the blackmailers red-handed. We decided to set up a sting operation, where I would arrange to deliver a portion of the money as a trap to identify the perpetrators. The plan was risky. I had to go through the motions of preparing the money and arranging a drop-off location. Joe and his team set up surveillance to monitor the exchange. The night of the drop-off, I was a bundle of nerves. Every noise seemed amplified and every shadow seemed ominous. When the time came, I left the marked money in a designated spot and waited in a hidden location with Joe's team. Hours passed, and my anxiety peaked. Just as I was about to give up hope, a group of individuals appeared at the drop-off location. The police swooped in, apprehending the suspects who were caught trying to retrieve the money. It was a tense, nerve-wracking moment, but it was a relief to see that the operation had worked. The blackmailers were identified as a small-time crime ring with a history of using similar tactics. Their motives were driven by financial desperation and a knack for exploiting fear. With their capture, the immediate threat to me and my loved ones was eliminated. Despite the resolution, the ordeal left a lasting impact. The constant stress and fear had taken a toll on my mental health and strained my relationships. It was a harsh reminder of how easily one's life can be upended by the sinister motives of others. Moving forward, I took steps to reclaim my sense of security and peace of mind, though the experience had irrevocably changed my perception of trust and safety. Story 44. Volunteering had always been a source of fulfillment for me. When I discovered a local organization focused on aiding underprivileged youth, I felt an immediate connection and decided to dedicate my time to their cause. The organization had a commendable reputation, boasting impressive success stories and a warm, welcoming environment. Little did I know, this facade was hiding something far more sinister. My first few weeks were filled with routine tasks, organizing donation drives, tutoring children, and helping with community outreach. Everything seemed to be running smoothly, and I was impressed by the efficiency and dedication of the staff. The director, Richard, was particularly charismatic, often speaking passionately about the mission and vision of the organization. His enthusiasm was infectious, and I admired his apparent commitment to making a difference. As I became more involved, I was given additional responsibilities. One day I was asked to assist in managing a new program designed to offer vocational training to at-risk youth. It was presented as a step towards providing them with valuable skills and opportunities. The program's goals seemed noble, and I was eager to contribute. However, as I delved deeper into the program's logistics, I began to notice inconsistencies. The paperwork for the vocational training appeared overly complex and often lacked clear explanations. There were frequent changes in schedules, and the communication between different departments seemed disjointed. When I tried to ask questions, my inquiries were met with vague answers or dismissive responses. My unease grew when I observed that some of the trainees were subjected to unusual conditions. They were kept in separate, heavily secured areas of the facility and were rarely seen in public spaces. Their interactions with the staff were minimal, and they seemed nervous and guarded. I couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. One evening, while preparing materials for an upcoming event, I accidentally overheard a conversation between Richard and a few senior staff members. They were discussing the shipment of new resources and the importance of ensuring that everything was handled properly. The tone of their conversation was hushed and secretive, and I felt a chill run down my spine. The word shipment and resources took on an ominous meaning in my mind. Determined to uncover the truth, I began to investigate more thoroughly. I started by discreetly examining the program's records and discovered a series of irregularities. The number of participants did not match the records, and some of the names seemed to be missing from official documents. My attempts to access more detailed information were obstructed, and I was repeatedly told that the records were confidential. My suspicions were confirmed one night when I found a hidden storage room while exploring the facility. The room was filled with documents, photographs, and other materials that revealed a chilling reality. It became clear that the organization was operating as a front for a human trafficking ring. The vocational training program was a cover for recruiting and exploiting vulnerable individuals. The secure areas housed victims who were being prepared for exploitation, and the shipments referred to their transport to other locations. Horrified, I knew I had to act quickly. I carefully gathered evidence documenting everything I had found. My heart raced as I realized the gravity of the situation. I reached out to a trusted friend who worked in law enforcement and shared the evidence with them. They assured me that they would take immediate action, but I had to be cautious to avoid jeopardizing the investigation. As the authorities began their investigation, I was advised to leave the organization and lay low. It was a terrifying time, filled with uncertainty and fear for my safety. I felt a profound sense of betrayal and anguish, knowing that my efforts to help had inadvertently supported such a horrifying operation. The investigation unfolded over several weeks. Raids were conducted, and the organization's operations were exposed to the public. Richard and several senior staff members were arrested, and the facility was closed down. The victims were rescued and received the support they needed to begin rebuilding their lives. In the aftermath, I was relieved to learn that the authorities had taken steps to ensure that the survivors received proper care and protection. The experience left me deeply shaken, but I found solace in knowing that the truth had been uncovered and that justice was being served. Rebuilding my sense of trust and normalcy took time. I continued my work as a volunteer but became more vigilant about the organizations I chose to support. The ordeal served as a harsh reminder of the hidden dangers that can lurk behind seemingly benevolent facades and the importance of remaining vigilant and informed. Though the experience was harrowing, it reaffirmed my commitment to fighting for justice and supporting genuine causes. I learned that even in the face of darkness, there is always a chance to make a difference by standing up for what is right and uncovering the truth. Story 45. Investing my savings had always seemed like a practical step towards securing my financial future. With retirement creeping ever closer, I wanted to make sure that I could enjoy my golden years without the stress of financial worries. So when I came across what seemed like a golden opportunity, I was both excited and relieved. Little did I know this so-called opportunity would lead me into a labyrinth of deceit and financial ruin. It began with a phone call that seemed too good to ignore. The caller was a well-spoken financial advisor named Greg, who introduced himself as a representative of a prestigious investment firm. He spoke with confidence and expertise, outlining an investment opportunity in a high-yield, low-risk fund that promised exceptional returns. He assured me that the firm had an impeccable track record, backed by years of solid performance and industry accolades. At first, I was skeptical. I had heard of too many financial schemes to take anything at face value. However, Greg was persistent and patient. He provided a plethora of documents, brochures, and references from supposedly satisfied clients. He also arranged a meeting with his supposed superior, who further reinforced the credibility of the opportunity. Everything seemed in order, and I was convinced by the thoroughness and professionalism of their presentation. The investment was advertised as a safe, long-term bond with a guaranteed return rate of 15% annually. This was significantly higher than what traditional investments offered, but Greg and his team assured me that this was due to their innovative strategies and unique market positioning. With a mixture of enthusiasm and trepidation, I decided to invest a substantial amount of my savings. For the first few months, everything appeared to be as promised. I received regular statements showing the growth of my investment, and Greg's updates were reassuring. The returns seemed to be on track, and I felt a sense of accomplishment for having made a smart financial decision. However, as time went on, small irregularities began to surface. Statements started arriving less frequently, and communication from Greg became sporadic. My initial concerns were dismissed as minor glitches, but they soon escalated into more alarming issues. When I tried to contact Greg for clarification, I was met with unresponsive voicemail and vague emails. The once constant updates ceased, and I began to grow increasingly anxious. My attempts to access detailed information about the fund were met with bureaucratic delays and excuses. The situation reached a critical point when I received a notification that the investment firm was undergoing a major reorganization. The message, although professionally worded, had a sense of urgency that made my stomach churn. It advised me to remain patient and assured me that my investment was secure, but something about it felt off. Desperate for answers, I conducted my own investigation. I reached out to financial regulators and discovered that the investment firm was not listed in any of the official databases. The supposed track record and industry accolades Greg had boasted about were nowhere to be found. I also learned that several other investors had filed complaints, reporting similar experiences of communication breakdowns and missing funds. As I delved deeper, I uncovered that the firm was, in fact, a front for a large-scale financial fraud operation. The scammers had created an elaborate facade, complete with fake documents, fabricated client testimonials, and false performance reports. Their scheme was designed to lure in unsuspecting investors with promises of high returns, only to siphon off their money into offshore accounts. The revelation was devastating. Not only had I lost a significant portion of my savings, but I also felt a profound sense of betrayal. The trust I had placed in Greg and his firm had been exploited, and the financial security I had hoped for was now in jeopardy. I contacted law enforcement and regulatory agencies, but recovering the lost funds proved to be a nearly impossible task. The experience had a ripple effect on my life. The financial loss forced me to reevaluate my retirement plans and make significant lifestyle adjustments. The emotional toll was equally severe, as I struggled with feelings of shame and frustration. It was a harsh lesson in the dangers of financial fraud and the importance of thorough due diligence. In the aftermath, I sought support from financial advisors and support groups for victims of fraud. I learned valuable lessons about recognizing red flags and the importance of verifying the legitimacy of any investment opportunity. While the experience was painful, it ultimately made me more cautious and better informed. Despite the setbacks, I managed to rebuild my financial foundation over time. I took on additional work and made more conservative investment choices, gradually regaining a sense of stability. The journey from deception to recovery was challenging, but it reinforced my understanding of the need for vigilance and skepticism in financial matters. The memory of the fraud remains a sobering reminder of the risks inherent in investing. While I have moved on and adapted, the experience has left an indelible mark on my approach to financial decisions. The scars of that scam serve as a constant reminder of the importance of caution and the necessity of safeguarding one's assets against the deceptions that lurk in the shadows of financial promises. Story 46. My life was in a good place. I had a fulfilling job as a project manager at a tech startup, a supportive group of friends, and a stable relationship. Everything seemed to be going smoothly until a series of unsettling events unfolded, revealing a terrifying plot that would shatter my sense of security. It all began with a chance encounter. I was introduced to Mark, a charming and well-connected consultant who had recently joined our firm. He quickly integrated himself into our social circles and was soon seen as a trustworthy figure. Mark's charisma and apparent success made him a natural ally, and I welcomed him into my network of friends and colleagues. For months, Mark was a familiar face at office events and casual gatherings. He was a good listener and often gave insightful advice, which made him a confidant for many of us. Little did I know that beneath his affable exterior, he harbored dark intentions. It started subtly. Mark began to ask increasingly personal questions, seemingly out of genuine curiosity. At first, I didn't think much of it. He was just being friendly, I told myself. But then he started making odd comments about my routines and habits. He knew details about my schedule and the places I frequented, which felt a bit intrusive but not alarming. One evening, as I was leaving a late meeting at the office, Mark approached me with an unusual request. He said he needed a favor and asked if I could accompany him to a remote location to discuss a confidential business deal. His tone was insistent but not overtly coercive. I hesitated but agreed, thinking it was a professional obligation. We drove out of the city, and as the night grew darker, I began to feel uneasy. Mark's behavior became increasingly erratic. He was tense and kept glancing at me nervously. When we reached a secluded area, he pulled into a gravel lot and turned off the engine. He then announced that we had to wait for someone who would be joining us shortly. I didn't have a good feeling about the situation. I tried to keep the conversation light, but Mark's demeanor was unsettling. The minutes dragged on, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. When I suggested we leave, Mark's response was uncharacteristically sharp, and he demanded that I stay put. A few minutes later, two men approached the car. They were strangers to me, and their presence made my anxiety spike. Mark introduced them as business associates, but their mannerisms were intimidating. The conversation took a dark turn as they discussed a plan that involved getting rid of obstacles and ensuring the payout. It became clear that I was the obstacle they were referring to. My heart raced as I realized the gravity of the situation. Mark's carefully constructed facade crumbled, revealing a sinister motive. He had orchestrated a kidnapping plot with the intention of extorting money from my family. The business deal was a cover for his nefarious plan. The shock of the revelation left me paralyzed. I couldn't believe someone I had trusted was capable of such betrayal. The men were closing in, and I knew I had to act quickly. My mind raced through possible escape routes. I glanced around, noting the isolated surroundings, and my eyes landed on a nearby wooded area. In a moment of desperation, I seized the opportunity to distract Mark and the others. I pretended to be ill, hoping it would buy me enough time to make a move. As they momentarily turned their attention to me, I bolted towards the woods. The terrain was rough, but I pushed through, driven by sheer adrenaline. I heard shouts behind me, but I didn't stop. My phone, which I had managed to keep hidden, was my lifeline. I used it to call 911, explaining the situation and providing my location. As I navigated through the dense underbrush, I could hear the men's voices growing fainter. The police arrived within what felt like an eternity, but was actually a matter of minutes. They quickly apprehended Mark and his accomplices, and I was escorted to safety. The relief was overwhelming, but the emotional aftermath was intense. I was shaken to my core by the betrayal and the narrow escape from a potentially lethal situation. The investigation revealed that Mark had been living a double life. He had ingratiated himself into various social circles, targeting individuals who appeared affluent or influential. His motives were purely financial. He was involved in a scheme to extort money from unsuspecting victims. My trust had been exploited, and the ordeal was a stark reminder of how deception can lurk behind a seemingly trustworthy facade. In the weeks following the incident, I sought counseling to help process the trauma. The experience had left me wary of trusting others and had changed my outlook on personal safety. I learned to be more cautious and to recognize the signs of manipulation and deceit. The kidnapping plot was a harrowing experience that tested my resilience and trust in others. It was a jarring reminder of the dark side of human nature and the importance of being vigilant, even when dealing with people who seem trustworthy. Despite the lasting impact, I emerged stronger, with a newfound appreciation for the value of true, genuine connections and the importance of safeguarding one's well-being. Story 47. The initial meeting was straightforward, almost mundane. I had been working as a freelance consultant for a few years, specializing in digital marketing and brand strategy. My business was thriving and I was eager to expand my network. When I received an invitation from a company named Meridian Solutions, I was intrigued. Their proposal seemed promising a potential partnership to enhance their digital presence. The first meeting took place in a sleek, modern office in downtown. The representatives, including a charismatic man named Adrian Wells, seemed professional and congenial. Adrian, the senior partner, had a confident demeanor and a polished pitch. He spoke of ambitious goals, innovative strategies, and how my expertise could help Meridian achieve new heights. The proposal was enticing, a lucrative contract with the potential for long-term collaboration. After reviewing the terms, I agreed to the partnership. At first, everything went smoothly. The project began with typical tasks analyzing their current marketing efforts, creating content strategies, and setting up social media campaigns. The team at Meridian was responsive and engaged, and Adrian remained a supportive and communicative point of contact. There were occasional late-night calls and tight deadlines, but that was standard for the industry. However, as the months passed, I noticed some oddities. The scope of the work expanded beyond what was initially agreed upon, and the demands became increasingly intense. Adrian started pressuring me for faster results and more extensive reports. The requests grew more invasive, often involving access to sensitive company data and personal contacts within their network. One evening, while working late in my home office, I received a call from Adrian. He asked me to prepare a comprehensive analysis of some newly acquired client data. The request was urgent, so I complied. As I delved into the data, I noticed discrepancies, patterns, and anomalies that didn't align with the company's stated business model. The data appeared to be manipulated or incomplete. When I raised these concerns with Adrian, he dismissed them with a wave of his hand, insisting it was a routine issue. He reassured me that it was all part of the ongoing restructuring efforts and urged me to focus on the tasks at hand. His response struck me as oddly dismissive, but I chose to trust his judgment and continued working. Things took a darker turn when I began receiving anonymous threats. At first, there were subtle, strange emails and cryptic messages on social media, but as time went on, the threats became more direct and aggressive. They warned me to stop investigating or face serious consequences. The threats escalated to unsettling phone calls where the callers were never fully audible, but their menacing tone was unmistakable. I felt a growing sense of dread and unease. I confided in a close friend and mentor who advised me to contact the authorities. I hesitated, fearing it might jeopardize my career and the contract with Meridian. Despite my apprehension, I eventually reported the threats to the police, who advised me to be vigilant and document everything. The situation took a more alarming turn when I was followed home one evening. A shadowy figure lingered outside my apartment building, and I caught glimpses of them on several occasions. The fear was palpable. I knew I had to take action to protect myself. It was around this time that I discovered the true nature of Meridian Solutions operations. While going through some files related to the project, I stumbled upon documents that detailed illicit activities, including fraudulent financial schemes and data breaches. It became clear that the company was involved in illegal activities, and my role had inadvertently placed me at the center of a dangerous scheme. The realization was horrifying. My business relationship with Meridian was no longer just a professional concern, but a matter of personal safety. I was entangled in a web of deceit and criminality, and the threats I had been receiving were linked to my unwitting involvement in their illegal operations. I decided to confront Adrian directly, hoping to gain clarity and resolve the situation. I arranged a meeting at his office, where he greeted me with his usual charm. As the conversation progressed, I confronted him about the threats and the illegal activities I had uncovered. His demeanor shifted from calm to cold, and he vehemently denied any wrongdoing. His response was evasive and defensive, making it clear that he had no intention of addressing the issues I had raised. Feeling increasingly vulnerable, I knew I had to act quickly. I gathered all the evidence I had collected and presented it to the authorities. The police launched an investigation into Meridian Solutions and its operations. As the investigation unfolded, it became apparent that Adrian and several other key figures were involved in a broader criminal network. The process of untangling the web of deceit and legal ramifications was lengthy and complex. My safety was a constant concern, and I had to take measures to protect myself, including changing my contact information and increasing security at my home. Despite the challenges, I found solace in knowing that I had taken the necessary steps to expose the truth and ensure that those responsible were held accountable. The experience was a harrowing reminder of how seemingly innocent business relationships can conceal dangerous schemes. It underscored the importance of vigilance and integrity in professional dealings and the need to trust one's instincts when faced with unsettling circumstances. Story 48. It started on a crisp autumn morning when I decided to take my usual hike through a secluded trail in the woods near my home. I had always appreciated the serenity of nature, a welcome escape from the hustle and bustle of daily life. The trail meandered through dense trees and overgrown foliage, leading to a small clearing that I had never ventured into before. As I pushed through the underbrush, I stumbled upon a disturbing sight: a large, open pit filled with what appeared to be discarded barrels and containers. The pungent odor that wafted from the pit made my stomach churn. Intrigued and horrified, I approached the site cautiously, my eyes scanning the area for any signs of identification on the barrels. Some of them were labeled with hazardous material warnings, and others were marked with illegible faded symbols. The sight was shocking, and it was clear that these materials had been dumped here illegally. The thought of toxic substances leaching into the ground and contaminating the environment was deeply troubling. My initial reaction was to report the site to local authorities. I took photographs of the area, noting the location and details of the barrels. With a sense of urgency, I reached out to the Environmental Protection Agency and the local waste management department, providing them with the evidence I had collected. I hoped that they would be able to address the issue swiftly and prevent further environmental damage. However, as the days went by, I noticed that nothing seemed to be done about the site. My calls were met with vague responses, and the assurances I received did little to quell my concerns. The pit remained untouched, and the hazardous materials continued to pose a threat. Frustrated by the lack of action, I decided to investigate further on my own. I returned to the site several times, each visit revealing more about the extent of the dumping operation. I discovered that the pit was part of a larger network of illegal disposal sites scattered throughout the area. The more I uncovered, the clearer it became that this was not a random act of negligence, but a deliberate and organized effort to evade proper waste disposal protocols. During one of my visits, I noticed a vehicle parked nearby, which seemed out of place in such a remote location. I approached cautiously and saw that it was a nondescript truck with no visible markings. As I was about to take a closer look, I heard voices coming from behind a nearby thicket. I hid behind a tree and watched as several individuals emerged, carrying more barrels and equipment. Their actions were deliberate and professional, suggesting that they were experienced in these illegal operations. Realizing that I had stumbled upon something much larger than I had initially thought, I knew I had to tread carefully. I documented their activities from a safe distance and made plans to gather more evidence. I understood that exposing such a network would require solid proof and could potentially put me in grave danger if the wrong people found out about my investigation. That night, I received a threatening phone call from an anonymous number. The caller warned me to stop interfering with their operations or face serious consequences. My heart raced as I realized the gravity of the situation. These were not just environmental criminals, they were dangerous individuals who had no qualms about protecting their illicit activities. Undeterred, I continued my investigation, but now with increased caution. I took extra precautions to ensure my safety, including altering my routine and avoiding any direct confrontation. I reached out to investigative journalists and environmental activists, hoping that their expertise and resources could help bring the issue to light. One journalist, a seasoned reporter with a knack for uncovering hidden truths, took an interest in my findings. Together, we began to compile a comprehensive report on the illegal dumping operations. We included photographic evidence, witness accounts, and detailed descriptions of the sites. The journalist's connections and experience were invaluable in navigating the complexities of the legal and environmental aspects of the case. As the story gained traction, The pressure on authorities to act intensified. Public outrage over the environmental hazards and the criminal activities behind them prompted local officials to launch a formal investigation. The media coverage brought the issue into the spotlight, and eventually law enforcement agencies took decisive action. The illegal dumping sites were finally cleaned up, and the individuals responsible were apprehended and charged with multiple offenses. The environmental damage was assessed and remediated, though the full extent of the contamination would take years to fully address. The exposure of the illegal operation was a significant victory, but the experience had left me deeply shaken. In the aftermath, I was left to grapple with the personal impact of my involvement. The threats I received and the danger I faced had been real and immediate. The experience underscored the risks that come with standing up against environmental crimes and the dedication required to see such efforts through. Ultimately, the ordeal was a testament to the power of perseverance and the importance of safeguarding the environment. It highlighted the need for vigilance and the courage to confront wrongdoing, even when it poses significant personal risks. My discovery of the illegal dumping site had set in motion a series of events that led to justice being served, but it had also changed me in ways I hadn't anticipated. Story 49. Falling behind on my payments was a consequence of a series of unfortunate events that cascaded into financial ruin. What started as a manageable hiccup quickly snowballed into a full-blown crisis. I had tried to maintain control, negotiating with creditors and seeking extensions, but as the months went by, the burden became unbearable. The stress was palpable, affecting every aspect of my life. Little did I know that the true nightmare was just beginning. One dreary afternoon, while sifting through a pile of unopened mail, I found a letter from a debt collection agency. The notice was stern and unyielding, demanding immediate payment of an amount that was far beyond my means. My heart sank as I read the fine print, a final warning before more severe actions would be taken. I tried to call the agency, hoping to explain my situation and work out a plan, but the conversation did not go as I had hoped. The person on the other end was cold and unyielding, with a voice that sent shivers down my spine. "You'll be hearing from us soon," was all they said before ending the call abruptly. That same day, a sense of dread settled over me. I knew that things were about to get worse, but I had no idea how extreme the situation would become. Days later, I received a knock at my door. When I answered, I was met by a man in a dark suit with an imposing demeanor. He introduced himself as Mr. Hart, a representative from the collection agency. His presence was unnerving, and his eyes were cold, lacking any hint of empathy. He handed me a business card and a new notice, this one even more aggressive than the last. "You have 5 days to pay the full amount," he said, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Failure to comply will result in immediate action." The fear that gripped me was suffocating. I scrambled to find a solution, but my financial resources were exhausted. I tried to reach out to local charities and seek financial counseling, but time was running out. As the deadline approached, Mr. Hart's visits became more frequent. He began showing up unannounced, demanding to speak with me and making ominous threats. His tactics grew more invasive. He started contacting my friends and family, attempting to pressure them for information about my whereabouts and financial situation. One evening, Mr. Hart appeared at my door again, this time with an entourage of men in dark clothing. Their presence was intimidating, and I could sense the menace in their demeanor. They began making threats, not just to me, but to my property and personal belongings. They spoke of repossession and legal actions that seemed both real and horrifying. I was frightened, feeling increasingly trapped and powerless. In desperation, I sought legal advice. A lawyer advised me to file for bankruptcy as a last resort, but the process was complicated and time-consuming. Meanwhile, Mr. Hart's pressure tactics escalated. He started showing up at my workplace, creating scenes and drawing unwanted attention. His behavior was becoming increasingly erratic and aggressive, bordering on harassment. One night, as I returned home, I noticed that my front door had been tampered with. The lock was broken, and the door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open cautiously and found my home in disarray. It was clear that someone had been inside, rifling through my belongings and leaving behind a mess. My heart raced as I realized the full extent of Mr. Hart's ruthlessness. This was no longer just about debt, it was a personal vendetta. The final straw came when Mr. Hart and his associates arrived at my home one afternoon, demanding immediate access to my property. They threatened to seize my car and other assets right then and there. I was at my breaking point, feeling a mix of fear and helplessness. I knew I needed to act fast. With the help of my lawyer, I managed to secure a restraining order against Mr. Hart and his agency. The legal intervention provided some relief, but the damage had been done. The psychological toll of the experience left me shaken. The threats, intimidation, and invasion of my personal space had taken a heavy emotional and mental toll. In the weeks that followed, I worked tirelessly to stabilize my financial situation. Bankruptcy was filed, and with the court's intervention, the relentless harassment finally ceased. The process was long and arduous, but eventually I managed to regain some control over my life. The experience, though traumatic, taught me invaluable lessons about resilience and the importance of legal protection. The aftermath of dealing with a ruthless debt collector left scars that took time to heal. It also highlighted the need for greater oversight and ethical practices within the debt collection industry. I became an advocate for reform, sharing my story to raise awareness about the darker side of debt collection and the impact it can have on individuals' lives. Ultimately, while the nightmare of dealing with Mr. Hart and his agency came to an end, the experience served as a harsh reminder of the vulnerabilities people face when caught in financial hardship. It reinforced the importance of seeking help early, understanding one's rights, and fighting for justice even in the face of overwhelming adversity. Story 50. Sarah had always been interested in the cutting edge of medical science. When she saw an ad for a new experimental treatment that promised breakthrough benefits, she was intrigued. The ad highlighted potential advancements in curing chronic illnesses and improving quality of life, and it offered a substantial financial incentive for participants. After reviewing the information and consulting with a friend in the medical field, Sarah decided to volunteer. The recruitment process was thorough. Sarah underwent a series of evaluations and screenings to ensure she was a suitable candidate for the trial. The staff at the clinic were professional and reassuring, emphasizing the potential positive impact of the study. The trial was conducted by a renowned research institute, and everything seemed legitimate. The promises of revolutionary treatments and the potential for personal gain were compelling. The day of the trial arrived, and Sarah entered the clinic with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. She was greeted by Dr. Roberts, the lead researcher, who explained the trial's procedures once more. The treatment involved a new drug that was claimed to have extraordinary benefits, though it was still in the experimental phase. Sarah was given a detailed consent form to sign, which outlined potential risks and benefits. As the trial began, Sarah received the first dose of the drug. The initial days were marked by routine checkups and monitoring. Sarah experienced some mild side effects which were attributed to the drug's adjustment period. She was assured that these were normal and that the benefits would soon outweigh any discomfort. But as the weeks progressed, the side effects intensified. Sarah began experiencing severe headaches, dizziness, and nausea. Her once vibrant energy dwindled, replaced by a pervasive sense of fatigue. She reported these symptoms to the research team, who assured her they were temporary and part of the body's adaptation process. Despite their reassurances, Sarah couldn't shake the growing sense of dread. One evening, Sarah attended a group session with other participants. It was there that she overheard troubling conversations. Some participants mentioned similar or even more severe side effects, and there was a palpable sense of unease among the group. The more they spoke, the clearer it became that these issues were not isolated incidents. Sarah's apprehension grew, and she began questioning the true nature of the trial. Her fears were confirmed when she discovered discrepancies in the data and reports being compiled. She stumbled upon internal documents indicating that the trial's safety protocols were not being followed as rigorously as advertised. The data on adverse effects was being underreported, and there were signs that the trial was not as ethical as it had been presented. Desperate for answers, Sarah confronted Dr. Roberts. The doctor's initial demeanor was calm and reassuring, but as Sarah pressed for more information, the conversation took a dark turn. Dr. Roberts admitted that the drug had not undergone the necessary pretrial safety evaluations. The trial was essentially being used as an accelerated test to gather data quickly, regardless of the risks to participants. The revelation was shocking. Sarah felt a surge of anger and betrayal. The trial was not the groundbreaking advancement she had been led to believe, but rather a risky experiment with little regard for participant welfare. The promise of benefits had been a facade to mask the true dangers of the treatment. Feeling a mix of fear and outrage, Sarah decided to withdraw from the trial immediately. The withdrawal process was fraught with complications. She was pressured to continue participating, and was met with resistance from the research team. They attempted to downplay her concerns and offer reassurances, but Sarah was resolute. She demanded to be removed from the study and sought medical care for the side effects she was experiencing. The aftermath of her decision was challenging. Sarah faced a barrage of medical evaluations to address the damage caused by the experimental drug. The side effects were severe and required extensive treatment to manage. The financial and emotional toll was significant, and Sarah struggled to cope with the fallout from her involvement in the trial. In the wake of the ordeal, Sarah took steps to hold the Research Institute accountable. She reached out to regulatory agencies and advocacy groups to report the unethical practices she had uncovered. Her case became a catalyst for a broader investigation into the Institute's practices and sparked discussions about the ethics of medical experimentation. The experience left Sarah with a profound sense of disillusionment about the medical field. She had been drawn in by the promise of progress and the allure of participating in a groundbreaking study, only to find herself entangled in a dangerous and unethical situation. Her trust in the system had been shattered, and she was left grappling with the consequences of her involvement. Sarah's story became a cautionary tale about the risks of experimental treatments and the importance of vigilance when participating in clinical trials. It highlighted the need for transparency and ethical standards in medical research and served as a reminder of the potential dangers that lurk behind seemingly promising advancements. Despite the trauma she endured, Sarah emerged with a renewed commitment to advocating for patient rights and ensuring that the integrity of medical research was upheld. Story 51. After months of struggling with anxiety and depression, I decided it was time to seek professional help. I found a therapist, Dr. Meredith Hale, whose practice had received positive reviews for her innovative approach to mental health. Her office was a cozy, inviting space, filled with warm colors and calming music. Dr. Hale herself was a charismatic woman in her late 40s, with an air of confidence that was reassuring. Her unconventional methods seemed promising, and I was eager to begin the journey toward healing. Dr. Hale's initial sessions were relatively standard, focusing on understanding my background and current struggles. However, as the therapy progressed, her methods began to deviate from the norm. She introduced techniques that seemed unusual: visualizations, deep meditations, and seemingly random assignments meant to challenge my perception of reality. While some of these exercises felt helpful, others made me uneasy, particularly when she asked me to participate in highly personal rituals that seemed to have no clear therapeutic benefit. One exercise involved writing letters to people from my past, both positive and negative. Dr. Hale instructed me to burn the letters in a symbolic gesture of letting go. While this was not entirely out of the ordinary, she insisted on conducting the ritual together in her office, encouraging me to open up emotionally in a way that felt invasive. I couldn't shake the feeling that her interest in these exercises went beyond therapeutic intent. The sessions continued to grow increasingly strange. Dr. Hale introduced what she called deep dives extended, private sessions conducted in her office after hours. These were supposed to offer a more profound exploration of my inner self. At first I was intrigued, but as time went on, the sessions became more unsettling. Dr. Hale seemed to be pushing boundaries, encouraging me to confront my fears in ways that felt extreme and invasive. One evening, after a particularly intense session, I stumbled upon something that made my skin crawl. While waiting in her office for the deep dive session to begin, I noticed a door slightly ajar in a corner of the room. Curiosity got the better of me, and I peered inside. What I saw was alarming. The room was filled with what appeared to be strange artifacts, unidentified medical instruments, old-fashioned books on obscure psychological practices, and a collection of photographs featuring various people, some of whom looked distressed. My unease grew, and I decided to investigate further. I conducted a thorough search online for information about Dr. Hale and her methods. What I found was disturbing. There were a few reviews and forum posts from former clients who had experienced similar discomfort with her practices. The stories described unorthodox techniques, breaches of privacy, and unethical behavior that mirrored my own experiences. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to reach out to one of these former clients. I managed to contact a woman named Emily, who had left therapy with Dr. Hale several months earlier. Emily was initially hesitant, but eventually agreed to meet and share her experience. She described a series of sessions that had escalated into psychological manipulation and emotional abuse. According to Emily, Dr. Hale's methods were not just unconventional but dangerous, designed to exploit vulnerabilities rather than help. Armed with this information, I confronted Dr. Hale during a session. I told her about my discoveries and expressed my concerns. Her reaction was a mix of defensiveness and anger. She insisted that her methods were based on her unique approach to therapy and that the accusations were baseless. Despite her protests, the encounter left me feeling deeply unsettled. I decided to take action. I reported Dr. Hale to the state's licensing board and filed a formal complaint. The board conducted an investigation into her practices, which involved interviewing former clients and reviewing her methods. It was a grueling process, but I was determined to see it through. The investigation revealed a pattern of unethical behavior and manipulative practices that went beyond accepted therapeutic norms. The case against Dr. Hale was eventually substantiated, leading to her license being revoked and her practice being shut down. The news hit the media, and several other clients came forward with their own stories of mistreatment. The experience was both validating and disturbing. I had uncovered a dark underbelly to what I had initially thought was a legitimate practice. In the aftermath, I sought therapy from a more traditional and ethical therapist who helped me process the trauma and navigate the complex emotions associated with the experience. It took time to rebuild trust in the therapeutic process, but the journey ultimately led to healing and growth. The ordeal with Dr. Hale was a harrowing reminder of the importance of due diligence and caution when seeking help. It also underscored the need for rigorous ethical standards within the mental health profession. Through it all, I learned to trust my instincts and advocate for myself, even in the face of authority. The disturbing truths I uncovered were unsettling, but they were also a catalyst for change, leading to greater awareness and accountability within the field. Story 52. The realization that someone had been covertly surveilling me came as a shattering shock. It all started with small, unsettling signs, faintly flickering lights, odd noises, and a pervasive sense that I was being watched. At first, I brushed these off as paranoia or the result of my overactive imagination, but the feeling of being under constant scrutiny grew more intense with each passing day, until it became impossible to ignore. It began when I noticed a peculiar but seemingly benign device in the corner of my living room. It was an inconspicuous air purifier that had always seemed out of place but had never given me any cause for concern. One evening, as I was cleaning around it, I discovered something strange, tiny, almost imperceptible holes along its base. The discovery sent a chill down my spine, as I realized these could be used to hide cameras. My heart raced as I conducted a more thorough investigation. I found similar devices hidden throughout my apartment: a smoke detector, a clock, and even a picture frame. Each one had subtle, yet carefully camouflaged holes or lenses. The growing evidence of surveillance was unsettling, and I knew I needed to take action immediately. I contacted a trusted friend who was a tech expert, explaining my fears and showing him the devices. He arrived the next day with a toolkit and an array of high-tech gadgets designed to detect hidden cameras. As he carefully inspected each device, he confirmed my worst fears: they were indeed functioning surveillance cameras. My friend reassured me that this was a serious invasion of privacy and helped me remove and disable the cameras. Feeling exposed and vulnerable, I decided to investigate further to uncover who might be behind this intrusion. I reviewed any recent unusual encounters or suspicious behavior. I remembered a new neighbor who had moved in a few months ago. He was friendly but had always been overly inquisitive about my daily routines and personal life. This neighbor, Daniel, had seemed benign enough, but now I questioned his motives. Determined to confront the situation head-on, I devised a plan to catch the perpetrator. I installed additional security measures and set up a few decoy cameras in strategic locations to observe any suspicious activity. My goal was to lure the culprit into revealing themselves. One evening, I watched the live feed from the decoy cameras while sitting in my living room. The anticipation was nerve-wracking. Hours passed without incident until, late into the night, I saw Daniel's shadowy figure slipping into my apartment through the back door. He was carrying a bag and moving with practiced stealth. I watched in horror as he systematically approached each of the hidden camera devices I had discovered and began tampering with them. My blood ran cold as I realized that he was not only maintaining the surveillance but possibly gathering footage. My friend, who was still assisting me, advised me to call the police immediately. As I dialed the emergency number, I felt a surge of fear and determination. I knew I needed to confront Daniel before the authorities arrived, both to protect my privacy and to prevent any further intrusion. Armed with a flashlight in my phone, I made my way to where Daniel was still working. The confrontation was intense and unsettling. "Daniel," I called out, trying to sound authoritative despite the quiver in my voice. He looked up, startled, and quickly tried to hide the equipment. His eyes were wide with panic as he stammered. I can explain." I demanded answers, but he offered only a fragmented explanation. He claimed to be working on a personal project and that he had become too involved in his research, leading to his unauthorized surveillance. His excuses were feeble and unconvincing, and he struggled to meet my gaze. When the police arrived, Daniel's attempts to justify his actions fell apart. They confiscated his equipment and began their investigation. The sense of violation and betrayal was overwhelming, knowing that someone had been secretly watching me for so long. The authorities assured me that they would conduct a thorough investigation and take appropriate action. In the aftermath, the experience left me feeling deeply unsettled and paranoid. I took additional security measures to ensure my privacy and sought counseling to address the emotional trauma. The invasion of my personal space had far-reaching effects on my sense of safety and trust. The ordeal served as a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities inherent in modern life, where technology can be exploited for invasive purposes. It underscored the importance of vigilance and the need for robust security measures to protect one's privacy. Though the situation was resolved and Daniel faced legal consequences, the psychological impact lingered, and I remained cautious about whom I trusted in the future. The covert surveillance had turned my life upside down, transforming an ordinary sense of security into a profound awareness of the fragility of personal privacy. The ordeal had been a harrowing experience, but it also strengthened my resolve to protect myself and to advocate for stronger privacy protections in an increasingly connected world. Story 53. When I first saw the rental property, it felt like a dream come true. Nestled in a quiet, picturesque neighborhood, the house had everything I had been searching for: spacious rooms, a well-maintained garden, and an inviting charm that promised a fresh start. The rent was surprisingly affordable, and despite a few minor quirks, it seemed like the perfect place to settle into. The landlord was an amiable, elderly gentleman named Mr. Thompson. He spoke warmly about the property's history and reassured me that it had been well cared for. I was shown around the house, and everything appeared to be in order, though, admittedly, I didn't scrutinize the details as thoroughly as I should have. I signed the lease quickly, excited to begin my new chapter in this seemingly idyllic home. The first few days were blissful. I unpacked my belongings, arranged the furniture, and relished the tranquility of the neighborhood. The house felt like a haven. However, it wasn't long before small issues began to surface. The heating system was erratic, sometimes blasting hot air and other times blowing only cold. The kitchen faucet leaked persistently, creating a puddle on the floor. I contacted Mr. Thompson about these problems, and he assured me that they would be addressed promptly. Despite these minor inconveniences, the real trouble started when I began to notice more troubling issues. Strange noises emanated from the walls at night, scraping sounds and what seemed like muffled voices. At first, I attributed them to the house settling, or perhaps old pipes, but the noises grew more frequent and disturbing. One evening, while investigating a particularly loud noise, I discovered a small, hidden door in the basement. It was concealed behind a wall of old shelves and was partially covered with debris. Curiosity got the better of me, and I pried it open. The space beyond was a dark, cramped area filled with outdated electrical equipment, old furniture, and what looked like remnants of hastily abandoned projects. As I explored further, I stumbled upon a stash of various items that immediately struck me as suspicious: large quantities of canned goods, unmarked bottles of chemicals and chemicals, and bundles of cash. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. It wasn't just the presence of these items, but the way they were stored, as if someone had been trying to hide them quickly. I decided to report these findings to Mr. Thompson. When I confronted him, he was evasive. He insisted that the basement had been used for personal storage and offered vague explanations about the items. He promised to clear it out, but seemed unusually nervous about the scrutiny. Despite his assurances, I felt an uneasy sense that something more sinister was at play. Things took a darker turn when I began to notice more peculiarities. The house, which had seemed so quiet at first, was now subject to frequent suspicious activity. There were people coming and going at odd hours, often in cars with tinted windows. I saw shadows moving behind the curtains and heard muffled conversations that didn't fit with the peaceful suburban environment. One night, I was jolted awake by the sound of footsteps on the roof. I immediately called the police, but by the time they arrived, the footsteps had ceased, and there was no evidence of intruders. The officers conducted a brief search, but found nothing unusual. I was left feeling both alarmed and frustrated, as if my concerns were being dismissed as mere paranoia. Undeterred, I continued to investigate. I reached out to neighbors and learned that the property had a less than stellar reputation. Rumors of criminal activity and previous tenants leaving in haste surfaced. One neighbor, an older woman named Mrs. Kelly, confided that the house had been a known drug-den years ago, though it had been supposedly cleaned up and sold since then. The realization hit me like a freight train. The house I had rented, with its charming facade, was a remnant of a much darker past. The strange noises, the suspicious activity, and the hidden basement were all pieces of a disturbing puzzle. I started to connect the dots and understood that Mr. Thompson had likely been aware of the house's history and had deliberately concealed it from me. I felt a surge of anger and fear. The situation was becoming untenable. I decided to take action and contacted the local authorities again, this time with more detailed information about the house's past and my own troubling experiences. The police began a more thorough investigation, uncovering evidence of ongoing criminal activity connected to the property. Within days, the investigation revealed that the basement had been used as a stash for illegal drugs and contraband. The network of criminal activity that had operated out of the house was more extensive than anyone had imagined. Mr. Thompson was implicated as a key player in this illicit operation. It became clear that he had used the property to launder money and conceal illegal activities, all while maintaining a facade of respectability. The authorities seized the property, and I was forced to vacate under distressing circumstances. The process of relocating was chaotic and emotionally draining. The house that had seemed like a dream turned out to be a nightmarish trap, exposing me to dangers and legal complications I had never anticipated. The ordeal left me shaken and disillusioned. I had been so enamored with the superficial appeal of the rental that I had overlooked the warning signs. It was a harsh lesson in the importance of thorough due diligence and the dangers of ignoring one's instincts. Moving forward, I was more cautious and discerning, ensuring that any future home would be thoroughly vetted and free from hidden hazards. The experience was a sobering reminder of how appearances can be deceiving and the importance of being vigilant in the face of potential dangers. Story 54. When my family and I moved into what seemed like a tranquil suburban neighborhood, we were drawn by the promise of peace and a sense of community. The houses were well kept, the streets lined with trees, and the residents appeared friendly and welcoming. It was the perfect place to raise our children, or so we thought. In the beginning, everything seemed idyllic. The kids quickly made friends with their new neighbors, and my spouse and I enjoyed leisurely strolls around the area. We often chatted with other residents at the local park and attended community events, believing we had found our dream home. However, the veneer of normalcy soon began to crack, revealing a disturbing underbelly. It started subtly. Strange occurrences were dismissed as minor inconveniences: a broken window here, a disrupted power outage there. We initially attributed these events to typical suburban quirks or the occasional mishap, yet the frequency and intensity of these incidents began to escalate. One night, as I was preparing dinner, I heard loud, aggressive voices from a neighboring house. I peered through the window and saw several men arguing heatedly in the driveway. The confrontation grew more intense, and I was alarmed when one of them brandished what appeared to be a weapon. The shouting continued late into the night, and when the police arrived, the scene was quickly hushed. There was no arrest, no follow-up. The police seemed disinterested, and the matter was brushed aside. As days passed, the unsettling incidents became more frequent. I noticed unfamiliar vehicles parked around the neighborhood at odd hours and began hearing muffled sounds of shouting and violence from adjacent homes. The sense of unease grew palpable, but every time I tried to bring up my concerns, I was met with dismissive responses from other neighbors, who assured me that everything was fine and that I was just imagining things. One evening, as I was walking my dog, I noticed a commotion coming from the house across the street. The front door was ajar, and I could see a group of people inside engaged in what looked like a heated argument. The atmosphere was tense, and I felt an involuntary shiver run down my spine. The arguments continued late into the night, and I was disturbed to hear the unmistakable sound of furniture being thrown. The following morning, I spoke with one of the neighbors, who seemed unusually evasive when I mentioned the disturbances. Their response was a vague reassurance that it was just a family issue, and that I should not worry about it. It was clear that something was deeply wrong, but no one seemed willing to acknowledge it. The breaking point came one fateful evening when our home was directly caught in the crossfire. My children were playing in the backyard when suddenly gunfire erupted from the direction of the house across the street. I rushed to get them inside, my heart pounding with fear. We huddled together in the basement, listening to the chaos unfolding outside. The sounds of gunshots, shouting, and the screech of tires filled the air. It was a nightmarish scene of violence that lasted for what felt like an eternity. When the sounds finally subsided and the police arrived, we were left shaken and frightened. It became evident that the neighborhood, which had once seemed so safe and welcoming, was harboring violent criminals. The police investigation revealed that several homes in the area were being used for illegal activities, including drug trafficking and organized crime. The seemingly peaceful neighborhood was, in fact, a cover for a network of criminal operations. The aftermath of the violence was both physical and emotional. Our once charming neighborhood had become a place of fear and distrust. Many residents, including ourselves, were forced to reconsider their safety and future in the area. We received counseling and support from local organizations to help us cope with the trauma and fear. In the days that followed, the police conducted raids and arrests, but the damage had already been done. Our sense of security was shattered, and the once close-knit community had been irreparably fractured. Some families, like ours, chose to move away, seeking refuge in safer areas. It was a painful decision, but one that was necessary for our well-being. Reflecting on the experience, I realized how easily the facade of safety could mask a hidden reality. The violence and criminal activity that lurked beneath the surface of our neighborhood had taught us a harsh lesson about the importance of vigilance and the need to trust our instincts. What had initially seemed like an idyllic suburban paradise had become a battleground, and we were fortunate to have escaped with our lives. In the end, while the scars of the experience remained, we found solace in knowing that we had taken the necessary steps to protect ourselves and our family. The ordeal served as a stark reminder that appearances can be deceiving, and that the true nature of a place is often hidden beneath layers of superficial charm. We moved forward, carrying with us the lessons learned from a time when our seemingly peaceful world turned into a nightmare. Story 55. It began innocently enough, my desire to make a difference in the world through charitable giving. I had always believed in the power of philanthropy, thinking it was a way to contribute to meaningful causes and help those in need. When a charity called Hope for Tomorrow came to my attention, I was immediately drawn to its mission. They advertised a wide range of programs designed to aid underprivileged children and support community development projects. The glossy brochures and heartfelt testimonials painted a compelling picture of a noble organization. I received a call one evening from a polite representative named Claire. She spoke with passion about the charity's initiatives and how my donation could transform lives. Her words were convincing, and her enthusiasm was infectious. The charity had impressive credentials and a history of successful projects, or so it appeared. Encouraged by her assurances and the organization's positive image, I decided to contribute a significant amount of money. For the first few months, everything seemed as promised. I received thank you notes, updates on various projects, and invitations to exclusive events celebrating the charity's successes. The transparency of their operations, or at least the illusion of it, reinforced my belief that I had made a sound decision. I felt proud knowing that my contribution was making a tangible impact. However, my confidence began to wane when I noticed irregularities. The updates became less frequent, and the once vibrant events turned into poorly organized gatherings with vague speeches and minimal information. The sense of urgency in their appeals for more funds seemed to intensify, and Claire's calls started to carry a hint of pressure. Despite my growing discomfort, I brushed off these concerns, attributing them to the complexities of managing a large charity. It wasn't until I received an invitation to a closed-door meeting that the reality of the situation began to unfold. The invitation, marked with an air of exclusivity and urgency, promised a chance to hear firsthand about the charity's groundbreaking new projects. I was both intrigued and apprehensive, but decided to attend, hoping to gain insight into the organization's evolving work. The meeting was held in a nondescript warehouse on the outskirts of town, a far cry from the polished offices I had envisioned. Inside, the atmosphere was tense and secretive. The attendees were a mix of high-profile donors and board members, their faces serious and guarded. The presentation, given by a man named Richard, was disjointed and filled with jargon about financial restructuring and expanding outreach in unconventional ways. Richard's demeanor was unsettling. His charisma was overshadowed by an underlying sense of menace, and his comments about the charity's strategic adjustments made my unease grow. It was clear that the organization's operations were not as straightforward as they had appeared. My concerns were further amplified when, later that evening, I witnessed a conversation between Richard and a group of shady-looking individuals. Their whispered discussion and furtive glances raised alarms. Feeling increasingly uneasy, I decided to investigate further. I began by researching the charity's financial records and discovered discrepancies that were deeply troubling. The funding that was supposed to be allocated to community projects was being funneled into vague accounts with no clear purpose. The charity's supposed programs were either non-existent or grossly misrepresented. It became apparent that Hope for Tomorrow was not the benevolent organization it claimed to be, but a front for illicit activities. As I dug deeper, I stumbled upon evidence suggesting that the charity was involved in money laundering and fraudulent fundraising. The funds I had donated were being siphoned off to support illegal operations, including drug trafficking and organized crime. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. My charitable contributions had unwittingly supported criminal activities. The situation grew even more precarious when I received an anonymous threat. The message was chilling and straightforward: stop investigating, or face dire consequences. It was clear that the charity's operations were not only fraudulent but dangerous. The threat was a stark reminder of the peril I was now entangled in. Panicking, I sought help from law enforcement, but the extent of the organization's influence made the process slow and cumbersome. I was advised to be cautious and avoid any direct confrontation with the individuals involved. The investigation into Hope for Tomorrow was complex, involving multiple jurisdictions and hidden layers of deceit. The authorities worked diligently, but the process was painstakingly slow. In the meantime, I took measures to protect myself. I avoided contact with the charity and changed my routine to minimize any potential risks. The fear of retaliation was ever present, and the once simple act of charity had turned into a source of constant anxiety. As the investigation progressed, the authorities managed to uncover the full extent of the fraud. The charity was exposed as part of a larger network of criminal enterprises, and several key figures were arrested. The operation was dismantled, but the damage had already been done. The emotional and financial toll of the ordeal was significant, and the trust I had in charitable organizations was irrevocably shaken. The experience taught me a harsh lesson about the complexities of philanthropy and the necessity of vigilance in financial contributions. While I eventually found solace in more transparent and reputable charities, the shadow of that dark chapter lingered. It served as a sobering reminder that even the most well-intentioned actions can sometimes lead to unforeseen and dangerous consequences. The road to recovery was long and fraught with challenges, but it underscored the importance of thorough research and skepticism. The legacy of my involvement with Hope for Tomorrow was a profound awareness of the need for caution and due diligence in all aspects of charitable giving.